Hey, what's happening, YouTube? What's going on? Sorry, we're running a little bit late. I had to herd the cats up, and they came to me like they always do. No,
well, we're early according to my post. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we're early. Yeah, we're early according to Nick's post. So, got 10 of you here waiting. I appreciate that, and hopefully, any of those people that think it's 9 o'clock, they'll start popping in too. So, just to let you know, introduce the panel real quick here. We've got Nick, Necrotic Nick, below me here, which he is. Well, you haven't been on for a little while. I think. What was the last one we did? Atheist? Maybe.
Was it Atheist? It might have been Atheist.
Or was another one in between there? I don't think there has been, because I did The Cure. I did a couple ones I don't think you were involved in, but I could be wrong. But and then the guy, the Disappearing Act next to him, which is that way. Like that way.
One, you're there down. Like
there, like no. There we go. We got Dreadful Rick here from the Dreadful Minutes, and if I didn't say, Necrotic Nick is from Thralls of Metal. And then this cat over here, this way. We've been trying to get this guy to join us. His name, Sasquatch, of course. And now we got Jake from the Upside Down Church on his very, very first inaugural Gas Mask and Hand Grenades deep dive. And we're doing one of his favorite bands, right, Jake? We're doing Catatonia.
Yep, well, yeah. That's why when the new album came out, kind of reignited the passion for him. And that last stream we were on, well, like 2 streams ago, I pitched the idea to you, brought it back up, the Catatonia deep dive.
Yep.
I know early on when you were trying to get me on these, this is one that I said that I would consider.
I know, because I come at you with some bands you're just not really into, but
yeah.
But so we got these 3 guys, and then Jimmy from Future Runes is going to be joining us in the next half hour, 40 minutes at the most. He's out running around a little bit. So what are we drinking here, guys?
I got a False Prophet hazy IPA from Roja.
Oh, look at that. What's that? What's the BCH on that, or whatever it is?
It's 7%.
7. Not too bad.
It's a pretty good beer.
I need you to hang out the whole episode, so don't get too smashed.
Oh no.
Rick, what are you drinking? Anything? You drinking yet or no?
Drinking's coming later. Just doing tea for now. I just gotta get caffeine in my system.
Cool.
So I got some green tea. I had coffee this morning, so I'm trying to even that out because
right.
Yeah.
I just threw a coffee in because I'm going on. I don't even want to I don't want to tell you how many hours I've been awake. And Nick, you're not drinking, I don't think, right? Oh, you are.
Stuff. Oh yeah.
Oh, look at you going hard and heavy.
I am so bland and white.
Well, listen, while we're at it here, before we get into how we got into Catatonia, which we'll lead off with that shortly, what's everybody got going on with their channels right now? Jake, how about you?
Not much. Just started making videos again about a month ago. Should have.
Yeah, you were away for a little while, right?
Yeah. Wasn't very active the whole last year, so yeah, should have some more stuff coming.
You gonna get back into it, doing more regular black Cascadian black metal, and atmospheric Cascadian black metal.
Yep. I got a few more of those metal tag videos that I want to do. I know I'm a bit late on them, but I don't care. I think they're fun, and yeah.
Cool. Rick, what do you got going on? You got any big events coming up here on your channel?
Stuff. I don't know. I guess I got I'm probably gonna do another Dreadful news video. People seem to like that.
Those are great.
This might be a news event right here.
Good name.
We'll find out. And like Jake was saying, I might do another tag video or 2. I did one, that 20 questions one, so that was cool. And I want to do more collab stuff. So I know I've been talking to some other people offline, and
cool.
Definitely do some special edition kind of stuff. And I'll probably do a collection update in between all that stuff. I don't want to do just collection updates. I think there should be some more special edition kind of stuff. So stay on the lookout for that. Should be fun.
Are you going to be doing a heavy metallurgy album review thing coming up?
Yeah, I'm also looking to get involved with that. Question is, just finding the right thing.
Time.
Too, it's give it a little bit.
Yeah, I pretty much had to bribe you with like sexual favors to be on the night. So not from me, from Nick, but I mean, you know what I mean.
No.
Way to go, Nick.
Just if
Is
it's
the money
something
right?
what it is,
Hey Jake, this guy in the chat has a question for you. I didn't even have to do it. I got somebody else to do it for me, and I didn't even ask him to do it.
We can talk more about that, after you're done with the. I don't want to get off
Nick,
the rails.
what you got going on? I'm afraid to ask. It's never ending. Collection update number 7,842.
Be 124 in the next one. Thrall stuff. I mean, bunch of releases coming up, especially next month. Definitely want to go over Crowbar ranking, and during that one, we're going to announce the next batch of rankings. So stay tuned for that one. And I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the next states of metal will be, because those are a lot of fun to do here lately. So plenty of stuff coming up on Thralls.
Nice. I have very little pimp for once, but there's one or two people I'm working on, maybe doing some interviews with, but I'm not sure. They've said they would, and they've been a little evasive coming on. Although today I got pretty much a solid confirmation from Phil Demmel, which would be cool as hell. And Marissa Nadler still said she wants to do it. I just haven't heard from her as yet. And Steve Ontill too. Got to go back after him a little bit. And then there was I better hold off on the other ones. There's a lot of good interviews out there, dudes. Go check them out, please. They're really, really good interviews. And I'm not saying that because I did them. I'm saying that because that's what people are telling me that are watching them. So go check them out. And I don't think there's any deep dives on the horizon except possibly one. It's probably a multi-parter depending on a lot of variables. But I pitched doing the David Bowie catalog to Tim Bones because he's a massive David Bowie fan, and he said he might be interested. So it's a matter of timing and my health and my daughter too. I don't know whether she's going to be able to participate or not, but that'd be very cool. But otherwise, this is probably going to be, I say, this is going to be it for a while. And then 3 days from now, I've got 42 things popping up. So you know how it is with me. One last thing to show. Look at that. Look at that. Is that fucking awesome back there?
Oh.
Yeah,
Can you see it?
It's a cool looking light.
Now, come on now.
Is it a Voltron poster?
Over my shoulder, you can see my latest wall hanging there, fellas.
Is that a white parka hanging up there?
Well,
No.
It looks like a nice coat.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
more like
that trial
wait,
early
in the
spring
way.
coat?
I can't see what you're talking about.
No, that's the wall there below it. Triumph Just the Game is the album. You guys are being dicks. Fuck you. Anyways.
Is that a G.I. Joe poster?
No, it's not. Moving on. So, guys, the reason we're here is we're going to talk about Swedish doomsters, early death doom, doomsters, gloomsters, gothsters. A great band that we all, I think, are in agreement is one of our top favorite bands from the country of Sweden. And we're talking about Catatonia, which was originally called Melancholium, I believe.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that they went with a better name, and they switched up the C with the K, which was tricky of them, but it actually works in their favor, I think. So, we're gonna talk about Catatonia, and we're gonna try to get through the whole catalog, which means I better stop yapping. So before we do that, though, let's talk about where we came in to this band. And Jake, I'm gonna put you on the spot because you're gonna be showing a lot of the merch because you have all the actual LPs, I believe. And then we may intersperse other people that have cool little things they want to quick show when it gets to them. I know Nick has a couple cool special editions he wants to show, and I don't have anything because all my shit's in boxes. And I was like, if these guys have it, I'm not digging my stuff out. But I will say I own everything but the last 2 albums and the last couple of like 3 EPs, I think, that they've come out with, because all that stuff ends up on a limited a special edition reissue anyways within a couple of years, so, or a comp, because the one good thing about Catatonia is they put a lot of comps out with all those tracks that are elsewhere, and we're going to talk about that in a bit here. So Jake, why don't you tell me where you came into and how you came into Catatonia, since you're the youngster.
Yeah, so I came onto Catatonia pretty early into like although they weren't what I would call extreme metal at the time, but into my extreme metal journey. In 2017 is when I found out about the Fall of Hearts. So this was my first album, and I found out about it from a Count Blaggerith review. That's where I came into it. He killed the review, so I went and checked it out. Fell in love with it. This was also a time I was going through a divorce, and so it just really resonated with me. A lot of the lyrical content, just like the overall, moods and feelings that Catatonia portray, is something that really struck me at that time. This was the first Catatonia album I bought. I bought this at my first time seeing them.
Is that the digibook version, right?
Yeah, it's got a live DVD with it as well.
That's the one I have. Cool. So 2017 is for you then.
Yep.
Rick, how about you?
Yeah, my story is wildly different. It may be closer to maybe Nick, but we'll see what he says. But we all know that Napster era, right? So I remember when I first heard of Catatonia, it was I moved to Philly, and I started just eating up all these zines and all that stuff because I had access to a lot of record stores all of a sudden. Or remember when those were around a lot more often. So Catatonia was, I don't even remember what zine it was. It was so long ago, and I don't have it anymore. But it was basically an interview with Jonas, and the whole interview was basically about their new sound. Again, this band is new to me. I had no context to what they were talking about. All I'm thinking is, okay, it's this band in the underground.
What year are we talking about, Rick?
We're talking about like 98, I think it was.
All right.
Middle of 98. And so, okay, so it's this band Catatonia, and they got a new sound, and they were talking about Discouraged Ones at the time. And I remember looking at it thinking the cover was pretty cool. You got the angel with the flames and all that stuff. So again, no previous knowledge of their doom history. So it's just about this that they were excited about. I'm downloading a bunch of when Napster hit the scene. I'm just snapping up all these English bands, My Dying Bride, Paradise Lost, and all this stuff. And Catatonia just kind of got lumped in there with everything else. So in my mind, they're a part of that whole group, and their name does get lumped in with those old Peacefield, English doom bands.
Oh, yeah.
And Catatonia, I guess, not officially, I guess, because they're not, they're not from there. They're like the Swedish answer to that, which is, pretty cool. But so in my mind, they were part of that four. But fast forward, and I'm downloading all these tracks, so I have no kind of cohesiveness as far as albums go. I just know them by tracks. This track, not really associating a particular album with whatever song. So it's just a mixed bag. But if I were to kind of describe my first album that I picked up, was Tonight's Decision. So I got that at Tower Records, and I don't have that CD anymore. So for some reason, I purged it with a lot of stuff.
No.
in the day, So I went back and I since got the vinyl. But and I remember like really liking it, but at the same time, I got rid of a lot of stuff that I liked. But that one has a special attachment to me, just because again, it was the first one I bought, and it's my first time getting more of a cohesiveness as an album from that band altogether. And ever since then, I haven't really looked back until the 2010s. I think is when I first started to hit a speed bump with the band, and we will go into that later why.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Yeah.
So, but other than that, it's still one of my favorite bands, despite all that.
So when you did that, though, were you confused when you were Napstering and you got something like Dancing December Souls, and you're like, wait a minute, What the hell is this?
Yeah, well, I first started snapping up all their Scourge ones and up, right? Because it was like I guess it was the more readily available stuff. And then I went back. Yeah, it was a little confusing, But at the time, I was already starting getting lukewarm with that sound. I was listening to Theater of Tragedy and and all that gothic oriented kind of stuff too. So my ears were already calibrated. I was pretty much a death metal guy, So getting into that other side and the slower stuff, was I was building an appetite for that too. So it wasn't too hard of a transition.
Cool. All right, Nick, how about you?
Well, oddly, mine is kind of in between Jake and Rick. I started with Great Cold Distance, and I literally knew nothing about this band. This was a recommendation from a buddy that ran a record store. I was pretty much buying up a bunch of melodic death metal and, just like, oh man, all this Swedish shit's awesome. I was like, have you ever heard of Catatonia? They're fucking Swedish and they're pretty awesome. And it was like, no. So this was the current release and bought it just on a whim, checked it out, dug it, and then started working my way backward. And yeah, like I was really kind of shocked by the evolution of the band, because at that point that was kind of them starting a whole new era of their career, going back, getting Brave Murder Day and fucking Tonight's Decision, I think those were like two of the next ones I ended up getting. Vastly different. And yeah, like at that point I was still kind of like lukewarm on the whole Death Doom thing, but it really started to grow on me. And then I just pretty much just kept getting Catatonia albums anytime they dropped. I became a huge fucking fan. It's like perfect rainy day music. It literally always rains.
Most of it is right
on a fucking Catatonia album. So yeah, that's kind of where I started there. It's kind of like right in between a kind of big transitional point in the band.
Gotcha. So for me, I'm ever so slightly behind Rick, even though I've got him by a lot of years in reality. I remember exactly how I know distinctly where I heard Catatonia first, heard of Catatonia first. And that was, I was going to see Porcupine Tree at the Theater of Living Arts on, which Rick will know where this is at, on South Street between 4th and 3rd. And, it's a club that I don't think they even do metal shows anymore, but they did back then, rock shows. And it just so happened this was summer of 01. I think it was July, maybe August, somewhere in that range. And as it turns out, I got down there early, went and grabbed the bite, and there was the original. Well, I don't want to say it was the original. It was the original store in Philadelphia. The original Relapse store was actually in Lancaster, Millersville, Pennsylvania, which is where I live. It's 5 miles from where I live, strangely enough. I live in Columbia, but Millersville is literally 5-6 miles away. And that was started by two college guys at the college that I went to school, Millersville University. So the weird thing that happens here is they moved down to Philly. They set up an office and a distribution center down in Philly to be more centrally located to a big city. And they set up a little corner merch store, a retail store. And I walked around the corner and I hear metal coming out of this store, and I didn't really know it was there. I look up, I'm like, oh, Relapse. Yeah, I've heard of that label. I walk in, and they are playing Last Fair Deal Gone Down, or Last Fair Deal. And I'm listening to this, and I'm like, fuck, this is so cool. What is this? So I walk over to the dude behind the counter. I'm like, yo, man, what is this? And he's like, Catatonia, man, newest Catatonia. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to take one of those. And I'm walking around the store a little bit, and the next thing I hear is this just fucking harrowing, terrifying fucking death metal. And I am immediately like, I'm just getting into death metal. Remember, guys, because Blackwater Park was kind of my gateway drug right around that period of time. And I'm like, dude, what is this? And he's like, dude, what's you don't know Autopsy's Mental Funeral? I'm like, sorry, man, I'm just getting into death metal. So I bought an OG Peaceville, Autopsy's Mental Funeral, and an OG, and I don't know if you guys have that, but the one I have has the multi tabs that flip out. It's the digipack kind of thing, but it's not like a regular digipack. It has like it flips out in a whole bunch of different directions. I hate those, but so I still have that one. That's the original one from that summer. And at that point, I then went and started, because the internet was around at that point, and I started to dig back, and I'm like, oh, okay. And I think the next album I got was Brave Murder Day, and I'm like, whoa, same band? Wait, what's the deal here? So we're gonna get into that, but and then I grabbed all the early stuff, Discouraged Ones, Tonight's Decision, and Dance, and I have an original copy. Again, I did not pull my stuff out because it's buried, but I do have the original Jehovah Elohim Meth or Melehem Meth in the skinny with the O card. That's the skinny version, not the regular jewel case. So because I saw Nick's, you have like a reissue of it with the new stuff on it. So all right, or not? It wasn't Jehovah Melehem. It was I'm sorry, For Funerals to Come. So when Jimmy gets here, we'll talk to him about his situation and. But we're going to get started talking about these. I'm going to talk quickly, about the history of the band. And it's going to be pretty quick here. They were formed in Stockholm, Sweden in 1991 by Jonas Renska and Anders Nyström. They started as a studio project to explore the duo's love of death metal. They released 2 Death Doom style metal albums. They also had 2 demos, I believe, correct? I think there's 2 demos.
Well, technically three.
Or rehearsals.
Yeah.
And they released 2 Death Doom style metal albums, one which includes Mikkel Ackerfeldt of Opeth on the harsh vocals. And from that point on, issues with Jonas's vocal cords and the death metal style necessitated a bit of a creative change in the vocals, which led to this change in the overall sound and direction of the music as a whole. There were many member changes as their career and demands for live performances increased, which we will note as we travel through the discography. So we're going to talk about the first EP, and you guys can all look up anything else you want to find. But I mean, that's a thumbnail sketch. We don't generally get into super deep historical stuff on these. But we're going to talk about the very first thing that was issued by them, which was JHVA, which is Jehovah Melehem Meth. And just so you know that actually it was supposed to be spelled Jehovah with an O in there, but a printing error, the way they didn't know how to spell it, so they sent it off to the printers like that, and it ended up becoming JHVA, Melehem Meth. This came out, was a self-released. It's called Jehovah Melehem Meth, The Revival, and it was self-released in 1992. It was recorded in Gory Sound Studios. I couldn't really find anything beyond that to get into. So Jake, why don't you show it and why don't you talk about it a little bit? Give me 1 minute.
This is
Oh crap! Hold on, hit the wrong button. My bad. There we go.
Am I still muted?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that, Jeff.
No, I have a mouse. I don't have a mouse pad. I'm doing it on the surface of the computer, and it gets kind of crazy. It's hard to control.
I'm just realizing, like, looking at the album on the picture,
Right.
that it makes it like that's not the camera distorting the images. That's just the picture. But
it is.
Off as that.
It's cool looking.
Being fuzzy. So yeah. Incredible EP. Jehovah Elohim Meth was supposed to mean God is dead, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
There's the guys right there. The songs on this, Without God's probably my favorite Catatonia track. And then
favorite of all? Wow.
Yeah, probably.
Holy mackerel.
And then side B with Palace of Frost and the Northern Silence. Those 2 tracks are heavy as hell. They're probably like 2 of their like thrashiest. They're real fast riffs and stuff on them. Reminds me a lot of the mellow death scene that was going on across the country. This early Catatonia stuff does not like, I don't know what it is that reminds me of them, because the tones are different, but I just think the melodies that are coming across the music, something about the melodies kind of reminds me of like the early Dark Tranquility and Flames at the Gate stuff. But yeah.
Oh, and by the way, we're going to rank these at the end as opposed to as we go through them. We're just gonna give and I mean this could change from day to day, so it's one of those things. We're gonna give you a basic ranking as we see it right now, and we'll kind of go from there. But Rick, what thoughts you have on this one?
Picking up off what Jake said, this all right, because you have that same one, right? Did you get the blue one, Jake?
No, mine's just a black one. It doesn't have an insert or anything in it.
There's the insert's interesting. It's so this Jonas went by Lord Seth.
Yeah,
at the
that's right.
time. That was his moniker at the time, and I don't know if when they stopped doing did he stop doing that, like when Discouraged ones and on, because that would make more sense, right?
Well, it was before then. I'm not even sure on Brave Murder. It wasn't even on Brave Murder Day. I think it was just the EPs and Funerals and the first album.
Do you guys know why they used the names?
No, I didn't dig into that. Why?
They were really into the black metal scene at the time, and they were just kind of emulating.
Yeah, I was about to say that, because when you look at this, it pretty much like if you just go by the answer, you ever heard a note, you're thinking like, yeah, this is some fucking
and Anders was Blackheim, and then he did the Diabolical Masquerade stuff, which was more black metal.
Yeah, which I like very much. And
we should note real quick that on the EP and on this EP, on the first album, Dance of December Souls, and the For Funerals to Come, it is just those two guys doing everything.
No.
Oh wait, there was a bass player. What was his name? LaHouche?
That's their second bass player, I believe.
Yeah, it's pretty much I mean, it's a two-person act.
Israfel.
But
what was his name?
Israfel Wing.
Israfel Wing.
Yeah. Okay, and he was on what, Jake? I'm sorry.
He's on Dance of December Souls.
Okay.
I know. I don't know if he's on the next two, but once we get there, I can check.
Yeah, you might want to check me on that, because that I didn't dig into.
It's like this nice little club, like in Sweden. Like if you were in Stockholm at the time, Swana was there from the very beginning.
Yeah, Ackerfeld. They were all hanging out.
They were all, just like they pretty much
down.
They pretty much created that sound, that scene, that whole atmosphere of what was going on there. And this is why this is pretty amazing. Not, I wouldn't say from a musicianship standpoint, but it does capture that vibe that's very like full of despair and doomy. It's probably this would make sense because it's the most, I guess I don't know if that's the right word, but it's more primitive sounding, and I like the hollowness of it, and it's just, it was quite again, I guess is it a demo EP? It's interchangeable, right? When it comes to this, as far as the production goes, they're trying to find a footing, with everything, even with Jonas's vocals, like it's a little more harsher and thrashier, than the stuff will come later on. It sounds quite underdeveloped and immature, but at the same time, you can tell it's a bunch of young people just putting it on, just being really, really just harsh about it, and being in that state of mind at the time, just younger, and hearing that, I can feel that energy there, and it just kind of puts you in that place. I think with this, it's interesting because you look at where Jonas is now versus where he started from. It's total polar opposite, right?
Right.
Oh yeah.
So it's very, very interesting seeing the humble beginnings of this. Still a really, really good EP. I mean, like you said, even like Without God, that track Northern Silence, which is that label, they named themselves after that track.
Right.
If you guys didn't know that, which is another cool little tidbit. So I buy some stuff from there pretty frequently. But yeah, very, very good start in that catalog, which I think only just improved from there.
What you got, Nick? You want to show off your fancy schmancy CD?
I don't actually have this one.
Oh, you don't have that? That's right. You said that. And
no,
you didn't listen.
I have Dance of December Souls. It does include Without God.
Well, that's
forward.
that's on. This stuff is on there, isn't it?
I
No,
think
just-
Without God is the only one that really
Yep.
repeats. Yeah.
It's a different mix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. It's a little different.
No. But there's a reissue that came out later. I guess you don't have that one.
No. This
Yeah.
is old.
Okay. Yeah, the reissue has either.
The reissue has the EP attached to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Is what-
right.
there's
I
versions
thought
of
that
that.
was the one that you had. So,
No.
any thoughts on it? You don't really know because you didn't really. listen
Yeah,
to
like I mean, like I said, outside of Without God, I haven't really jammed it. Like I just kind of went straight for the full lengths.
All right.
So yeah, I got to go
That's
out and
cool.
find those demos, I guess.
Cool. So I got a couple quick thoughts on it. I have this. No, actually, you know what? This is one I have. No, I do. Jake, show Brave Yesterday's real quick. We'll get this out of the way because anybody that's looking for these EPs, the first 4 EPs that came out by Catatonia, that being Melehem Meth, however you say Melehem Meth. The second one, which is For Funerals to Come. The third one is the
Sounds of Decay.
Sounds of Decay, and the fourth one is the not Tear Gas. Saw You Drown.
Yeah.
All 4 of those EPs are on this box set right here, comp that Jake is going to show you, which I own but did not dig out. If you show the back of it, it'll show.
It also has a couple tracks from Dance of December, a couple Brave Murder Day tracks,
Right.
and then a War Compilation Volume 1.
That's right. It's
Those
got
are
that track.
those are the 2 tracks that are later added on the For Funerals to Come.
That's it. Yep. So, I mean, that's a worthwhile pickup if you
Yeah.
don't want to try and search out the EPs themselves, or you don't buy the editions. It's a double disc. Yeah, it's well worth getting if you can find it. So I have that one, and then I also have For Funerals in its original form, but we'll get into that shortly here. So yeah, on this one, prologue, Midwinter Gates, nice little intro, synthy acoustic thing. Without God, that's the standout track on here. It's a wicked opener with Jonas's death growls, they're pretty intense. I mean, I hadn't listened to this in a long time, and I will not lie to you. When I got this, I wasn't impressed, and I do have one major problem with it. And Jake, you and I were texting about it a little bit earlier that I'll mention. But overall, the thing that really surprises me about it is the clarity of the actual recording. It's not some shitty black metal thing that sounds like garbage, in a fucking toilet somewhere or a subterranean cave. It's quite well, okay. It's well produced. All the, there's, I got you still blown up. Sorry. There's a lot of definition in the sound. His vocals are very front forward. You really hear them prominently. And they're kind of a mix between a death growl and a little bit of black metal, but not really too much. It's kind of right on that borderline. And then there's a little bit of a goth vibe to him, which we'll talk about here in a sec. The drumming is not amazing from a drummer standpoint. It's very basic drumming. However, it's very well produced. The sound of the drums is very punchy, and it sounds like real acoustic drums because, hey, it was 1992. Now every recording is fucking fake drums, pretty much. Don't get me started. Anyway, but the thing that this song really is immediately brought to mind was Gothic from Paradise Lost. It's like, boom, I hear Paradise Lost right away. And there's no doubt they weren't listening to early Anathema, that they weren't listening to Paradise Lost. Probably My Dying Bride, though, although My Dying Bride came out the same year, I believe, as them. The first My Dying Bride came out same year as this. So maybe they were in the underground tape trading thing. They knew about each other, I'm sure. Palace of Frost. The gothy synths on Without God kind of make it pretty special sounding. Palace of Frost, more up-tempo, deathy doom beast, good stuff. Northern Silence, pretty basic metal track, not much here except some haunting backing cleans by Swano. But Jonas sounds pretty strangled on this song, like it's not his natural thing to do. These kind of death vocals, but it may just be my impression knowing where he was at and hearing him first as a clean singer, as a doom singer, and then going back and listening. It's probably recency bias is, affecting my hearing of that. Epilogue Crimson Tears is a Swano epilogue on synths and effects. Not bad overall impression. It's a bit lo-fi, but not horribly so. And in fact, it's quite decent. So I didn't actually give this a number. I usually do my number out of 10 thing, but I'd probably give it like a 6.5 out of 10, somewhere in that range. Pretty good. Yeah, so we're on to Dance of December Souls, their first actual. And if I'd have read down a little further, I would see the Guillaume Lahouche bass player guy that's added as bass player. Swano plays the keys. I do not know, though. Are we sure that did you say, Jake, that there is a bass player on the Jehovah?
No. It
there is.
That one's just those two.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's where I was getting confused. So this one comes out on December 14th, 1993. It's a Unis. Okay, I think Jimmy's popping in any minute here. So he's not even that far off. Just give me one sec. It says 10 minutes. Okay. Comes out December 14th, 1993. Was recorded at Unisound, which is Dan Swano's studio, I believe. And it comes out on No Fashion Records, which I didn't look into them. I don't know if they're are they a French label or a British label?
I don't know. I don't remember. I know that's the edition I
think
have.
they're
check that out a little. Or are they? Maybe they're Swedish. I think they're Swedish. You're probably right. Yeah,
I think they're Swedish.
Yep.
They had Guillaume Lahouche, and Swano plays the keys. And yeah, so what'd you say, Nick? Did you find it?
Oh yeah, no, it's Swedish. That
Sweden.
label's
Okay,
based
cool.
was based out of Stockholm.
Rick was on it right away. He knew. Okay, Jake, what you got on Dance of December?
Yeah, incredible album. Gateways of Bereavement, great track. Without God, this is the version of Without God that's my favorite. They add a little more anger into it, I'd say. A little bit of that more anger towards God. Then you got Velvet Thorns and Tomb of Insomnia, which is heavy as hell track. That track is probably the second best track on here. I didn't come into this album. This was one of the real later ones that I got introduced to, because early on I just throw it on Spotify, and it was usually just like shuffle their top tracks, and none of these were really the top. And surprisingly, neither was like the Brave Murder Day stuff. It was all the that later era stuff that I was listening to early on. But once I finally came around to this, clicked pretty quickly for me.
Yeah, and that's does that say who did the logo on there, Jake? Because that's a really killer. They're talking about the logo in the chat, and they're right. That's a killer logo.
That's like an all-time logo right there.
Yeah. But I didn't, I don't pay attention to art that much, so I didn't note it.
This might be kind of burying the lead, but if I had to go like a out of 10 on this, it'd probably be like a 9.8, 9.9 out of 10.
Wow, nice.
I adore this album. But yeah, I don't see anywhere where it says who did the logo.
If you find it, maybe on the next one yet.
There's the back if I didn't show that.
Oh yeah, that's cool artwork too. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
the way they're kind of floating in on the front there, it's just sort of kind of creepy horror style sort of looking.
Yep.
Doom and gloom. First two albums sound very different from each other. This is probably right, definitely.
And I just love all the the melodic leads throughout it. Like I said, it's not the speed or the tones of them, but there's just something that reminds me of their mellow death compatriots from the other side of the country. I don't know if anybody else.
Rick. What you got, Rick, on this one?
Well, it's not my favorite cover, but I do love that logo. It suggests that they're more black metal than they really are.
Yeah, it does.
It's got the little
that's a good point
and all that stuff. I do graphic design, so I'm a little more, I guess, biased about this kind of stuff. Cool looks gold in the back though. Anyway, the thing too is Jonas's vocals is not shrieky or high like like what some of these other bands were doing too. He definitely kept things a little guttural and low. Not like autopsy low or anything like that. It still had the grunts and that kind of thing, which was very appropriate for the sound. I'm with Jake on this one. This is very high on my list, and I think that it needs to be said. There's 2 tracks in here that run like 13 minutes, like right off the bat. Like holy shit! So, Velvet Thorns and Tomb of Insomnia, which both just happen to be my favorite tracks on here. I think this is where they cut their teeth on these getting the compositions down, and really testing the patience, of going through those ebbs and flows, of something like this. This is a hard genre to digest for people who are not used to this, and then asking them to sit through, something lengthy like that, it's really hard to hold your attention. And something, I don't know what was going on, what they were drinking in that room or smoking, but whatever it was, it worked. It really puts you in that place. And I love the vibe, love the atmosphere. I think this is the first time they introduced some keyboard elements on here off the bat, which is again just gives it that sort of a strange sense of hollowness, but despair, and eeriness, all enveloped in one, which is I think it just captured masterfully. So again, I think it's something to do with the circles of all these Swedish guys getting together and just kind of picking up ideas off each other. But damn, and they were paying attention to what Anathema and those guys were doing at the time too. They were definitely keeping their ears perked up and just kind of picking up ideas. They were. I wouldn't say they were in their own little islands at the same time, because I do hear a lot of those influences in here.
Yeah, and I think you can't deny too. There's one other really big influence that I think is going to become even more influential as they progress, and that is Opeth. And the reason that is because Jonas and Michael are best friends. And there's no way that and also, of course, Michael comes into the fold on the next album as, a band member, technically speaking, for one album cycle and one EP cycle. And then later, as we progress.
Just the basis, if you guys were curious.
Guillaume Larouche. But there's no question at all that, Opeth's move into Prague definitely affected Jonas and Anders' desire to kind of move in that direction too. There's no way you can't convince me that wasn't a big factor. Maybe not directly, maybe not right at, exactly, like Morning Rise probably. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of that.
It's a staple. I think if you're gonna recommend people like a top 10 like Death Doom albums of all time, if you're just getting into the genre, in my eyes, this is a must.
Now Jake is shitting a brick up there because he's like, no man, no Opeth, man, no way, man. But the early Opeth, particularly Morning Rise, and maybe a little bit of My Arms, there's definitely some of that in that very early Catatonia.
Orchid.
That stuff wasn't out yet, was it?
Yeah, it was out before that.
So I was just reading that Ockerfeld almost joined Catatonia early on.
What year was Morning Rise? Morning Rise was 91, wasn't it?
Morning Rise was. Hold on here.
I don't think it went back that far.
Yeah, I think Orchid was like 90.
Oh, that was 96. You're right. That was 96.
I was just scanning through this earlier, and there was a phase where they were talking about like their early days of touring and how Ockerfeld was one of the guys that was filling in, helping him out.
Well, that's true. He did a lot of vocal stuff there.
And he almost joined the band full time, which probably would have killed Opeth.
Well, now that you say it,
he had such a belief in Opeth that he wanted to stick that out.
Now that you say that, the very early Opeth rehearsal stuff when they were called what were they called? Eruption, I think was one name, and they were another name too. That was 92. So it was kind of happening right around this time. So I mean, I can hear Morning Rise. Maybe Mike took some influence from Morning Rise off of Dance.
I mean,
That's
Possible.
probably more likely.
The guy who did the artwork for this, it's the same guy who did Morning Rise too.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Tom Martinson. So it's a lot of these early albums, like in that Swedish scene. It's basically
yeah. So
him.
they're all kind of being what's the word I'm looking for? Carnivorous, not carnivorous. Incestuous with each other, sort of, kind of. All right, what do you got on this one there, Nick? And you got the what do you got? You got the original version, right?
OG CD.
Yeah.
This honestly, I didn't get this one until much later, but this fits right in with that old school, like that Peaceville 3, or I mean, I want to call it Peaceville 4 because I think Catatonia's in there.
Might as well.
But yeah, I mean, it has all the gothic dreariness. It's very lush, very atmospheric. I like Jonas's harsh vocals. They're very agonizing. Like you can kind of feel all the sorrow that he's kind of throwing out there. So he did a good job there. Drum work, I mean, you know, he was okay on the drums. But I really like the kind of wild transitions on here, like namely in Silence Enshrined, that kind of just all of a sudden we're playing like dreary Iron Maiden for a second. And then, you know, like, nope, back to the gloominess. We were too upbeat for a second. But yeah, the songwriting here is really wild. But I think for me, Tomb of Insomnia is probably the big standout. Like, I love the opening track. Well, I mean, after the intro, Gateways of Bereavement, I think is fantastic. But Tomb of Insomnia is just absolutely amazing. Like, there's so many really solid riffs on it. It's just a badass track. It does drag a little bit on some tracks, like some of the longer, you know, kind of stretched out moments on Velvet Thorns, and maybe a little bit on Without God. I know that's a favorite, but you know, I still think it's a good song. But yeah, this is really solid. I like this. This is a really good start for the band, and I think they would kind of get better, but I think they get better differently. Like, you know, the next album is definitely a jump in another direction as well. But yeah, this kind of fits right in with, you know, all the shit I like about Paradise Lost and fucking My Dying Bride, especially My Dying Bride. Like, the vibe between this and, like, say, Turn Loose the Swans is
very close,
really similar.
Yep.
Like, just distilled fucking sadness. But yeah, good stuff.
Cool. We got a weary straggler that just jumped in here.
What's going on, fellas?
Jimmy,
Come sit by the fire, wanderer.
what's happening, dude?
Oh, not too much. Good to see you
Hey,
guys.
we didn't get too far in because all the guys didn't bother reading that text message that you did read, and they all showed up fashionably late. So
Hey,
we didn't even get
I
started.
knew the time. I was just late because I was making dinner for the family.
So we started at 8:30, so we're not too bad off. So why don't you tell everybody where you came from and how you came into Catatonia, and then while you're at it, maybe comment on the Melehem Meth, whatever it is, the EP and the first album.
Yeah, sure. I came in on, I believe it was Viva Emptiness when I first heard. I mean, I had known about Katatonia, but you know, in my own trajectory in terms of music at the time, I think Viva Emptiness would have been like 2002 or 3.
2003.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I was aware of the band before that, but I just was kind of late to the game, at least then, because, you know, obviously there were already 5-6 records in. I got into Viva Emptiness, and but then ultimately the Great Cold Distance was really the one that sold me. When I first moved to Denver, I got to see Catatonia headline at the Bluebird Theater. It was a great bill too. It was Catatonia, Swallow the Sun, Scar Symmetry, and Insomnium. It was like a, you know, Swedish-Finnish tour, and you know, this was the Great Cold Distance tour. You know, and seeing them live was really what sold me on the band. So yeah, that was kind of.
I saw that too. But I got Moons. Who's the one that Fernando sings for, the Portuguese band?
Moonspell.
Oh,
Moonspell. Yeah, we got Moonspell instead on the East Coast.
That was a killer lineup.
Great lineup, yeah, and they were just you know, blew my mind getting to see them play. I remember going to the show by myself, but you know, it took some time before I kind of gone back to the early catalog, and you know, I mean, like this copy that I have, the CD, it's got the full length as well as the first
EP, right? Yeah,
this was like a re-release, and it's pretty cool. It's got liner notes in there where they talk about the making the album. And yeah, you know what to say. I mean, this is a Swedish classic record that, you know, I probably didn't come to it until maybe like mid 2000s to discover the music on this. I think, you know, it's such an interesting debut because I think at this point they were already pretty established as a band, you know, having released the EP. And if you read the liner notes, they kind of talk about that because they released this album and they almost didn't continue the band. And that's always, and one thing I'm going to kind of come back to when I talk about Katatonia, what I find interesting about them is I feel like they've always been a band that, you know, progressed out of like just, you know, necessity to like keep the band going because like they had a lot of things that like really, you know, contributed to how they ended up sounding later on from this. And we'll get into that. But, you know, as a debut, I mean, this is, it's, I think my favorite thing about the record is Jonas's vocal performance because, and one thing that I'll always say about Catatonia is like every single performance is always extremely passionate and honest. And I think that really shines through in this record, even though that like they were kind of like in that same realm, like you guys were talking about with like early, you know, the Peaceville 3 and that early sound. I think in a way, like, you know, this was kind of in, you know, in line with those things, but I just think that this kind of sticks out. And I, you know, Nick was saying Tomb of Insomnia. I mean, it's interesting how they get toward the end of the record and there's big epic tracks, the Velvet Thorns and Tomb of Insomnia. You know, Without God is kind of like one of the special standout, you know, fan favorites, if you will. And that's like really like, to me, like the pinnacle of the record is, you know, Jonas just screaming out to the sky with his fist raised in the air, you know, cursing God.
Yeah.
You know, truly shows you what these guys are, you know, they're, I think he's speaking from his heart. And I think his vocal performance, they talked about how after this record, he completely threw out his vocals. Like
he was shredded.
Yeah. And I think if there's a moment, I think it's either in Velvet Thorns or Tomb of Insomnia, where I feel like I can almost hear where it happened because it's so pained and it's so like just over the top and what he's screaming his lungs out. And you can almost kind of feel like where he just completely blew it. And I would say, you know, if this was all he was going to do with the harsh vocal, he really did a hell of a job on this. And yeah, but I mean, what to say, man? I mean, it's a fantastic debut. And it's not, it's very interesting to go back to because they don't sound anything like this anymore. And they really just developed even from here. I mean, this is the only record in the discography that sounds this way.
Yep. Yep.
But a beautiful debut. And I absolutely, it's a very endearing record to me.
Everybody, Robert Sparling has entered the building, and he says, I heard that the new Catatonia album, Sky Void of Stars, is better than City Burials. City Burials was you want to finish it for me, Nick?
Dumpster fire.
There is one true statement there and one false statement.
We'll get into that when we get a little further down the line.
I know that is Robert Sparling's favorite album, City Burials, on record.
Is that how he is on record? Yes,
on record. City Burials, favorite album.
Favorite album for Robert. Yes. All right, so I'm gonna be the party pooper a tiny little bit here, just a tiny bit, not a lot, just a tiny little bit. So, Dance of December Souls, creepy, haunting intro for 7 Dreaming Souls. Gateways of Bereavement, cool track with a few very awkward transitions. None of you guys mentioned that. I don't know if you don't hear it, but then again, Jimmy, you're a drummer. Rick, you're a guitar player. You should kind of hear there's some weird transitional shit going on with some of these
Jonas
songs.
wasn't the best drummer.
He was not the best drummer in the world.
He was not the best.
No, he was not a great drummer. He was not a great drummer. And as songwriters, they were tacking a bunch of things together, and you can tell that on some of these songs. They just have transitions. For example, another really poignant big time album out there we were just talking about, Morning Rise, has a track on there called Black Rose Immortal that is 3 different songs jammed together, and you can hear it. You can tell that they didn't have it fully fleshed out, and they got it together. Michael got it together rather quickly. Anders and Jonas didn't get it together on this album. But that's not to say these aren't great songs. It's just to say that, frankly, let's see, Gateways in particular, there's definitely some transitional things that are kind of weird. The Jonas's voice on this sounds great, more death doom, not straight up death. The synths are a bit intrusive and awkward at times. Sounds like a band trying to incorporate too many influences, hitting the mark about 75% of the time. In Silence Enshrined, solid tune, even bits of proggy arpeggiated notes with that delayed section at approximately 4 minutes. Still, the drumming is awkward, but it sounds really good. The drumming sounds really good from a sonic standpoint. It's just awkward. Also, the bass is extremely prominent, which is not bad, actually. The mix is solid by Swano, less a death vocal than an anguished sort of shouting by Renski on most of these songs. Without God, not sure if this is a re-recorded version, but kind of sounds like it is. And you said it was, Jake.
Yeah.
Cool tune. Renski is possessed on this one. Vocally, his nastiest track, and I really do like that track. Elohim Meth, haunting guitar interlude with rain and thunder. Cool. Velvet Thorns of Drinewall, whatever. Possibly my favorite track on here. Gothy, doomy, lots of great guitar. Although the synths are a little cheesy. We're talking 1992. They were probably using mid-80s synths at this point. We didn't have MIDI. We didn't have high. I'm sure these guys weren't working with super high-end equipment. Renski shreds his voice in this song. I think you said that, right, Jimmy? That's the song.
Which one was it again?
Velvet Thorns of Dread.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like he shreds it. Tomb of Insomnia. This one has some killer groove, nasty guitars, but Jonas's voice is kind of weird on this track for me. There's some obtrusive, weird bass on it too. Still a serious banger. December Dancing, very cool, mostly instrumental outro. Would have been cool to hear a full-fledged song with that because I really liked that outro. This was much better than I remembered after many years of being away from it for a long time. I think this was the third album I got. I think I got Fair Deal, Discouraged, and this one. I could have maybe got Tonight's Decision in there, but I really think it was this one that I got next. So it could have been my second or third. And I remember not really liking it because I really liked Last Fair Deal, and I thought, what the fuck is this, man? I'm not, again, keep in mind, this is 2001. I'm trying to get my feet wet in death metal and struggling, and my entry point was Blackwater Park, which I still feel is one of the high water marks of all death metal albums ever, Death Prog or whatever you want to say. Let's see, what else do we have here real quick? This was better after many years of being away for a long time, as I recalled. I thought it was really shitty way back when I first bought it, but it's very solid death doom. Although a little rudimentary and basic at times, the transitions are still awkward in some of the songs. Solid melodic doomy death, and sort of the last time they sounded like this at all. Better things coming, but I'm going to going to definitely think they were listening to Paradise Lost Gothic when they made this. Maybe Funeral and possibly the first My Dying Bride. Although I think the first My Dying Bride and this came out, like I said, I think My Dying Bride actually came out a few months after, but they were probably trading tapes back then in the whole tape trading thing. Some of the early Finnish and Swedish death metal, probably like Converge and some of those bands. Or not Converge, Convulse, sorry. I give this a 7.5 out of 10. And I like it quite a bit better than I remembered. So yeah, it's higher in my final ranking than I would have thought it would have been a while back. So, all right, we ready to move on to the next one? Anything to be said about that one? We're good.
Well, I mean, something I'd touch on, like I think like where we came in on these bands is probably going to play into like what our favorites are. Because
yeah,
and this band has like distinctly different eras, like very distinctly different eras, which made this a lot of fun to go over.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I always wonder, like, if you had some other engineer who was not as tuned in with this kind of style, what it would have been like. Like you mentioned, Jonas's drumming, right? Not the greatest, but
could have been horrible
to do with it, despite it. Yeah,
it could have been horrible.
Yeah,
yeah. They started pretty high up the chain. I mean, they went from Swano to Jens Brogren and David Castillo. They've worked with top-notch guys all along.
Yep.
So we got For Funerals to Come, February 95. Jake, you want to pull that one up? Comes out on, it's from recorded in Unisound, again, Swano, Avant-Garde Music. Peaceville reissues it in 2011 and with 2 additional tracks from the War Comp that you mentioned there, Jake. Are they on that vinyl, the War Comp tracks?
Yes.
Okay. And you can mention those too when you get there. I think that has Black Erotic and Love of Swans, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we can talk about those then. Go ahead, then.
Yeah, another great EP from them. This was actually where I read about Ockerfeld almost joining them.
Okay, all right.
On this, they also, almost ended as a band right around this time. They said, the title was kind of accurate because not only like they almost ended, but it was also kind of the end of a sound for them. The best tracks are actually those 2 from the War Comp, Black Erotica and Love of the Swan. Although the title track and Shades of Emerald Fields are both great. Black Erotica, I was just saw somewhere that it was re-recorded and ends up being 12 on Brave Murder Day.
Yeah, they rearranged parts of it.
Yep. So yeah, really, really cool EP.
Cool artwork too. Cool artwork.
Yeah,
I think
really fits in with all their early artwork styles. And you got a top-notch top hat there.
Oh, that is. Who's wearing that? Jonas?
I think it's Jonas.
Okay.
The other 2 they've got like skinnier face structures there.
And Anders probably had hair back then.
Yeah. And at this point,
we got some.
The bass player's name is LaHutch, but don't be confused. It's the same person as Israfel Wing from Dance.
Oh, okay. It's not the same. It's not the same dude. Is it not the same dude that was on Dance?
No, it is.
Oh, it is. That's what I thought. Okay.
A different alias.
Oh, gotcha.
Different name that he's going by.
LaHutch.
Yeah, Andre, that's a good point. It isn't really as heavy as you would think. It's kind of, I don't want to call it alternative. It's not that, but they're not doing the HM2 thing. They're steering clear of that, which means Nick really shouldn't like any of it.
I was at half mast when you said HM2, and then so they're not doing that.
Yeah, I'm gonna boot you from the stream. You're just no fucking fun, dude. Mariano makes a good point that is going to become more and more apparent. The goth influence here is really because Jonas loves that early goth, that English goth like Sisters of Mercy and Joy Division and stuff like that. And
this was actually the era that they wrote that Scarlet Heaven song.
Exactly.
They actually were thinking that their next album wasn't going to be a metal album. It was
going to be a primordial split one, right?
It's going to be a goth rock album. Yep, exactly. And that song, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get Funeral Weddings out, and then we'll talk about Scarlet, because that's a very important track and a very important distinction to make. But I've got that down in my notes a little bit further there. Hey, what's up, Kellen? Drumming isn't anything to write home. Yeah, he's not. He's a very basic drummer. There's no question about that. Things pick up a lot when Swano actually plays drums on a future recording coming up two from now. So, hey, what's up, Gotta Grind? And Philippe, what's up, dude? Really nice to see. We've had almost 28 people for tonight. I knew this would get a lot of eyes for one of my deep dives, and it's probably because I'm so fucking handsome. But anyways,
I think there's one noticeable difference on this stream compared to your past ones.
What's that? You? Yeah,
it's the
you're an Eagles fan. I could pull any one of you motherfuckers off the street from down in Philly.
No, you can't. They're all in jail for flipping cars.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I'm the
true.
only one
Right.
out of the clean.
Right. All right. So, Rick, you are up for funerals.
Yeah. So fast forward 2 years later, after Dance of December, they whip out this EP. It's the first time with avant-garde music, and not the sexiest cover. Don't know what the hell's going on there.
I think it's a tree, right?
I think it's a tree, right?
It's
It's a doomy tree.
Easy.
So I actually did not listen to this until much later. I actually wasn't on my radar at all, actually. But this is the Peaceville reissue. And the reason I say this is because the Black Erotica and Love of the Swan was not on the original pressings.
No, it's not.
That was tacked on later.
Yep.
So ended with side A would be, I guess, would be the whole EP, which is like the 18 minutes. So this is kind of like I don't know, like take a quick shot. So if Dance of December is too long for you, that one's like a good 50 plus something minutes, or too dense. This is faster paced. I've noticed. There's more like I guess what you call headbanging moments. There's some moments I can call it a little groove.
Yep.
Shades of Emerald Fields is one of them. Again, Black Erotica, it's really good. But overall, really good EP. But you can tell, like you guys were talking about earlier with Jonas, like, I guess he lacks that technique that someone like Aquafelt would have, to that restraint to be able to, pull that off, but still, so he kind of just let it all out, and without any sort of way to also preserve your esophagus, if you will. And it's almost like he knew, like this was the beginning of the end for his career as far as harsh vocals goes.
Yeah.
And he's just, you know what, I'm just gonna go all out, just fucking do it. And he did it. And the drumming is also, it picks up a little faster than I've heard previously. Again, maybe because those tracks are shorter, and this again, it's just an EP, but it's a really good EP. I think this is a really good kind of closer to a Last Hurrah for Jonas doing that style. Again, even though they moved to avant-garde, Swano's still tagging along with them and doing his thing, and it sounds good. And again, I like the pacing on it. It's a nice break away from Dance of December, where it's a little more plodding at moments. It doesn't have those really lengthy tracks. So this works as a really good hit, good shot of this kind of style. So I like it.
Cool.
Definitely very good.
Good deal. Yeah, we're gonna talk about Black Erotic here. I will. Logan's here for Jake. Man, Jake, you just suck, dude. Oh, look, so is Kellen. I'm glad to see Jake's here. Okay, same to you, Kellen. You suck too. Phil, you can piss off too, man.
I'm your host now. All right, moving on. We got
You know what?
Oh.
Okay, moving along. We got Nick. I think
so now Jake's running it. That's how it's
Sweet. I'm up.
Nick's thoughts on.
Oh, we need him to blow me up though.
Jeff, backstage, will you blow Nick?
I ain't blowing anything. I'm not even gonna get near Nick. Thank God I'm 7 hours away from Nick and can't blow anywhere near him.
Come on, man.
All right,
I'd chip in on bus fare.
Would you?
No.
Okay, hold on. What the fuck is?
I think that means if he was close to you, Nick, he would certainly do it. So
you know what's weird? I can't. Hold on, dude. I can't. Oh, I know why. Never mind.
Yeah, let me get that for you.
Gotcha.
Hey, thanks, Jake. So, this is obviously the reissue, came out in 2012 on Peaceville, and honestly, like the bonus tracks are kind of my favorite. Black Erotica and Love of the Swan, I think, are really good. I like Funeral Wedding, and dude, Shades of Emerald Fields gets like heavier than they have been to this point in their career. Like there is a sick fucking breakdown on Shades of Emerald Fields, and actually just fucking nasty. Like kind of comes out of nowhere. There's still a lot of like interesting transitions, and drum works kind of, my only real issue with this is the title track and Epistle, which just feel like extra. Like Epistle, I think it's just mostly a noisy soundscape. I don't know. It was more irritating than anything else. but and For Feelings to Come is just sort of a brief instrumental. It kind of just builds up and kind of goes nowhere, but the two main tracks and the extra tracks are really solid. I like that they kind of shorten it down. Like they're still, relatively longer songs. Like I think Funeral Wedding is still like 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
But I think the songwriting is maybe a little bit more reined in. Like they're, still working at it. But this is a pretty solid EP. Like just get rid of the extra, get rid of the 2 middle tracks and just put the bonus tracks on there. I think this is much better. But pretty good stuff.
Cool. Kellen he actually asked this question: how are we going to attack the discography tonight? Well, I'm glad you asked, because once Jimmy and I go on this I'm sorry, the fuck's it called now? I'm trying to for Funerals to Come EP, we are going to transition into talking the rest of the night about this album right here. Yes, you saw it here first. We're going to talk about Love's Forever Changes for the next 4 hours after we're done with this album.
Man, I got a thing I gotta go do. Just came up as the craziest thing.
It's just a joke. We're plowing through it. Pretty much everything we're plowing through chronologically. So, Jimmy, what you got?
You know what? I fucked up. I thought that I had this EP on my copy of Dance of December Souls, but actually I fucked up. It's actually the first EP, or no, the first demo, the demo tracks that are on this. So I thought I was covering this, and you know what? I've never even heard this. So sorry, I missed it, but
That's cool.
I'm gonna have to go catch up on it.
That's cool. I'll speak for both of us. Just because I'm like that.
He'll form your opinions for you.
That's
quick.
exactly right. I will. Real quick on this. So, Funeral Wedding, very doomy and gloomy. Rensky's vocals sound shredded a bit. Lots of different sections, cool riffs throughout, but lots of weird transitions, which honestly sound very disjointed. The drumming at times is weird. Sounds programmed at certain times, although I don't think it is. And occasionally the odd synth noises used are off, but I dig a lot of the guitar work on this track. Shades of Emerald Field, speedy track, a little bit more, kind of like more of a speedier, I don't want to say thrash. It's not thrash. It's more deathy in the vibes. That adds all kinds of ideas into the mix, mostly gothy doom, some deathy vibes. The clean vocals show where they are headed. And I don't know if those clean vocals on this are Rensky or Swano. I think they're Rensky, actually.
I think they're Rensky.
They were Swano on the other stuff, but I think they're Renska here on this one. It shows where they're headed. Very atmospheric. The very atmospheric sections are really cool. That atmospheric transition there. But again, the transitions are kind of a mess on this one as well. Epistle, noisy white noise thing. Oh, I'm sorry. Funerals to Come, kind of a weird noisy guitar synth thing. You're right, Nick. It just kind of builds for two. It's not even 2 minutes, I think.
I
right?
think it's
about
like
2 minutes.
Just wait, hold on here. Let's see.
Yeah, I think it's 2 minutes or just
2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of build up and no payoff.
Yeah, there's no real payoff. And then Epistle is just noisy white noise with there's some witchy screams at the end.
Like Blair Witch samples.
Yeah. Tracks added to the 2011 Peaceville reissue are 2 My Dying Bride era tracks with Mike on vocals, and they are Black Erotica. Lots of cool riffs and music make sense together most of the time, but there is a mix of weird ideas from epic melodic rock to death metal and doom. Very odd track. Sounds like Mike A on that track singing. I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Cool track despite some of the weirdness in transition style. Love of the Swan has a weird. Yeah, these are Mike Ockenfeld singing.
Yeah.
Has a weird 90s emo goth vibe on that Love of the Swan, which gets us to the next track in a second we're going to talk about. I love almost all of this because it's got that Sisters of Mercy Mission UK vibe, and there's weirdly some proggy shit going on in this song. Very different to Brave Murder Day. This song has much of a mid-'80s dream pop to it, which is going to indicate where they're going to go in a couple of albums, kind of. So let's talk about this Scarlet Heavens here. You said you have something, right, Jake? You have something to show?
For Scarlet Heavens.
Yeah.
Just this again. It's on this.
Okay, it's on there. It was on the that actually the original place that shows up first is on the Saw You Drown EP.
I don't have the Saw You Drown EP.
Right. I don't think any of us do because it's
Nope.
going for pretty big bucks the last time I saw. But I think the thing to note about this is that this track was recorded before Brave Murder Day. This was after For Funerals. And it was kind of, as Jake mentioned, the direction they thought they might take the band in because Jonas realized he couldn't sing in the death metal style any longer. And anybody have any thoughts on Scarlet Heavens? Did anyone listen to it? I did. And I think, Jake, you know it or don't know it?
I listened to it. It's on. I believe it's on a Discouraged Ones edition. I don't have an edition, but it's on like the Spotify that I was listening to.
Oh yeah, I don't think it's actually on an actual release of Discouraged Ones, like a physical level.
No, it is on mine.
It isn't? Okay, is it?
Yeah, has the Saw You
on the physical on an album or on the CD?
On the CD. It's
Oh.
it's a re-release, and it's got both Scarlet Heavens and Quiet World on it.
The Quiet World's on it. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Which was also on the Saw You Drown EP originally. What's Jake? What's your thoughts on this one? We'll do it as a round robin without blowing people up. What's
You know, I'm not super familiar with other projects like that they're taking from. I'm probably the one of us that's the least into like that early goth stuff.
Right.
So I don't have a lot to say. I think it's a neat track, but I don't have anything to really expound on.
very, 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 very different from what they were doing up to that point. Yeah.
But yeah, up to that point.
How about you, Rick? You know it?
Scarlet Heavens? Well, I have it on that. Yeah, it's on Discouraged Ones on my copy here.
Oh, you as well too. Okay.
It's the last track.
Yeah, I have one of the original issues of Discouraged Ones, so it's not on there.
Same.
Any thoughts on it?
It's the one I'm least familiar with from Discouraged, because again, Discouraged Ones was one I listened to on the CD copy I had for years. It wasn't on that one. So again, that's a more recent addition for me. And again, I have seeked that CD, and yeah, it's going for stupid money. I'm like, you know what? I'm fine.
Yeah, I think I saw one on Discogs. It was like $90 for a 4-track EP. There's no way. No way.
Yeah.
Especially when you can get it for probably that yesterday's the comp that Jake showed for. You can probably find them for $5 or $10 on a cutout.
So there is a limit to our collector scumminess.
Yes,
there's a ceiling.
Nick, what do you know this track or not?
I don't know this track because again, my copy of Discouraged Ones is one of the old ones, so it doesn't.
You really ought to check it out. I think you'd like it. It's probably in your
check it out.
Jimmy, how about you? I know you know it. We talked about it.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, there's a lot of this to me is like a product of their influences, this song. But for me, I hear 100% Fields of the Nephilim. I mean, that's really what it sounds like to me. I mean, you could say The Cure, you could say even maybe like Bauhaus or
Cure, Bauhaus.
Yeah, Peter Murphy. I mean, but definitely Fields of the Nephilim. It almost sounds like
Mercy.
I thought it was a Fields of the Nephilim cover at first, just because it sounded so much like it. But yeah, I think they really wanted to show their influences on their sleeves on that track because it's very different.
He's been cited as Fields of Nephilim as one of his big influences for when it went to that transition in sound. That was one of the templates, I guess. A little bit of Dead Can Dance too.
Definitely,
believe it or not.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much nailed it. Fields of Nephilim was we said that back and forth to each other. We're like, oh, dude, it's. And I really hear some Joy Division, and I hear some Mission UK in there for sure, which was Wayne Hussey from, that was a band he created outside of after the first Sisters of Mercy album. So there's that pop sensibility to it. There's a little bit of a poppiness to it. It's not like goth metal, like for example, Type O or something like that. It doesn't have that sound. It's super cool. I really fucking love that track. I think it's like what, 10 minutes long, right, Jake? I think somewhere in that range.
Yeah. So, it turns out it is on another album. It's on this version of For Funerals to Come, which is from.
Yeah, but is that in the box set that you get? Yeah, okay.
It's part of the cassette that's in the Melancholium box set.
Yeah. You just wanted to show off that box set.
Jake,
Yeah.
is that tape box that came out from
Darkness?
Yeah.
Dude, they do such a good job. I've got the King Diamond
do.
box from them.
Yeah.
It's so
Um,
killer.
Is that one sold out now, or is there still some left?
It might be sold out from the label, but I think you can still get copies for
Discos.
close to like the original price. On
Would you pay for it? Do you remember?
I think I paid maybe 120, but I got the special edition that came with the
Oh, right.
shirt, the long sleeve.
See, Nick, you're not the only one with special editions.
Yeah, Nick.
Yeah, take that.
Yeah. Nick,
Yeah,
wait,
maybe I'll go through that box set later in the thing.
All right, so
Yeah.
we're gonna move on to Brave Murder Day, which came out August 1st, 1996 on Avant Garde. Unisound again, which again that's Swano Engineering. Catatonia co-producing with Swano. They added Frederick Norman on guitar. It's important to note here there was a hiatus here with Anders producing Raven's shit. I can't read my own name. What's it called?
Raven shit?
No, I was
The band that he was doing?
Yeah, it was Diabolical Masquerade, right?
Yeah, and he
But what was he called? Raven's Dark or something? What was he called?
Called Bewitched as well at that time.
Oh, Bewitched. He was in Bewitched, yeah.
And they took an entire year off, like they didn't contact each other for a year.
Right. And this was when they were really trying to figure out whether they were going to keep things going or
Yep.
Shit, I can't read his fucking name.
Yeah, that's happened several times in their career. I've noticed. It's been
they've had 2 or 3 little 1 year hiatuses. Whatever his name is, I think it's Raven Dust. Thank you, Gotta Grind. Raven Dust. I can tell I was falling asleep when I wrote some of these notes because I must have fell asleep with my finger on the a letter because there's 8 U's right there in that thing. So I must have passed out for a few minutes and then woke up. It was Raven's U. Anyways, Raven Dusk, and he does the Diabolical Masquerade and joins Bewitched. Rensky and Fred Norman start October Tide, which is a good band, and they're a very good Catatonia copy band in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
a little bit heavier. A
little bit heavier, more straightforward death doom.
A little more deathy, yep. And I think they still are around. I think Norman still has that, right? Yeah, with his brother.
I believe both Normans are in there.
I think Jonas was only on the first or first and second one.
First 2, I believe.
First 2, right? Yeah.
The October Tide. Is that what you guys are talking about?
Yep.
What's that?
The October Tide.
Yep. So they reconvened and developed Brave Murder Day. On another note, I honestly hadn't been aware of this. Oh, on another note, this album, and I don't know if you guys knew this, you probably read it. This album was never mastered. The original copies that went out were unmastered, which is kind of unusual. That basically they are the multi-tracks, boom, without any mastering, which is kind of weird. And they wanted it that way, in fact. So it wasn't actually remastered until 2006 when Peaceville reissued it with the bonus EP Sounds of Decay on it. So I never noticed it. It always sounds pretty fucking killer to me. But they add Mr. Michael Ackerfeld from Opeth. And as I mentioned, Jonas and Michael are best buddies. I think Jonas was Mike Ackerfeld's best man at his wedding. I do know that Mike has since gotten divorced. He's got an American girlfriend, from what I understand. So there's that. So, let's talk about this album. And Jake, why don't you get us started?
Earlier, Human Falafel made a comment that he felt like they were starting to dig in the slowcore shoegaze dream pop sound, which is interesting because I was just glancing over this interview in this reissue, and when they when Anders initially contacts Jonas about getting back together and Jonas told him that he was not, he wasn't interested in doing that goth sound, the Scarlet Heaven style. He wanted to play metal and not make a goth album. But at the same time, they had both become big fans of the band Slow Dive.
Yeah.
The shoegaze. So I thought that was an interesting comment that it, really played like, yeah, they were getting into that stuff. But yeah, this album, I'm not as big on this one as probably anybody else in the stream. I like it. I gave it it's probably an 8.5 for me out of 10. But yeah,
sacrilege.
Brave obviously is like, that's an all-time track right there. That track is so killer. 12, I love 12, although I might prefer it as Black Erotica. Day is probably what kills it the most for me. It just, I don't know that it feels in place. I don't dislike the track. It just doesn't feel like it's quite in place in this album. And also, this is exactly the reason you don't buy records from Amazon.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
yeah.
I
learned that.
Oh,
holy shit, dude.
Yeah,
jack your shit up.
Was the fast cheap shipping worth it? That's the thing.
Nope.
Oh,
no, but I was too lazy to send it back because I wanted it and I didn't want that shitty like silver gray reissue cover.
Oh yeah.
That's the only place that I could see this one for a decent price at that time.
Cool. That it?
There's
sorry.
The inner
that's a close up. That's a close up of Hellraiser, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say that was Pinhead's cheek.
Pinhead's cheek.
Yeah, there you go.
Somebody was playing the ring toss on him.
Oh wow, check that out.
Yeah, this was, I got to dig more into this. I was just skimming over it before we got into it.
It's a nice package. It's just shame they beat the shit out of it.
Yeah,
that's what she said.
So kids, don't buy records from Amazon. Yeah. Aside from the moral dilemma of Amazon.
What you got on this one, Rick?
Came out in 1996. Well, in 1996, I was deep into death metal, but also new metal at the time.
Yep, same here.
Yeah, hey, I was at that age.
Yeah,
you know any better, man.
I lucked out. I skipped that for the most part.
It was a weird time, I put on some Obituary and some Cold Chamber. That was on my rotation.
Oh Jesus God! Oh,
I don't know. Anyway, so this album. So one of the things that kind of we've noticed and been picking up on was Jonas's drumming, right? And on this, but I think this is the one where I least mind it. As far as the performance, I think everything else they've been hitting on pretty much all cylinders. And the reason I like this album is because before then everything was more doomy, right? But this is a nice blend of that doomy but gloomy at the same time. And you guys were talking about bringing in those kind of those gothic elements, a bit of the I guess a bit of the gaze vibe. You start to hear those elements much more strongly here. And Alcafel, what can I say? Like between and Jonas knew, like, that it's like it kind of broke the emergency glass and be like, we need help here, and kind of came in the picture, and all those guys have their bromance, between Swano and all those guys, and so it just seemed like the logical choice, to bring them on board, and boy did it work. If you guys know Brave Murder Day, the first 3 tracks, Day is probably the quietest track on here, and I gotta say though, after re-listening to this, and the one that hooks me in the most is the melody with Rain Room.
Yeah,
that track, man, it's just the most addictive one for me. It's not, it doesn't overstay its welcome. This is like a 40-minute album, 40 something like that, and it's just the right length too. I think that's one of the really strong points about this too. It's besides the strength of the tracks, it's also the lengths are just right, and they don't have like a 13-minute sort of Magnus Opus kind of thing going on. Everything is just kind of where it needs to be, And this is one this is one of the first harsh vocal Catatonia albums I listened to. After Discouraged Ones and those other albums, I went back and I went on this one first before Funerals and everything else. And I wasn't sold on it right away. It did take me a while to kind of let it grow on me. But even though I was already listening to Opeth at the time, so I was already familiar with Michael's vocals. But here it's different. It's different. It's a little more. How do I put it? Comparing it to Opeth, here it's harsher in a different kind of way. I can't quite put my finger on it, but yeah, this is I'm gonna give it a higher rating than Jake. I mean, this is definitely more in the 9-ish territory for me. So, yeah, that's my take.
Nice.
Covers much better on this one.
Very, very good. Nick.
I love this one, and actually, this was the first Catatonia one I heard with harsh vocals, because I got into them again at like a different point. But going back and getting this, when I initially heard it, I was already into Opeth, and I was like, man, that dude sounds fucking familiar. And yeah, then oh, okay, wow, that's awesome. But I like this song because I think, first off, the songwriting is way more smooth. They kind of embraced being a little bit more minimalistic. Like, not trying to do all these really lavish transitions. Like, there's still really cool transitions on here, but they're not like pushing to our, like, okay, we got to squeeze in like a Iron Maiden section and then like some gloomy synths and then
exactly
like, no, they're all kind of mid-tempo. And as someone brought up before too, but the drum performance, I don't have like a huge problem with the drum performance. It is basic, but he's in the pocket. They're driving the songs. And this is more of a mid-tempo one. Like, it kind of has like a good pace throughout. And I love the song Day. Actually, Day is one of my favorite tracks on here. It's just like a kind of like a gloomy fucking Cure song or Sisters of Mercy or something like that. Like, I don't know, I just kind of like it. Like, it sounds kind of like summery, but it still sounds depressing, like just being bummed out in the sunshine. I don't know, but Rain Room and End Time, possibly two of my favorite tracks in here too. Rain Room's amazing. That is an absolutely catchy song. And End Time gets like kind of brutal. Like, it's a little bit heavier in sections. And something about Ockerfeldt's vocals on there, just a little bit more, I don't know, just gravelly. But yeah, this whole album's awesome. I don't do the like 10 range, be like 5. So this is like 4.5 star range for me. Like, I think this is just an amazing album. It's just a great solid listen all the way through. Like, you just put it on and you play it all the way through, and you're amazed by it and probably depressed by it too. Great stuff.
Yeah. Jimmy.
My copy is kind of the shitty where they changed the color scheme, but this is just like a re-release recently. It also has the EP that followed this up as the bonus tracks on here. But I would go as far as to say this is like one of the most unique sounding Catatonia records, in the entire catalog.
It's one of the what?
Just the most unique sounding.
Yeah. Oh,
I don't feel like anything sounds like this record. I mean, like, because it is quite different from Dance of December Souls, and even though it still has a similar like vibe to it, it's just. And one of the guys in the comments was, talking about it in the liner notes here. They, Dan Swana really hated the direction that they were taking with the music, and they had kind of like broken up before this. I mean, they were just not active. Jonas wasn't really interested in pursuing the sound that they were, further pursuing what they were doing with Dance of December Souls, and so I think this was really a product of the fact that I don't think they would have really continued if. Blackheim wouldn't have gone with what Jonas wanted to do. I think he was really a big, motivating factor into how they were going to take the sound going forward. And even though they've never really done anything like this ever again, in a lot of ways, you could say that what they went, to do after this has some feelings, from this record. But I think, in terms of like just now, this version is the remastered version. So the remaster sounds excellent. It sounds like perfect. And Swano, he didn't actually produce. I mean, he produced at the beginning, but they say in the comments that they got into a brawl, like literally.
Shit. Really?
Which is goofy to me because what do they mean by that? I mean, they're Swedish, so did they really get in a fist fight? Or I highly doubt it, but maybe he was just being, overly just in the explanation of how, and it's so Swano kind of stepped down and sort of just engineered the record and let those guys
produce.
Yeah. And eventually it got remastered into this version. And this version sounds like it was produced today almost. It just, it's a perfect sound, especially with Jonas's drumming is, I would say, as a former drummer, I think he really fixed his drumming issues on this because he just sounds, even though he's kind of like you guys said, he's like really in the pocket for a lot of this. He just sounds a lot more mature as a drummer. And getting Ackerfeld, to do the vocals was a great choice. Obviously short-lived, but he sounds ferocious on this thing. And, I agree. I mean, Day is like one of my favorite things on this record, even though I can kind of agree with Jake says it does feel a little out of place, but at the same time, like it foreshadows what's to come. And it shows that we get to hear what Jonas is going to, because he basically just tried it out and actually ended up sounding very good, doing clean vocals. And I mean, it's just one of those records that it's a time capsule, I really think. And, I would rate it very highly in the discography because we're never going to hear anything like this again. And I'm a little bummed about that because I wish they would have maybe taken the sound a little bit further in terms of with the death vocals and things. But, we can kind of get to that because as I was saying, for the first record that they did a lot of things out of necessity. And, we should be happy with the fact that they, decided to just agree with each other on let's, take the sound wherever it's going to go. And I think that they did that in terms of how, basically what they can all offer in terms of the instrumentation, in terms of what Jonas is, because Jonas is really a huge part of this band, of course. And there's no Catatonia without Jonas. And so it's a really interesting listen. And I don't feel like I've heard a record that sounds like this, and I think that speaks to the uniqueness of what they accomplished here. And I think they really, really captured what they were going for here because everybody was kind of against what the new sound was going to be like. And they were already pretty established in terms of what their sound was at the time. 1996, man, that was the year I graduated high school. And of course I didn't know about the record at the time. Very weird time. And I'm with Rick. I mean, I was listening to Deftones and Korn and,
Woo!
sad that there was no more Suffocation or Cynic, so.
All right. Well, yeah, Andre mentioned too, I was going to wait until you got done, Jimmy, but they did kind of continue and only it became Bloodbath. Hey, Nick, you're getting weird.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Why don't you bounce out and come back in? Without this kind of union, maybe Bloodbath doesn't happen. Now, Bloodbath doesn't sound anything like this album, clearly. And actually, I don't know if it was Rick or Nick said it, but really, there's no real death doom albums that sound like this. There just isn't another that I can think of, anyways. And I think Jake said it well that the influence of Slowdive and Ride and some of these English shoegaze bands, maybe My Bloody Valentine, that kind of stuff was affecting them indirectly, that more so than they even knew. So as a guitar player, you listen to this album, and there's not a lot of complex guitar playing on this album at all. In fact, it's kind of the opposite. Not that it was simple, but it was just not complex at all. But you had a lot of, for example, in Murder, for Brave, you had that, you have that, it's basically just a descending run with these really cool chordal ideas that are simple, essentially, but they sound with the combination of whatever they were using effects-wise. They were not somebody mentioned HM2. That's not HM2 on this. If it is, they've dialed it way back on the distortion side then, if it's an HM2. I had an HM2 way back when. I never heard it sound like this. But I always cranked it full.
I never thought of them as an HM2 kind of band.
No, they didn't. No. But so there's a massive amount of the shoegaze effect on this album, and really, quite frankly, on Catatonia as a whole. Going forward, there's a shoegaze goth vibe to pretty much all their albums, till you maybe get up to like Viva, perhaps. Maybe it's still a little bit there, but it's not as pronounced as it is these next three albums.
They weren't going for heavy. You can hear more of the reverb.
Yeah,
actually,
definitely going for heavier guitars on Viva. So yeah, Murder. Hard not to notice the helter skelter chords. That's what I call them. That's that. If I had my guitar here, I'd embarrass myself. You right out of the gate, you hear that, but it then it goes into Catatonia territory by droning and this mournful killer tone that they came up with on this album. That frankly, they kind of use a little bit on Discouraged Ones coming up, and certainly on Sounds of Decay. And a little bit, I would say, on Last Fair Deal. Then it changes. But this tone that they established guitar-wise on Brave Murder Day is very unique, and why that album sounds very unique. The transition to the vocal section just has that gnarly, lonely, forlorn lostness. And, man, I don't know if you guys saw the little short that I did pimping the stream tonight. Where I like to pretend I'm actually the vocalist, and I'm really not. No way could I ever do that. But
you weren't the vocalist in that?
I was not the vocalist. I know you're shocked. I fooled you, didn't I? I fooled you. I knew it. But, man, that part where Mike does the first verse, and then he comes in with that, and he just, it is so fucking boner-inducing. Oh, it's so good. He just goes off, and, and actually, like, I actually pulled up. I was going to try and do it, but I can't do it. I just cannot maintain.
That's why you don't need the pills, man. Just play that track in the bedroom, man. That'll get it going.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, okay. We won't get into that, Rick. But yeah, man. I mean, that song "Murder" is just so fucking good. Day, very gothy, ethereal, mellow track. Jonas's first. I'm sorry, "Murder." Hard not to. Oh, that's the one I was talking about. Damn it. I'm sorry. Got to back up. Brave, one of my all-time favorite Catatonia songs. Mike A's vocals, some of his most savage and beautiful at the same time. Killer plotting, almost repetitive in a weird hypnotic way. That insane scream after the little tapping section. And then he just slams in and it fucking shreds your face. So good. There was a reason I used that for the short that I did, because it's like for me, it's the Catatonia moment. And it's not going to shock anybody probably that this is my favorite Catatonia album. It's tough between this and my first one, but I just love this album because it's so different, sounds so different, so unique. I think, quite frankly, I'm a big Opeth fan, unlike some other people. Well, I know Jimmy is. And Rick, you're a pretty big, I think Jake, you're the only non-Opeth fan here, but
yeah, just to address that real quick, Logan was recommending this to me earlier.
Right.
I have it. It just doesn't. There's nothing I hate about it. It just doesn't click for me.
Good Lord. I invite this guy to the stream, and this is what he does to me. Anyway. Yeah, I would go so far as to say this performance by Mike Ackerfeld on this album might very well be one of his greatest vocal performances of his entire career. There's other great moments in Still Life and tons of great performances and on Bloodbath albums, but there's something super unique about his vocals on this music. It's just enchanting. So back to Murder, Helter Skelter, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, Day, very gothy, ethereal, mellow track. I get what you're saying, Jake, but I kind of think it helps break up the intensity of these other more intense vocal tracks by Mike. Very dreamy, dreary, and downbeat. Rain Room, kind of a major sleeper for me, man. I love the way Mike sings this song. It's so gut-wrenching and intense. Droning and lonely sounding, those guitars are so damn cool. 12, much more complex guitar song. Lots going on, still plotting beats, but a very 80s gothy vibe as well. The first song that breaks out of the linear box that the first four tracks are in, and the first two have that 80s gothy synth band vibe to it, more in line with Scarlet Heaven in a way. This was a reworking of Black Erotica. End of Time. This closing track, super fucking underrated. So good. It's just haunting, intensely dark and brooding. The guitar lines are lifted from Murder and Day, but the way that they're melded, Mike's vocals just has this caustic mix between his screams and his amazing cleans. Might be my favorite, my second favorite track on the album. Fucking love it. Just so good.
Yeah, it's a really good bookend how they, kind of like brought back some of those melodic lines from the first track. It kind of just makes it a good, bringing back those themes into the last song.
Yeah, there's some a little bit of a coda type thing on that song, but it's so cool the way they put it together. And again, there's the guitar lines here as a guitar player, not very complicated, but the way that the tone, the way that they're put together, the way that Jonas is drumming, like we said, it's not complex. It's just driving. It's like a train rolling down the track at you. And 9.75 on this one. I fucking love this album. It's so good. It's my favorite one. My favorite one for sure.
I don't know about that, but it's up there.
Yeah. Let's see. So, the one thing I wanted to mention about this was the second album I picked up. First was Last Fair Deal, and I grabbed this one literally like a few days later. And that's why I think those two have stuck with me. Nick, you brought it up where we came in. And I like a lot of albums around that era. Ones I've warmed up a little bit to, like, December after listening to it after a long time. But this album and Last Fair Deal, they're 1 and 2. I'm not even going to make any bones about it. And frankly, I could switch them in and out pretty easily. But yeah, it grabbed me when I got it in 2001, 2002. I got it because of the Mike A connection and my intense fall down the rabbit hole of Opeth after I discovered, Blackwater Park. And like I said, I feel pretty strongly it's still my favorite Catatonia to this day. I haven't listened to it in a while, and man, when I did yesterday, I was like, it took me back to where I was when I first heard this album, and I was like, this fucking rules, man. Even with the basic drumming, I still love it, which I think was kind of necessary for these songs. I think that you mentioned it, Nick. It didn't have to be complex. It wouldn't sound right with complex drums on it.
No,
you're hearing that, and if you're hearing some, all kind of jazzy shit in there, or maybe like fucking axe playing over it or something, it would just be too messy, Yeah. All right, so Sounds of Decay, which Jimmy, you said was on your
real quick.
Yeah.
I think I've come around on Day Fitting, but not for the reasons you guys say. I think Brave Murder Day just has a better ring to it than Brave Murder Rain Room.
There you go.
I don't know. That could be cool too.
But yeah, like you were saying, the vocals probably the best acapella performance I've heard, and that's kind of one of the things that when I've tried to listen to Opeth, that it just makes me feel like I want to listen to Brave Murder Day.
That's a fair point. And I don't know about you guys, but I first saw Opeth in 2003. I think, Nick, you were around that time too, weren't you?
No, I didn't get to see them until actually it was the first time I saw Catatonia.
2003.
So it was 2009, 2010. Opeth was on Heritage and Catatonia was on Night is the New Day.
Rick, was it you that saw him in 2003, or am I dreaming one of you guys saw him that early?
Catatonia? No, the first time I saw him was
Opeth.
last November.
Opeth.
Oh, I was 09, something like that.
09. How about you, Jimmy?
Yeah, I saw him in 2003. The first one I saw was Blackwater Park.
Deliverance Tour?
Yeah, in fact, that was probably the best time I ever saw him.
Paradise Lost open for him, or no?
No, I think it was Lacuna Coil.
Lacuna was on one of the things. I saw him with Paradise Lost and Tapping the Vein, which was a local band down there. And Gregor from Paradise Lost, the main dude, Macintosh, he ended up hooking up with the singer and marrying her. I think it's still his wife, actually, funny enough. That I got to tell you, man, I've seen a lot of death metal bands. And this is going to sound fucked up maybe, and you guys will disagree, but I don't think anybody touched Mike at his peak on the death vocals, man. He was fucking savage live, just savage. He's not anymore, and he admits that, and that may be why, they're not writing that stuff anymore, so he doesn't have to tax his voice any longer. Whatever, it's cool. I like the new stuff. But, man, seeing him in 03, 04, 05, and 6, I saw him, I don't know, I've seen Opeth 15, 16 times, and those early shows, how about it, Jimmy? Just his vocals were just untouchable, man. They were fucking
There was no equal except maybe.
So you're
Rick
talking
Warren.
what? That's 03, and this was recorded in 96, right? Yeah, 96. Yeah. So we're talking 7 years later. He was still in his prime, man. He was still savage as fuck. So, Sound of Decay, you've got that one, Jake, or no?
Yep.
You want to get into that one quick?
Yeah. So again, this is a version that has a little quick interview. I was glancing over. Fun story on this one. They actually re-recorded it right before
That's true. Yep.
it was about to go out. Like, it was right up to the release date, and they went into what was avant-garde music at that time and said, "Hey, please don't release it. We want another chance to record it," because the night of their first recording, the night before, they all got shit-faced drunk.
Yeah.
And it was a real clusterfuck of a recording. They initially were happy with it, and then as time went by, they admitted they were pretty embarrassed with what they had. So yeah,
Well, the other part of that story is too, if you didn't mention, was Norman. They forgot to bring him along. It was just
well, no, he was there for the original.
Yeah, but then the second
But
one
for
they
the
re-recorded
second one, he
it.
wasn't able to make it, and then they originally credited him with all of the writing and stuff to make up for it.
Okay.
From not being there. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is they rushed back in the studio and re-recorded it but it didn't have Frederick. There's the guys. Interestingly, two of them are wearing their own band's shirts. That's a killer shirt right there.
What is it? I can't see it.
It's the Katatonia shirt with
right. Okay.
Okay. And then Sisters of Mercy shirt.
Yes.
But yes, this is a cool EP. Not much different than the Brave Murder Day. They admitted that they, struck like what they considered to be like perfection with that stuff, and they wanted to continue with that sound a little longer, and so that's how we got Sounds of Decay. Untrue, I believe, is like the outro. That is
came from the first session.
Yep, that comes from the first session.
Yep.
And the other three tracks, rock solid tracks.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah.
Cool. Rick, any thoughts on this one?
Yeah. I got the Peaceville 30-year vibes.
Look at you.
Edition. You thought I'd keep the sticker on there. So it's I don't spin this one all that much, to tell you the truth. It's a nice quick listen. This right here is it's kind of like take Brave Murder Day, take away the swanness, tone down the reverb, make it less pretty, and like this cover suggests, it's their ugliest album. Very ugly sounding. I just think it's very intentional, but it still has some of the monotonous riffing that you hear in some of that they introduced with Brave Murder Day, and some of the melodic stuff. So it's like a bit of a transition album. But I'm convinced that it's because of this EP where they kind of kept that sort of they wet their palate to keep this going. Hence stuff like Bloodpath, came into play. I think more than Brave Murder Day did. I think this EP had more to do with it. So if you guys didn't know, that's a screenshot of the movie, which is the movie's pretty weird.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
Yeah, like
weird,
the death of God or something like
really
that.
Weird, yeah. What you see there, he's literally dying. I think here, right? I think is what's happening. Sounds of Decay. Yeah, totally fitting. But this is a weird one in their catalog. It's avant-garde. There was still an avant-garde at the time.
Yep.
When they put this out. So obviously, Peaceful just took everything over eventually. But it's again, like I said, I don't visit this one too often. Not that I hate it or anything. It's just It's actually I like the result as far as what they did with Bring Mirror Day, and this is more like an alternate take of kind of what would have been, you know, if they just
kept going,
and it was less gloomy, you know, and but still kept some of the, like I said, melodicism and stuff with it. But I mean, I don't find anything wrong with it. It's just, I don't know. It's just I don't return to it as often. It's not one that you know, I feel enticed to spin that. Maybe because it's also on a 10-inch. I don't like to spin 10-inch records all that often. So I'm guessing you guys have the CD. Was this on CD?
Yeah, I have it on that comp that we've showed a number of times now. So
Okay.
I didn't have it by itself. It was on CD, yeah.
All right.
Later.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add. You could tell it's the same guy that worked on his Opeth albums. It just has that aesthetic.
Yeah, it does have that. Well, but that was Travis Smith though that did the Opeth stuff later. You're talking about like Deliverance?
I think it's
Deliverance and
the same guy.
I don't think that's are you talking about the Morning Rise guy?
Yeah, I think he's talking about Morning Rise.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You meant
Yeah.
that. I thought you meant Deliverance because it does have a Deliverance feel too, or not Deliverance, Damnation Deliverance. It has that feel. But that was Travis Smith.
Yeah, it's just that gritty texture.
Yeah.
Thing. But
Cool.
yeah, like I said, I like it, but I don't love it. You know, like so I don't spin it very often,
Oops,
very frequently actually.
We swapped these guys around here. But wait a minute, what's going on here? There we go.
Okay.
I'm switching you two around back to my original because I might get confused. There's so many people here.
I actually don't have this one, and I don't think I've ever listened to this one. I need to get that comp.
You should get that comp, Nick. It's worth having.
I don't think I've ever even seen that comp around, but I'm just gonna.
You can find it on eBay pretty quick. The good thing about that comp is it's 2 CDs, and you can throw it in. You got all those tracks, boom, 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 plus some other interspersed tracks, and you've got a full listen as opposed to throwing a 18-minute CD in.
Okay.
Where you got to, you know what I mean? It's a
40... if I find the original CD just hunting around, I'm definitely going to pick it up. I mean, I saw it was Thomas Skogsberg that did the production, so I expect it to be pretty gritty.
Yeah, that's right. It is Skogsberg from Sunlight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, Rick? One quick thing here. Philippe said, I'm not real certain that that's correct. I'm not. The vocals on all of them? No, I don't think that's correct. He did the vocals, but
Michael was with them in their drunken escapade.
Yeah, he liked the actual vocal of his first take where he was drunk. He said they were more brutal sounding, I guess, because he was fucked up and smoking more and all that kind of stuff. There wasn't another guy that did the vocals. It was Michael, but he just preferred the earlier performances. Renske and Anders didn't like the musical performances. So, Jimmy, you have this one. Do you want to talk about it quick or?
Yeah, my version of Brave Murder Day has these 3 tracks on the end of it, the bonus tracks, the remaster here. Yeah, not too much to say about it. I mean, it's just, I can see why these weren't included on the record, and the liner notes don't really talk about these 3 tracks too much, even though it says it was released, a few months later or whatever. So. I don't know. Maybe this was just kind of a sign that they were ready to kind of move on with the sound and do something different. But they sound kind of just like B-side tracks for Brave Border Day, and nothing really mind blowing about them. I just think the songs on Brave Murder Day are a lot stronger, and maybe they just had these left over, and it was just something to release. What they had just with an EP. So yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, I'm kind of forced to listen to them after, getting through the record. And I feel like after I get past End Time, I feel like it's kind of weird. And I wouldn't recommend this version to anyone that doesn't know the album very well, because even though the songs sound like they're in the same realm, they're not quite as strong. So, but still good stuff.
You know what's weird? I completely disagree. I think this fucking EP rules, man. I love every track on it. Weirdly. It does have a slightly different sound, but it still sounds like it came from those sessions. Nowhere, really killer track. Forgot how badass that song was. Mike sounds savage as fuck. The riffs in the odd sections make more sense than on earlier material. The song At Last has a definite Brave Murder Day sound, like it's an outtake, but Mike's growls are just killer, and the guitar chords used before the breakdown are nasty. Love it. Inside the Fall, very atmospheric Brave Murder Day sounding track, very cool, long and kind of proggy near the end. That fade out there, that dark and forlorn sounding guitars. I really love this EP. It might be my favorite EP of theirs. Untrue, cool ambient guitar thing with one heavy blown out quick solo, I guess it is, with Mike in the middle of the song. Very cool, although it's too short. I love this EP. It's like I said, it's on the comp that, what's it called again, Jake? Brave Yesterday.
Brave Yesterdays.
Brave Yesterdays, yeah.
Which Nick, I was going to mention real quick. You can grab that on Discogs for like $15.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
It's not crazy expensive out there.
Yeah, I give that EP a 9.5 out of 10. I like it that much. So that's just me. That's my ears. I'm listening to guitars a lot. There's a lot of cool guitar stuff on there. So, all right. So the next thing we got, which we kind of talked about, I don't
real quick. Got a couple things to mention before we move on with this era of the band. For those that are really into the band, this is worth picking up. This is December Songs, which is a tribute to Catatonia, put out through Northern Silence, which Rick mentioned they got their name from the song Northern Silence.
Cool logo.
Yeah. It's got some pretty. It's definitely more if you're into like black metal. There's definitely a black metal tinge to a lot of this.
I like the Necro Lord looking kind of artwork too.
Yeah. Might actually be him that did the art. But yeah, there's the tracks by Foscor, does Gateways of Bereavement, really good. Without God by Forest Stream, Shades of Emerald Fields by Averon. Zasther does Palace of Frost, which was okay. Dark Fortress In Time was really good. Hellevorn does 12, really good. Loss, you guys know Loss, they do Brave on here.
Cool.
I know Loss. I have an album there.
Forgotten Tomb does Nowhere. And then there's another album that I wanted to mention real quick. I don't have the physical yet, but they're not going to show up on there. But it's from a band called Droughter, which are from Michigan. I saw them because of Marty. Marty actually did guest guitar solos on this, and it's called Brave Droughter Day. I'll put it in the chat. And they do 2 Catatonia covers. They cover Brave and Day. I like their cover of Day a lot because they take it more in the metal direction. Cool. And then they do a third track, which is an original that's inspired by Catatonia. So cool. Those are both pretty cool things worth checking out if you're really into Catatonia.
All right, so just to keep moving so we can kind of try to get this done in hopefully 5 hours. Saw You Drown EP, issued as a 1,500 hand-numbered copies in January of 98, then reissued in 1,000 clear blue wax copies, 2005. The band had changed the logo and all clean vocals now. I forget who put that out, though, damn it. I didn't put it down. God damn it. I'll have to look that up. Someone can look up the Saw You Drown EP and note the label that put that. The reason
Avant-garde music.
It was still avant-garde. Okay.
Yep.
The reason I bring this up is this was the transition before Discouraged Ones. The tracks on here are Saw You Drown, which is off the Discouraged Ones album. Nerve, which is also off that album, and then Quiet World and Scarlet Heaven. We already talked about Scarlet Heaven, which actually initially was, when it came out, it was recorded between Dance and Brave Murder Day and issued on a 10-inch split with the band Primordial on the other side in 1996 on Misanthropy Records. Very proggy, very cool. We already talked about what it sounds like. None of us own that. I think that one you could probably get on Discogs, but you're probably going to pay a pretty good penny for it, I would think, right?
Yeah.
Quiet World, okay. So I listened to these tracks real quick. Saw You Drown, I'm 99% sure is the direct song from the album. So is Nerve, which we'll talk about when we get to those albums. Quiet World's the only one that was on there. And again, this is on, if I didn't say it, and I think I've already said it 18,000 times, it's on Brave Yesterdays, which is that EP stuff. So, yeah. So there you go. That's Saw You Drown EP from 1998 and 2005. And then it's on all that Brave Yesterday comp in full. Quiet World, very mellow, chilled vibe, very down-tempo Catatonia track. Do we want to? I think we can just move on, right? Yeah. Okay. Discouraged Ones comes out 4/27/98 on Avant Garde. Catatonia produces. It's at Sunlight Studios. So Skogsberg, Daniel Skogsberg does the mixing, I guess, engineering rather, I should say, and mixing. And Jake? We'll just keep in the same vibe that we're doing. And you want to show that one?
Yep, I just have this one on CD. So
Standard one.
Yeah, this is I think it's an original press on Avant Garde, though.
That's the one I have too. Yeah,
I actually got this one from Brian as VCLT.
Oh, nice.
I didn't have it before, but yeah, it's an interesting album. It's definitely not my favorite Catatonia, but it's definitely very transitional. I think they're still trying to find their where they want to go. I think it's probably my least favorite vocal performance from Jonas. But as far as like standout tracks on here, Dead House is really good. Gone is a pretty cool track. It's like lyrically very, very like crushing. Saw You Drown is strong. I think the instrumental track on here is very unique and interesting. Yeah, that's kind of the tracks that stood out for me on this one.
Okay. Jake low-key shitting all over that album.
Low key pooping.
I mean, Catatonia doesn't have a bad album. I'll say that.
I got you. All right, Rick, what you got on Discouraged One?
Well, the album title is right. It's depressing as shit. Like,
oh yeah.
That song, Last Resort. Like, so I got stories with this album. I had a happenstance just today. If you guys want to hear it, I don't know if I should tell you, but I remember one time in the computer lab, I stepped out. And, it was back in the day when we still had those big beige PC towers, and I had my headphone thing plugged in. I went out, take a leak, and I came back, and to my horror, like I could hear Catatonia playing, and that song Last Resort's on, and the people in the computer lab can hear it, and I didn't realize someone stepped over the what do you call it, the headphone plug, and yanked it out, and that's why it was blaring out, and they're just looking at me like I'm I am a sad boy. So
yeah, right.
So it's just like it was further reinforced when that came on. So
you emo bitch,
it's definitely the most monotonous sounding. It's like Jonas's vocals is very kind of just one note, one tone, like kind of all throughout. It's very mopey and just there. But again, I resonate with that though. Same thing with the riffing. The guitar's a little more back in the mix, very repetitive, with a lot of the riffing, the playing. I guess with the way, I don't know what's the best way to describe it. And the mix is quite cold, despite how warm it looks on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
I Break is a really good opener. Jake said, Dead House.
Sure.
It's also great. And Nerve Saw You Drown was another one. This is the one, if you can see, Scarlet Heavens. It's
right.
The last track there. So here's the crazy thing. So you see the angels there and stuff. So earlier today, so I had a kind of a very weird occurrence. So I went and got my car inspection done, and then a little further down the road, like maybe 10 minutes, it's the cemetery. If you guys know my story, that's where my girlfriend's buried. And I went to go visit her. And as I was pulling up to the entrance, so I'm getting ready for this stream, right? So I'm listening to Catatonia, and it didn't occur to me like maybe I should not be listening to Catatonia based on where I'm going, right? So it's just this album just happens to be next in the rotation, and Discouraged Ones is on, and the song Dead House is playing as I'm getting to the entrance, and all of a sudden I get all this static, right? Just static, and then I'm like, oh shit. So there's probably not a very good signal here. So let me just, turn everything off. As I should anyway. So I turned off my Bluetooth, turned off the radio and all that stuff. I could still hear that static. Like, where the fuck is it coming from? I'm looking all over. I can't figure it out. I'm still driving up. I'm heading up the road, and I need to go to the very end of the graveyard, all the way up the hill. So I put it on mute. There should be no sound coming out of this thing. I'm still hearing static. So now I'm kind of freaking out, right? So I finally get there because I'm driving up. I'm a little shaken. For some reason, I just mumble under my breath. I say, "I'm here," and everything just stops. All the static just goes away like that. Wow. Yeah, and
freaking me out, dude.
And this was just this morning, man. I wasn't there very long. I hung out maybe 5 minutes, man. Like I had to go. I was just getting some very weird vibes. It was kind of wet and muddy there and everything. It's just the whole thing was just really weird. So I left. And after that, I have not played any Catatonia for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So it's just I've never had anything like that happen, man.
That's bizarre.
I can't explain it. So
that's a great story, Rick. Thanks for sharing.
That's
well, now that we're all bummed the fuck out.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm gonna be playing the most bubblegum pop shit next time I go over there, man.
Too,
yeah, right. Need to play some Michael Jackson or something.
Okay, this is all right. I mean, pretty much Jake almost nailed everything I was gonna say. This is very much a transitional album. Some carryover from Brave Murder Day, like they still have the sort of droning riffs. But now with the clean vocals, it definitely has a more like mid-tempo, shoegazy sort of feel to it. A little bit of the goth rock love comes out. Sisters of Mercy, Cure. Jones's vocals. This is kind of entering a period where like he's kind of searching for a sound that's going to match up with this kind of like morphing music that they're going through.
Yep.
And well, I mean, sometimes they're really good. Like I do really like Gone. Gone is exceptionally good. I think it feels incomplete. Like it has this big buildup and then it kind of just ends. I at that point I kind of wanted more because I felt like the song was really going someplace. But I mean,
I feel like that kind of matches the motive of the song.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I just maybe like too soon. I don't know. Maybe like a cool long fade out. I don't know. But Nerve, Distrust, I really like. Dead House, I think, is exceptional. I like the clean guitars in that a lot. But there's some, like vocal harmonies that just don't work. And I know Ackerfeld did some like vocal production and did like some backup vocals. And like I said, he's kind of still trying to find his range, like his sound with these cleans now. And I don't know, like there's some kind of sour notes on here. And unfortunately, it's something that I kind of ended up focusing on a bit. It's got some decent riffs. Like it's not as like droning as Brave Murder Day, but it doesn't also have the power of like Ackerfeld's killer vocal performance on it. Very much transitional, not terrible, but I don't know. Like there's still some kinks to work out. I'd say that.
Yep.
I forgot to mention this album is the last album with Jonas playing the drums on it, and also it's the only album with Mick Orefelt on bass. Ackerfeld does some backing vocals, and Fred Espy of Dismember does engineering on this at Sunlight, obviously, because Sunlight connection there. Jimmy.
Yeah, this was a pretty bold move for the band. Of course, my version, this is another re-release, and they've got some pretty cool liner notes, and where they talk about that they thought Jonas sounded pretty good on Day. So why don't we try that? Why don't we see what we've got there? So definitely this is a very not only transitional but experimental in terms of like just trying to feel out like can we actually go this direction. And as a result, for me, this is very high on my list. One of my favorite Catatonia records because I just love. And I would also say that it's like as dark and depressive as like the first two records are. Like to me, this is the most depressing, miserable
By far.
sounding music I've ever heard, and the closest that they ever came to, actually being catatonic sounding. But in a lot of ways, like Jonas, like his vocals. I mean, and it's going to take him a while before we feel. I always call him the reluctant vocalist, and he never really wanted to be a vocalist. He wanted to be the drummer or the background guy. He never wanted to be a front man, and I always found that kind of. I just always found that interesting about him because even when you see him live, it's like he's always very kind of, he's not the type of guy that's just going to win over the crowd by his, commentary or whatever it is. But I don't know. There's something about this one. It takes a considerable investment. At least it did for me. In terms of when I first heard it, I didn't really like it at all. Like, Gavin's talking about if he'd heard this first out of any other record, he'd never ever check the band out again. But I would say give it another chance. I don't know. It's there's just something about it. I just love the overall misery of this album. It's so like, and it's that's what the vibe is really really there. And it's just very very honest sounding. It's got a lot of great tracks. He's really sounded like Robert Smith a lot here.
It really does a lot of the time, yes.
But like I could just call out, some I Break, Stalemate, Dead Horse, Relention, Gone, Nerve. Saw You Drown's like one of the most depressing songs I've ever heard. And it's just I think that's why I love it so much because it's just wrenched in emotion, and just even though like they're gonna go on and do way better sounding stuff in terms of not only Jonas as a vocalist, but I gotta say, like right off the bat, I think he sounds pretty damn good here. And
so do I.
They took a real chance in trying to see what this was going to be. And I also feel like this is another record that was never really repeated. Even though there are some hints of Brave Murder Day, like it still to me sounds very unique, especially in terms of where they're going to go from here. It gets quite different. I don't know. I don't know why. It just, for me, this is one of my favorite Catatonia records. And I think it's just because it's just the feeling of it, it just, pushes those buttons, if you will. And
I'm with you, Jimmy. I think the reason people don't like it is the same reason we like it. It's it's the gloominess and despair, and which I think the monotonous may bore some people, actually.
If anything, I think Catatonia has almost cornered the market on sad. Like,
yeah,
for sure.
There's like one of those moments. There's one of those.
And that's what they're, that's kind of their staple as being as the sad boys, But I really think, you can't get any more just gut wrenchingly miserable than this record,
Yeah.
And I don't know, that to me it just resonates really highly,
Well, I'm not going to disappoint you here because this is a much better album than I remembered it being when I threw it on. In fact, it's probably the only album that I re-listened to twice. The other ones I either knew really, really well or I got down to the end today and had to finish up the last three. And I gave them very, very, very close listens, but they didn't get repeat listens. This one got a repeat listen because I kind of remembered this being one that I didn't really dig. And then I went back and I was like, fuck, what was I thinking? This album is killer. And I got to tell you, this is probably my fifth favorite Catatonia album. And out of 13, that's pretty good. It doesn't usurp the top four there because it is a little bit monotonous and it is a little bit samey. But you could kind of accuse Catatonia of being samey a lot of their career. I'll tie that up at the end. But yeah, man, there's so many killer tracks on here that just have, first of all, as Jimmy said, there's just this pervasive cloud of doom that kind of hangs over this album when you're listening to it. And you're just listening to it and you're like, yeah, I'm okay, man. I'm in a cocoon of gloom and I'm good with it. I'm totally fine with it. I Break, great opener, very much 80s goth and synth band, Depeche Mode, Joy Division influence. Like, you know, this was whatever that thing is that you read to me earlier there, Jake, that he didn't, when they reconvened, that he didn't want to go goth. I have a hard time believing that based on this album in particular. Maybe Anders was the one that was pushing this, but I don't think Rensky's going to sing anything he doesn't want to sing, right? You know, that he's not invested in. So I think he was there. Stalemate, love those gothy chords in the breakdown section where it's super gloomy, super doomy, and those wailing single notes make that track a standout. Deadhouse, Plotting, Doomy, Brave Murder Day riffs, dreamy and ethereal and simple, really simple, but so effective. Rensky's deadpan, almost monotone vocal really sells this one. Here's what my notes say. Really sells this one. Those dolphin.
It's whales.
Those dolphin spuds. Those dolphin spuds always weird me out. What the fuck? I fell asleep clearly when I was doing this one too. Those dolphin sounds. Oh, it's the dolphin sounds. That really squeaky weird.
Whale.
Yeah, the whales. Okay, whales. They weird me out. So dreary, forlorn, so good. Relention, that chorus vocal just grabs you and pulls you in. Slowly, otherwise very 80s sounding again. Cold Waves, first song I didn't connect with on the album, kind of weird vocal by Jonas, where he tries to be more of a vocalist and sounds a little odd, like the notes he's looking for aren't quite there. I think that was what you were talking about, Nick. Yeah. Gone, somber opening, very dark, haunting, very short, and not so sweet. Last track, the second track that doesn't work for me, much because the synths are off the guitar. The way it plays off the guitar solo is odd, and it's just not cool. Nerve, love those opening riffs. And those high white waves where he's doing that thing is super cool. Probably my second or third favorite next to Deadhouse. And my favorite song on the album by far, not even close. In the water, I saw you drown. That fucking chorus, I don't care. It's like, boom, it's here. I can't forget it. I fucking love this song, man. There's a reason I picked it for to be the track when I did the Instagram thing. I just love that song. It might be one of my favorite Catatonia.
I think it's like a delay added to the vocals to it. They just give me
the delay. It makes it where, I saw you drown. So cool, man. Instrumental, pretty cool Opathy proggy track. Nice Mellotron on that. Distrust, okay, kind of anticlimactic comparatively speaking. Much better album than I recalled it being. To be honest, it's not perfect, but there's some absolutely killer riffs and tracks on this one that are definitely standards of the era of Swedish doom and gloom goth. It's an 8.75 out of 10, easy, almost a 9. I really fucking love this album, and I didn't realize how much I loved it until I re-listened to it twice and was like, yeah, why have I not thrown this on in like way too many years? That's what's so cool, Jimmy. We talked about it, and I think Rick, Nick, all of us have talked about it. The cool things about doing these deep dives is it makes you go back and focus on those albums that you haven't pulled off the shelf in years. Let's be honest. When's the last time you pulled discouraged ones out, guys? When?
Last year.
Okay, that's better than
me. Every once in a while.
Yeah, for me, it's probably been 5 years, Nick. Anyways, maybe.
Yeah.
And I just forgot how much I fucking love the album. Same with Dance. I forgot how much I love. I was thinking going into it's gonna be a chore listening to a couple of these albums. It really wasn't. I loved. Yes, I don't want to listen to Catatonia after tonight for a while, but that's how these all go. I mean, Bluthaus Nord, I was so locked in. That was almost 6 months ago. I still don't want to listen to Bluthaus Nord. Anyway, much better album. Tonight's decision. Are we ready to roll on?
I wanted to add two things.
Yeah.
That Saw You Drown, like that eerie feeling. There's another song that I can think of that matched that feeling. And Swallow the Sun that lights in the lake. And I think Alea did the vocals on that. And that's
Oh man,
just as eerie, man. It kind of gets
yeah,
me.
that's
What record is it?
That's heavy for a whole lot of other reasons.
New
too.
Moon.
New Moon. Yeah.
think it's
Yeah, I
New
don't
Moon.
know that one. I don't know
I
that
don't know if I
album.
have
You
that
pick up
one.
that track, but I'm telling you, you're gonna get those same vibes. It's pretty eerie.
Mm.
Another thing too, I'm reading the comments, and some people are thinking about checking it out. Those who haven't checked out Discouraged Ones, if you're gonna check out Discouraged Ones, just real quick, just if you Google the word, just type in the word suicide, and just Google the word suicide, and Google, you'll get a very what you call it, interesting result, and just thought I'd note that. You'll see what I mean. It's gonna want to autocomplete Suicide Squad. That's not what you want. Just the word suicide, and you'll get a nice hotline number and everything. Just kind of
Have that ready.
yeah. Just have
Good
it
point,
ready.
Rick.
I'm just on standby before listening.
Something to note here that Mariano said. I had this at the end of my notes, but I'm going to bring it up now because I think it's probably a good segue into where we're going. The Peaceville band, he brings up the fact that a lot of the Peaceville Death Doom scene started to mutate their sound to not be so metal, and that's very true. You had this happen with Amorphous and Tuanella and that era stuff. You had it with Anathema with Alt 4 and what's the one before? Not Destiny. What's the third one called? Fuck.
There was
Silent
Yeah.
Enigma. What's the one after Silent Enigma? God damn
Alternative
it.
4 and oh shit.
Eternity.
It had that song Hope on it, and it had it's got the celestial thing on it. Fuck, I can't think of Destiny.
Hold on.
Was that it?
Is it
Eternity.
Eternity or Judgment?
Eternity. Yeah, Eternity. They became more gothy sounding too around that time. A little bit on Silent Enigma, but they moved away from the Serenades era and all that, and the Pentecost 3 and the real death doom. And then you had Paradise Lost making a big transition from the gothic to the draconian and the icon, and then even more so when they did like the self-titled album, and what was the real synthy one?
1 second and host.
1 second, yeah. So all these bands were kind of doing these transitions. Some of them went back. Paradise Lost kind of went back to the early stuff in a way. Not
Even My Dying Bride was doing more clean vocals.
My Dying
yeah,
Bride.
dude.
They did 3.4 whatever that thing, and
Oh,
they
the
got-
Butterfly on it too.
I don't hate that album like a lot of people do. I don't hate it. I don't love it, but what was the one before that? Was that the
Oh, I know that one. I have. I don't-
not Swans.
There was
Oh, hold on here.
there was The Angel in the Dark River.
Angel in the Dark Rivers. I think that's it, right?
No, that was still
No,
pretty heavy. That's
I
still
think the
pretty
one after that
death
one.
doomy.
No, when's the one when they got real doomy?
Like Gods of the Sun.
That's it, like Gods of the Sun, yeah. All these
Yeah,
bands were
okay.
doing it, and some of them went back, like My Dying Bride did, and some of them didn't. Catatonia didn't. They just kept forging their own path. And great. You must have been reading my mind, because that's at the very, very end of my synopsis of this band. Let's get on to tonight's decision. Are we good to go? Nobody has anything else to?
Real quick,
Yeah.
You said I really shit on this, and I realized I didn't share my score on it. It's a 7 out of 10 for me.
That's still a good score, dude.
That's still a good score
Yeah.
for an
Yeah,
album. So those of you guys that might have been dissuaded from listening by my
Don't.
comments on it, it's still a 7 out of 10, and yeah.
I mean, I
his
see.
vocals at their lowest are still solid vocals.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, because you're coming from more the black metal aesthetic and the death metal aesthetic from the earlier stuff. And
Yeah.
so, but you're going to transition into the newer stuff a lot better. But this one was a weird one, an outlier for you. For me, I thought it was an outlier too. And dude, I got to tell you, man, it kind of blew my mind when I listened to it. And maybe, Jake, that's because I come from the 80s era when bands like Sisters and Mission UK and the Chameleons and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know if you guys know the Chameleons. Fucking great. Oh my God. Very similar vocal style. So, yeah.
And
Go ahead and
that's
do.
probably the one I've listened to the least out of all of the albums.
Yeah, that's
So
cool. That's
probably
cool.
can still do more growing.
That's
on
why
them.
we do. But that's why we do these, man, to get a
Yep.
really good
So,
cross section of opinions. Why don't you hit tonight's decision now?
tonight's decision.
Yeah, it came out August 31st, 99. Peaceville now. They've moved on to Peaceville. Katatonia produces. Skogsberg does the engineering and mixing, and it's at Sunlight Studios.
Okay, yeah. This one was, I thought it was going to be right there next to Discouraged Ones for me. This is another one I got at the same time from Brian and VCLT. I hadn't spent a lot of time with them before that. On those original listens, I wasn't super hot into either of them, but revisiting this one hit me a lot harder than Discouraged Ones. I was expecting this one to be probably like my second least favorite, but it ends up coming in a little higher up in the list, especially the first half of this album. For My Demons, I Am Nothing, Had to Leave. Had to Leave is a crushing song.
That's a badass tune.
Yeah. Oh, those lyrics fucking hit. And then the second half of the album, there's tracks like No Good Can Come of This. It's all right. And Black Sessions, pretty good song as well. The second half for me wasn't nearly as strong as the first half, but still a really good album. And also, this was their, in my opinion, their logo from this era was their weakest logo.
I agree. Yep.
Kind of a weird one.
Rick, I think this one ranks pretty high for you because you have a connection to it.
Yeah, it's the first Catatonia album I went out and bought. As a cohesive album, and thought I made a good tonight's decision on it. It's
I like the artwork. The artwork's cool.
Yeah, this begins their infatuation, which the train track, which we'll see again later on, and their love of birds. They love bird imagery, and this is where we start to see more of that kind of stuff. So this is their intro with Peaceville, right? When they're officially a Peaceville band. And one thing you'll notice is the production's improved. The drumming's improved. You guys know why. So it's overall, I think it's as an album, it's a better album, performance-wise, production-wise, all around. I still like Discouraged Ones for more emotional reasons and stuff like that. But if I were to go from a technicality standpoint and just songwriting in of itself, I think this is the stronger album, in my opinion. Man, talk about an opener for My Demons. It's a hell of a way to start an album. I Am Nothing, that's their nihilism song, right? It's pretty much it gives me a kind of vibes like Last Resort. Maybe not as depressing. It's just more of a nihilistic direction. Had to Leave. Just some interesting choices of playing. They add a little more pinch harmonics and little interesting little things like that in there. Right Into the Bliss. That's a little more upbeat in the way it begins, and the more kind of monotonous playing, but they do more interesting things with it. And then more mellow tracks like A Darkness Coming. That's kind of a very is that acoustic? I don't know if it's. I think it is.
What's that? What song?
Our Darkness Coming.
Yeah.
It is, right?
Not, you might be thinking of a Punishment.
Yeah, it's also got it's very proggy. It's got the Mellotron on it.
Okay. Numbers by the Sea. You guys know that's a cover, which I didn't know for years.
Jeff Buckley's song.
Yeah, if you guys see my 20 questions video, I talk about that. Black Sessions. Then you have the 2 bonus tracks on this one, which I don't think I had when I had the original CD. I don't think those were on.
What is that? No Devotion and Fractured.
Yeah.
Right.
Just overall, much stronger album. I definitely return to this one quite often. I just love the photography, just the overall.
Well, Rick, did you mention who plays drums, or I didn't hear that? If you did,
I was hoping you guys would fill in that.
Okay, it's Swano.
Swano, right? Which was a really good choice. He is the better drummer, but then again, what can't that guy do, right?
Well, I was gonna say he kind of does it all, yeah. But it probably should be noted that on this album, Norman plays the bass and guitar, and Anders plays the synths. Rensky just does vocals now and some other guitars. And then this is the first time they use Travis Smith.
Yep.
And there's a lot of alternative music influence on this one. Radiohead, Jeff Buckley, who is a big favorite of Jonas's. And for those that don't know, I mean, is there anyone on this panel that doesn't know Jeff Buckley?
I think I know him.
I don't think I've ever checked out his stuff.
What?
Well, God,
I know the name.
you irritated the old man.
Let's just speak, lads. Saw You Drown is not on the same album.
Jesus fucking Christ, these kids today.
He was in Led Zeppelin, right?
Hallelujah.
He was in Led Zeppelin. Yeah, he was the lead singer in Led Zeppelin.
Oh, okay.
Jimmy,
All right. Totally
Jimmy,
know the guy.
please tell me you know Jeff Buckley.
Me?
Jimmy.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Very familiar.
I was getting worried there, man. You weren't answering. I'm like, fucking egg. Don't tell me.
I think I was on mute, so yeah.
All right. Yeah, well, that's a discussion for another time. But anyways. So so Nick, you're up.
Okay. This in a way is a lot of improvements, like musically over Discouraged Ones, just in terms of like, yeah, they got a better drummer. I think the songs are a little bit more put together, less drony, but for some odd reason, like this album still doesn't click with me as much.
Bam.
And honestly, I have owned this one. This was probably like maybe the third Catatonia album I ever bought. And I have probably gone back to it the least. Like every now and then I'll get like a wild hair up my ass. Like I'm going to go back and listen to it and see if I can find something more I appreciate about it. Like it's definitely different from Discouraged Ones. Instead of like the shoegazy thing, you get more of like a heavy alternative vibe. Like there's stuff on here that I think is more comparable to bands like Helmet or even the Deftones later.
Yeah, there's a grunge. Like, there's a definite grunge element. Yeah.
Song wise, like it's got some more variety. Like I really like the track "This Punishment," the more acoustic, dirgy song. I think it's a really well written song. And "Had to Leave" I think is really good too. No Good Can Come of This, but there's still
that. Had to Leave.
A lot of songs in here where vocally it just feels off. Like you're searching for that big hook and it's not quite landing all the time. So it kind of takes me out. So that is probably my main issue with this. It's not, again, a terrible album. There's some solid riffs on this for damn sure. Let's see. Yeah, I already said No Good Can Come of This. Yeah, Strained. Strained, I think, is a pretty solid track too. I like that Jonas is still exploring vocals. Like he's starting to do the more breathy sort of like, like kind of desperate vocals. Like they're not always like powerful and out your face because he's trying to like reach up in his higher range a bit and kind of he's kind of going all over the place. But he starts adding that breathiness and that sort of exhausted feel, kind of adds the whole vibe of the album. But yeah, this one I think it's good. It's just I don't know. It just doesn't land for me. Like, I come back to this one again periodically because I want to like it. I want to like it more.
Same here.
But this one's kind of like lower tier, but it's still not like a terrible album. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with this one. Still struggle with this one.
Yep, you and I both, man. I mean, I don't get it. I tried, and again, this was the one I was like, it's just a lot of it passed me by. And Jake and I were talking about a little bit. Rick and I had already talked about the fact that this one connected a lot with him early on. And just, how about you, Jimmy? Where do you come in on it?
Yeah, so the version
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
All right. yeah, we're not going to have too many of those. Well, there's a couple 10 out of 10s, but this is where the band gets a little weird for me. And I'll agree with Jake that I don't think Catatonia has a bad record. I think everything, this one kind of ranks pretty low for me, unfortunately. But I think it's interesting because like where I felt like Discouraged One was a pretty bold move and it was the new direction. This is like really a step away. I mean, very far away from that, in terms of like the direction of the music, like, whereas that one was more, like Nick said, more shoegazy, more, there was more of a feeling to that record, where this, I feel like they're kind of going into that sort of like trying to have the hook songs territory. And, like as a result, like, I mean, it's a better sounding record. I mean, the drumming is better, of course. It allows Jonas to really kind of focus on the vocals. But it's weird because, like, to me, he sounds even more reluctant on this one than he did on Discouraged Ones. And maybe it was because, like you were talking about, there was a lot of reverb on vocals on that, or maybe production ended up leaning towards his vocal sounding better on that one. But not to say that he doesn't sound good on this. I think he sounds great on it. It just I feel like this is where they're really kind of feeling out how they're gonna move forward. It feels like, I don't want to say like it's more of an experiment. Like I felt like Discouraged Ones was like really feeling out. This is just how it feels. Where this one, it kind of feels a little more forced in terms of like, we're going to kind of get a little bit more rock based and still good. Right. I mean, there's a lot of good songs. It just, every time I listen to it, maybe it just feels a little tad long, which I feel like going forward, a lot of records kind of do, where they could kind of cut a little bit of the fat. But I don't know. It's just like, I feel like I should remember a lot of these songs a lot more than I do after I get done with the record.
Yep.
I feel like every time I listen to it, like it's over and I'm like, I don't really remember a whole lot from it except for, like For My Demons, Had to Leave, No Good Could Come of This. I mean, there's some good songs on here for sure. It just, I don't know, it's just a little weird for me. And as a result, like I'm kind of similar with Nick that it's never really quite landed. And I feel like I've invested enough time because every time I listen to it, I feel like I'm not giving it enough time. I need to keep delving into it, and it just never really quite lands solid for me. So still a solid record, but I really truly feel like this is the ultimate. Like I feel like they really went through a lot of transition in this period in trying to figure out what they were going to do. So good record. It just didn't quite land for me as hard as I wanted it to, and they still have that sort of depressive feel, but I just miss just the utter, just nail me in the heart like the last one did,
Well, I think, again, this is 99. They're looking, the last album was just sort of, to Rick and Jake's points, it was kind of one note in a weird way. But it was a cool note that no other like metal bands were doing that, right? So it kind of, but here on this state, it looks like they're trying to search for a couple different avenues of throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks. And they're also probably trying to expand their writing abilities to figure things out a little better so that they're not just writing that same old song over and over and over. And so, again, I mentioned Buckley and Radiohead as, two artists they cited. I will say it gets off to a banger of a start. For My Demons is killer, man. Catchy chorus, sort of draws you in with the riffs. It's definitely a different sound than the last album. Of course, the production is way better, as you guys noted. You got a little bit more dynamics going on in the drumming, the rhythm section now. Again, it has a grungy vibe to it. And by that, I mean, it's not grunge like Soundgarden, but there's a vibe there. There's a sound to the guitars and a sound to the music itself that it's like, oh, are they trying to be Soundgarden on this? Or are they trying, that kind of thing. So, but, when he does that, you would never sleep at night if you knew. I mean, that's a great fucking line. It reels you in. It's so good, right?
It's an earworm, definitely.
Yeah, it's an earworm. Yeah, big time. And it's a creepy line. You would never sleep at night if you knew what I've been through. It's so cool. I'm Nothing. It's kind of a meh song for me. In Death, a song has a catchy chorus, semi-template for what's coming. Had to Leave. Oh, this song fucking rips. Darkest, gnarliest track on here. Very dynamic, doomy, alternative, and the entire song is awesome. I love that song. I love the first song. Punishment, lead acoustic track. Kind of just okay for me. It doesn't do a whole lot. Right Into Bliss, probably my second favorite track on there. Very cool. Brave Murder Day vibe to it. Saw You Drown vibes to it. Cool dynamics in that track. Love it. No Good Could Come of This. Mediocre track. Strained. Sorry, Nick. Doesn't do much for me.
Good riff.
Darkness Coming. This is a cool proggy sort of track. I like it. I wouldn't say it's a favorite, but there's something there, that I dig. Nightmares by the Sea, that's a Jeff Buckley cover. It's, it's well done. It's cool. Black Session, it's just an okay song. It's lots of cool ideas, but it's not very catchy. Then the bonus tracks, No Devotion, kind of a heavy ballad, that's kind of a decent track. Fractured, not a bad song, but it's just not that catchy. But it does have that cool ambient soundscapey thing towards the end that's kind of cool. This album might be my least favorite album. It's still a good album, but it's kind of a 50-50 album. I would say this is like a 6.5 out of 10 for me. There's just only 4 tracks that really grip me, and there's something about this album that doesn't. And I love alternative grunge and Soundgarden and Alice in Chains and all those 90s bands, but this just didn't do a whole lot for me. It's just kind of
They sound like a U.S. band.
What's
they
that?
They sound like a U.S. band rather than
Nailed
a European band.
Nailed it. Yeah.
Like bands I like, again, like Helmet, I would say is in there. Quicksand.
Quicksand, I hear. I don't really hear Helmet, but
I hear Helmet in the heavier sections. Like
Okay.
definitely not vocally, but like the
But
heavier
they still
riffs.
didn't lose me. If they went Everclear, then they would have lost me.
they could be doing a little drop D. I didn't listen close enough to go, oh, are they doing drop D? That could be possible. Anybody have any parting thoughts on tonight's decision? We pretty much done.
It was an 8 for me.
Okay.
I forgot that part, but yeah.
Let's move on. Let's hit Last Fair Deal. Jake, you want to show that? That came out April 8th, 2001 on Peaceville, Sunlight Studios again. This was actually co-produced with Jacques Peters, or Jaska Peters, I don't know, Jock Peterson looks like, and Skosberg, and Anders and Rensky. So here they added Fred Norman's brother, Matthias on bass, and Daniel Liljeskivis, I don't know, on drums. They released the Tear Gas EP in March 5th of 2001 that has Tear Gas, Sulfur, and March 4th on it. You don't have those tracks on there, right? Or do you?
This does have those.
Oh, it does. Has the whole Tear Gas on there?
It has
March
the
4th?
bonus tracks. The bonus tracks on here are Sulfur, March 4th, and Help Me Disappear.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right, so you got it, yep. So go ahead.
Yeah. You mentioned like on tonight's decision, you felt like they were, kind of throwing shit at the wall. This is where everything sticks.
Nailed it.
All the shit that they're throwing fucking nails it on this album. You were saying like you felt the grunginess on tonight's decision.
Yep,
I kind of
it's
felt
here.
like that carried throughout. Even like Discouraged ones had
Yep.
that feel, and it carries out through probably like 4 or 5 albums to me.
Agree.
There's that grungy feel. There's like it's like alternative rock, like even like mainstream rock. There's a lot of that feel from that era, but it's not done in like it's done well, like a lot of the mainstream bands weren't doing.
Right.
But yeah, on this, like, I don't know if there's a bad song on here. I don't care for Sweet Nurse too much, but like Dispossession, Chrome, We Must Bury You with that chorus.
Fuck.
The vocal harmonies on that's so killer. Tear Gas, that's an all-time
Rush
track. Tonight's Music, another all-time Catatonia track for me. That one's a heart wrencher. Yeah, pretty much every song on here fucking crushes. It's a 9 out of 10 for me. Killer
Nice.
album.
9 out of 10?
Yeah, 9 out of 10.
Well done, Jake. You did not disappoint me. I was scared. I had a moment there where I was like, God damn it. He's gonna. No, he's not gonna. All right. Rick, what you got on this one?
Too bad I don't have a shellac pressing of Robert Johnson's song, which actually is going for good money. But yeah,
Which one?
Which one?
Which one?
The single.
What was the same? What do you mean?
That's for Deal Gold Down, man.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
Yeah,
Wait, he has a song called that?
yeah.
Shit, I have the 2 CD complete Robert Johnson. I didn't know that. I don't remember that. I haven't listened to them in a long
You
time.
need the shellac vinyl with the 78 RPM.
No, I don't have
needle
that.
with
I don't have that.
Anyway, so yeah, the well into the Peaceville years, and you know, bringing Daniel on drums was one of the best moves, man.
Oh yeah,
that guy is just like a drum fill monster when it comes to this. This is probably the first Catatonia album where like I can say there's no skippable tracks, man. Like
exactly.
I can listen to this from all the way through, man. This one does have Sulfur and Help Me Disappear, which I remember having these individual tracks and not connecting with this album. But it's interesting to see it here. Really good era for the band. I think they finally figured it out, man. Like they just got the songwriting down. Jonas is more confident with his singing. He's got more range. They got the hook. It's like I feel like this is Kane just ready to just grab you and take you, man. This thing is just like all the songs, Passing Bird. It's also Sweet Nurse. Like the moment like they get into that chorus and that drum kicks in, I love that part, man. Yeah. Tonight's music, Tear Gas, shit, man. Like it's just this thing's a banger, man. I gotta say though, like by this point, I'm like, yeah, they're not a metal band. They're not a metal band in this album.
Yeah, I agree.
But I have to say that because on the flip side, I hear a lot of Robert Smith on this. Like if Robert Smith went in a more metal tinged direction, it would probably sound more something like this.
All right, that's a great segue into this, guys. I'm gonna take a risk here. But I need to share something here with you.
Oh, all right, God, is he wearing
Bear
pants?
with me. What's that?
What?
Don't be a smart ass. Oh, by the way, did I show this? I'm honestly, don't give me shit. Did I show that? I did.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Sorry. I couldn't remember if I showed it or not. Hold on. Let me come back here. So we're going to take a chance here. I can't really go for long. Oh, wait. Hold on. Shit. Come on. Share screen. There we go. All right. Share, Brave tab. All right. So we want to do this. Share. Can you guys hear?
Yeah.
Jonas Rensky of Katatonia singing The Cure at some freaking wedding. It's in a wedding, Krakievich Woodland Resort. I think it's in Belarus or somewhere where they allow you to smoke inside, obviously. Probably about 8 years ago, Serbian. There we go.
That's awesome.
All right, I'm gonna stop because
I gotta say something though. Was he trying to replicate that 311 video?
What's that? Maybe. Okay. Nick, were we with Rick? Were you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, we're with you, and we're on Fair Deal.
Nice little special edition here too.
Yep.
This is a considerable improvement. This is a giant improvement from tonight's decision. The songs land better. The hooks are stronger. There's still some fluttering vocals and song construction. Like I'm not the biggest fan of "We Must Bury You."
Oh,
I know. I'm wrenching out your heart there. But songs like "Chrome," "I Transpire," "Clean Today," you know,
Clean Today's
maybe
badass.
not a metal band, but that is a decidedly heavy track. And this is where one of my main complaints with, you know, Jonas trying to find like a comfortable vocal range, it starts being really addressed, and he lands some solid hooks, like, you know, getting in a comfortable range, not trying to push too hard in one territory or be too restrained in another. Like, no, he's balancing it out here. And yeah, having a full-time drummer that is, you know, willing to like experiment a little bit, get a little bit looser in the pocket. Like, I mean, a lot of stuff on here just fucking hits. Like they just get sort of like a bigger sound overall. Let me see what other ones in here I have. Yeah, a little bit the modern sound. This is where that comes in. Like the stuff that you hear past that, there are all the teasers, that pretty much, like, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot of this in the future. Let's see what other ones. Yeah, Tonight's Decision. Don't Tell a Soul. Really enjoyed that closing track. But yeah, this was a big improvement. And initially, like, this was one because I got the next one we're going to talk about before this, and I ended up liking that one a little bit better. But this was like, all right, this was the tipping point. This is where they really started to just gel with this new sound. Like, all right, we've locked on to something. And yeah, from here on in, things are pretty solid, I would say.
Look it up. Jimmy, what you got on this one?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this one has a bunch of bonus tracks on it too. It's like 4 bonus tracks. Sulfur.
Yeah, there's I think they're off the Tear Gas. You got
Sulfur, March 4, Help Me Disappear, and Enjoy the Light.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
38047, is that on there? 38047?
No, that's not on here.
Yeah, that's one of them too. Help Me Disappear, Don't Tell a Soul, Sulfur. No. Don't Tell a Soul is the last track. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, with Tonight's Decision, this is kind of still like in a period that's a little weird for me for the band. Now, there's a lot to like here. I mean, the production, they've got the lineup solidified, obviously, with the new drummer, who is a great drummer. He's definitely sounding like Robert Smith more so than ever here. I like that. I really like, how it's amazing to me that, like, I can almost feel like that's Robert Smith, really. I mean, it's like he's replicating, that sort of sound. It's just the way his vocal sounds. So it's kind of cool. I don't know. It's just, they definitely streamline things here. They definitely, the production, everything about it sounds really good, but it's just still like, for me, like, I love like the first 4 tracks. And then after that, it comes down to like memorability. Like, I get through the album and like the last like 5 songs, I just like go back and I'm just like not really remembering anything from it. And it just doesn't really quite hit like I want it to. So I don't know. Still a really good record, but it's still just kind of a weird transitional period for me with the band. Obviously they're building up to what they're going to do next. I don't know. It's just, like Tonight's Decision, it's just, as a result, it ends up being a record that I rarely revisit. And I tried to really spend a lot of time with it for this deep dive, and it just hasn't really quite changed my mind. But that's not to say it's not a good record. It is very good. It just, it's still kind of weird for me. I don't know. It's not really, I feel like it just doesn't feel it like kind of what I want out of what I want out of Catatonia is like, I want it to really feel like honest and just like completely like not from a place where they're trying to like kind of, this is kind of what we want to sound like sort of thing, if that makes sense. It's as a result, that's where this one kind of lands for me. It just doesn't feel like they're quite like they're trying to kind of force a sound that's not like, the sound is really good, but like it just, in terms of the songs just don't quite land for me as much as I want them to. But still a good record, and I don't want to like sound like I don't think it's good. It's just it's kind of there for me. It's just not really one that I think of when I want to listen to Catatonia,
Hey guys, say goodnight to Jimmy. We're gonna say goodnight to him for the night.
Oh God, he's so offended right now.
He had to go and bum our fucking trip out. All the rest of us,
I don't think I've bummed anything out, man.
Honestly, like if it comes down to ones I come back to the most, like this one, it's still like a little bit lower. It's I like it, but
lower than what? What do you mean?
Like lower on my list of like, all right, like from Viva Emptiness, I think is
they still have better albums after this.
Yeah.
Number 2 on my list, right there with Brave Murder fucking Day, and that's the shit. So let me get into my thing here quick, real fast. And the reason I say that is, first of all, it was the first album I bought by them. Right? It was the first time I heard them. So there's something very nostalgic about it. I disagree with Jimmy in terms of memorability. I think there's a lot of memorable songs on this album, but that just may be my connection with it, being that I listened to it incessantly once I bought it. It was just constant for 2 months. This probably was the CD I listened to all the time. And we're talking 01. What other big album came out in 01? Blackwater Park, I believe, correct? So this and Blackwater Park, I'm like, that's what is in my CD player probably for 6 months out of the year. You looking at, oh man, Dispossession, just the way that opens with that wah-wah coming in, that fade in with a wow. Yes, it sounds alternative, kind of alternative rock. They're not metal. I get it. At this point, they're really not a metal band. They're certainly not an extreme metal band like we would think of Death or Black, or, you know, they're just not that way, right?
Alternative metal.
What's that?
Alternative metal.
Alternative metal, right?
Progressive metal.
Yeah,
Alternative,
kinda.
progressive,
Yeah.
doom. How I mean, they can fit into a whole bunch of genres, but they're
Yeah.
not a death metal band, and they're definitely not a black metal band. We know that,
Yeah,
right?
they're not extreme.
Not extreme, right? Chrome, love those opening chords and harmonies, so good. The sample beats they used were a little weird on Nurse and that song, because apparently when they finished Nurse, anyways, Daniel lived in a different city, and Anders wrote that song. He's like, oh, I want to put this on the album, and they shoved that in, and they used program beats, and you can definitely tell on that particular song. There's a little bit on Chrome too. We Must Bury You. Come on, Nick. Are you Oh, God.
It's kind of a, it's like, oh yeah, it's heavy, but it's kind of a dull song, honestly. Like that one just does not land. I skipped that one.
Really?
I do. Dude,
We
Chrome
must
is a
bury
fucking
you.
banger,
We
but that
must
one's
bury
just like,
you. Oh my God.
I think because it sounds like he's forcing it, you know, trying to
Yeah.
keep that range.
I
Maybe
love
that's
that
what it
song.
is.
I love it. Tear Gas. Come on, man. Come
That's a good song.
on. I can't think of the words. That's just tear gas in my eyes. You know, it's not a deep dive if I don't sing a little bit. I Transpire, another killer, moody track. Lots of lovely mellotron on it. Tonight's Music, man. Ah, man. That's got one of my favorite lines. How could this go so very wrong? So good, man. So good. Such a badass line. Such a great song.
Yeah.
Clean Today. You mentioned it, Nick. That is a killer song, man. God, it's so good. I love that song.
muscles.
Future Speech. That's another moody, gorgeous mellotron stellar track. Come on. Passing Bird, quirky, but it grows on you. That's a quirky little song there. Sweet Nurse. All right, I can kind of see it's kind of goofy. You know, the weird sort of lilting guitar that's kind of shifting around. It's got a little bit of a Leslie effect on it, kind of going in. And it's like, oh, sweet nurse. I just love that song. Don't Tell a Soul. It kind of ends on a slightly anticlimactic song, but the song itself is really killer. It's just, I think I would have ended it. Nick wouldn't have ended it this way, but I would have ended it with Tear Gas, or We Must Bury You, or Tear Gas, one of the bigger catchy hits. But I guess they wanted to kind of, and again, I'm saying I really like that song. It's just, it sort of seems a little anticlimactic. Sulfur on Tear Gas EP, killer acoustic track, man. That is a killer song. 38047 has a weird experimental sound, very angular, alternative sounding, not a bad song. It's just a little too much like other tracks on the album that are better. Help Me Disappear, another killer track. Such strong material for this album. And Oh How I Enjoy the Night sounds very Cure-ish. I love the Cure, so yeah, the dreamy dreariness on this one rules. Again, this is my first Catatonia. As such, it's nostalgic for me, but it also has, to me, Rick said it best. It's when all the elements kind of first really coalesced into a package that was pretty damn impenetrable. This is a 9.75. What was the other? I gave a 9.75, Jake. Not Tonight's Decision.
Dance of December Souls, right?
Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. It was Brave Murder Day.
Brave Murder Day.
Megadeth's
So at any point in time, I could.
Megadeth's greatest hits.
It's Megadeth's greatest
Warheads
hits.
on
Yes.
foreheads. Yeah.
Foreheads on foreheads. Yeah, I could go either way on that, and but so yeah. Anyway, where are we at here? We are at Viva. Any final thoughts on that one?
All good. For
All
me.
good. Viva Emptiness. You ready, Jake? Comes out February 29, 2003. This is Jens Bogren does the mix. Recorded at Studio 301 and Kaleng, I think it is, in Stockholm. Rensky and Nystrom do their production. That's a killer image, the one of the angel on the couch or whatever there.
Yeah.
That's a dumpster.
The dumpster, that's what I meant. Yeah, sorry. Well, yeah, you're right. It is a dumpster.
Some people see a dumpster, some people see a
I was
couch.
gonna say, like, it's perspective.
Hey,
Yeah,
man, I got
not-
my fucking glasses on. I can't see what.
It's a
my
couch
fault.
to some people.
Right, exactly.
Outdoor.
For me, it would be a couch, yeah. Go ahead.
You want me to go into it?
Yep.
Okay. You mentioned Disposition. What is it? The first album on Last Fair Deal, Dispossession.
Mhm.
It made me think. Catatonia really knows how to start a record.
Start
off.
albums.
They
Yep.
have great opening songs on almost all the records.
Yep, absolutely.
Doesn't stop here. Goes to the Sun, killer. Just like I said, they were throwing shit at the wall. Last Fair Deal is when it started to stick, and this is where just everything, like they perfected their form on throwing the shit. This is the best album of this era of Catatonia, in my opinion. It's a 9.5 for me. This album is damn near perfect. Ghost of the Sun, Sleeper, Criminals. Criminals is fucking killer. Burn the Remembrance, Evidence. That's an all-time track right there. Omerta, and then they close it out with Inside the City of Glass, another killer track.
Yep.
The album is just fucking stellar.
And you should add. You might want to add too. It's a good sight, a good bit heavier than Last Fair Deal. The guitars suddenly become a little bit more prominently heavy.
Yeah. This is where they really, in my opinion, perfected that sound.
And in fact, I would add that really kind of starting with Last Fair Deal into this album and the next album, they're extremely guitar-driven albums versus where they're going to go after that when it becomes much more vocal and synth-driven.
And this is like it's a kind of a sudden end of an era for them. This one compared to the next.
What do you mean?
There's not really a transition from this sound to their next album.
Yeah, that one and the next are
pretty-
like real companion. You mean they're companion pieces, this and Greater?
What's this in what?
Well, you said there's no transition. I think
Am I
this
thinking of the wrong
album.
one next?
Say again?
Am I thinking of the wrong album that comes next? Is Night?
Yeah,
Night is the New Day. Is that the next one?
No, the next album. Yeah, you're missing one. Great Cold.
I had those ones. switched out.
Yeah, I was wondering where you were going with that because these two,
Okay.
this album, the next album, and the previous one are kind of the three that I think are lumped together. Yeah, Fair Deal's not quite as heavy as this one and the next one, but it's pretty close. They're starting to bring the guitars into the foreground. I don't know, Jimmy, you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is. I agree with Jake. This is the end of the mid era, and I mean, to me, this is where shit really came together. For me, at least, whereas, the last two records were kind of like weird for me. Like it was kind of just like this sort of discovery phase, I guess.
Wait, which one are you on? Which one are you talking about?
Viva Emptiness.
Okay. Well, are you forgetting about Great Cold Distance too?
Oh, well, yeah, but I was going to wait till we get to that.
Okay,
one.
well, we weren't to you. You must not have been focused. You must have been doing something on your phone, not paying attention. We were talking about the fact that this album brings the really heavy guitars in.
Oh, for sure.
And Jake got confused, and he was thinking that Night is the New Day is next, and he forgot about Great.
Oh, right.
He said this is an end of an era, and I'm like, no, it's not.
For some reason, I had Great Cold Distance like 2 albums farther down.
No,
the
that-
spectrum.
I kind of agree that this is kind of. I would agree with that. This is the end of that era. You know, because it's the start of a new one. But
I do think
really?
they're kind of a little sonically different.
yeah,
Like this is where that kind of grunginess ends for me, and they go way more straightforward rock on
Great Cold Distance.
Great Cold Distance.
No,
Me.
no.
It's still heavier. It's still heavier than what comes after it, but it's not as kind of dirty sounding.
Dude, the guitars on Great Cold Distance are the heaviest they do. I'm just telling you, they're playing in C sharp there. They've dropped way down. You gotta listen to that from a guitar standpoint. That is their heaviest album.
Oh, they're thick. They're meaty. But
all right, well,
I don't think they're as dirty.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's much dirt on that production.
Wow,
But,
man.
Yeah, we're
getting real sidetracked here. So were you done, Jake? I think we'll go to Rick for some kind of sanity here. Let's see what Rick has to say. Rick's gonna say it sounds like Loud Love or something.
I almost feel like I should have went first, just to show the previous photo of that girl on that cover.
Yeah, right.
Same photo, don't worry.
So this is I picked this up. This is the first Catatonia I picked up on release day. So the year before I got Tonight's Decision, and then and right away I was excited to hear that. Oh yeah, they got another album. Like shit, that's a no brainer. Picked this up, and sure enough, man, I loved it for the same reasons you guys outlined. It's everything came together. The hooks are even hookier. It's a lot more meat to it. It's very guitar driven, a lot more guitar driven, and the drumming's all there. I've heard people complain about the production on this though, and I know it's been remastered. It's probably what you have, Jake. So I'm only familiar with this one, which is fine to me. I don't have an issue with what people were saying, and but this right here, man, Goes to the Sun, Sleeper, Criminals, a Premonition has a nice kind of interesting mood to it. So I still have not pieced together entirely what the concept is. This is supposed to be like, I guess they're a concept album involving with crime and whatnot. And I know, you can tell from the song titles too, especially when you look through the lyrics, trying to piece it all together. Omerta is an interesting ender. This is the album I started recommending to people who are not into metal.
Yeah.
Who were into like the heavy and hard rock kind of stuff. I think what Jake says, kind of a bit of an end of an era. This is like their last, what you call, great rock album. Because when we move forward to this, I think they start bringing a bit of the metal sound again, with which I'll go into once we move on to that. But yeah, I played this one to death, man. I remember back in the day, this was my, work, computer lab, whatever you want to call it, listen. And the instant class, and I knew it too at the time when I first listened to it. This was an instant classic. Like this is constant rotation. This is one I'm going to be talking about for years, and to this day still holds up pretty strong. So yeah, again, very 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 personal to me. I spent a lot of hours with this album. It's very memorable, but I at the same time I've heard people put this low on the list too, for the same reasons that I like it. It's some of the same reasons people don't like it, especially those who are more about their Death Doom years, or those who want more of their, what you call, the more art oriented album. So this kind of falls somewhere in the middle. I think because of that, I dig it. Oh yeah, I got this around the same time. It was the Black Sessions DVD. So this was the first time I got to see Catatonia like in a live kind of setting, with this DVD in Poland.
So did that come? Is that a bootleg, or did that come like that in that box?
It came with like a little box with some stuff. I just got rid of a lot of stuff. I managed somehow to salvage this one.
I got you.
And
yeah, because my box set has it in the box itself with the 2 CDs. I think they're like in little plastic sleeves or something like that you can pull them out of.
You know what though? This did not sell me on their live what you call it, situation. I'm like,
Yeah.
a little boring.
Yeah, I will
Or-
say I've seen Cat a couple times live, and they're not the most energetic live band, to be honest with you.
But you get to hear Jonas do a little bit of the harsh.
Yeah,
vocals, though,
yeah,
which
he
is
does a little
cool.
bit.
So thought that
Which
was
which song did he do that on? I think it does. Do they do something off Brave Murder
Most of the
Day on there?
song
Am I
is
dreaming that?
commercial.
Yeah, well, Murder's on here's the last
That's
track.
what I thought. That's where he does them. Yeah. First time
Yeah.
I saw him was on Great Cold Distance, and they did Murder, and he did the vocals, but you could tell that was kind of all he could do was that one song. That was kind of it.
Yeah, it's not like it was really straining.
Yeah.
Still dug it though.
All right.
For me, this is like the big turning point. Like pretty much everything they were, really working on Last Fair Deal, I think they ironed out and made it even hookier. And bam, you have Viva Emptiness. This album is fucking awesome. I think, again, guitar centric. Someone said that. But also atmosphere centric. I think there's some really awesome atmosphere, elements that you would hear on later albums too, like that lush background synth sound. But there's also some like really heavy songs in here. Like I was kind of surprised because they kind of lost a little bit of the heavier edge. Like I would say, like Wealth, Walking by a Wire. I mean, the opening track, Ghost of the Sun, that is like a just nasty opening riff right there. Criminals is absolutely catchy as hell, and that is like kind of the main thing. And it's always been kind of a thing like, all right, where is Jonas at in terms of like his vocals? Because his vocals have flipped around a lot. And I think this is where he enters like a true blue comfort zone. Like a lot of these, he's not trying to go for the higher notes as much. It becomes more of a sparing thing, like more of a cool accent. He's kind of in that mid-range. And he's kind of getting that breathy, almost like metalish ASMR sort of sound. But it really works with the whole vibe. Like, again, the atmosphere in here, it feels dreary, it feels depressive, but it also feels urgent. Like, this one actually has, I don't know if this is a bonus track on this one, but the last track, Inside the City of Glass, man, absolutely amazing fucking track. But yeah, I love this. Burn the Remembrance. I love the hand percussion, like the tribal drums and the clean guitars. The songwriting here is like, it's actually to this point, I think some of their best, like in terms of this style that they've been pushing towards. Yeah, this is I want to say like this is second or third one I ever got. Like it's between that and Tonight's Decision, but yeah, this is just a fucking monstrous album, and this is like kind of the turning point, at least in my mind. Like, Last Fair Deal was where they were pushing. Like, all right, this is the clear push in the new direction. Still some things to work on. This one, like, all right, I think we fucking got it. And yeah, fucking awesome album.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy, what you got?
Yeah, agreed. I mean, like I said, I mean, it feels to me like while this is sort of the end of the mid era, it's also the start of the new era in a way. I mean, you can kind of like really, I don't know, you can juggle it either way, but I think this shit just really came together here in terms of like the songwriting, and it's amazing to me how Jonas, like his vocal, like the timbre of his vocal, like changed on this one from Robert Smith to Jonas Rensky, like to what he would sound like going
That's a good
forward.
point. That's a good point.
I don't know what changed because I mean he's definitely got a little bit of a different approach, but I'm not sure why it changed. It just did. It's very interesting to observe how that worked on this record because from here going forward, this is what he's gonna really kind of sound like. But yeah, this is the record that I came in on. I think I've got the same version that Nick's got. The Digipack.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I love the where Last Fair Deal was kind of a little bit more of a grunge kind of sound. This is kind of back. They're bringing sort of the metal back in a way here. It's like heavier riffs.
Well, I think Mariano makes a very good point. There's definitely a Tool vibe to the guitar riff.
Oh, sure.
Oh, that'll carry on.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it carries on big time into the next album.
Yeah, and but I mean, just like
And
you
beyond.
know, I talked previously about some of the issues I had in the last couple of records. Is like that's where I love this one so much is the memorability of the just the melodies and the Genesis vocals. Just I could look at every song title and kind of think about what it sounds like, and especially with like Wealth and Guts of the Sun, such a killer, I mean, crushing opening track, with the riff and it just kind of like sounds like they mean business again. And one of my favorite songs on this that nobody mentioned is the one after Wealth, 1 year from now, because that one is kind of a different sounding song. I wish they would do more stuff like that because it's just, I don't know, it's just so cool. It's just I don't know, just kind of a departure from the rest of the sound of the album. I really don't know what to compare it to.
That's kind of the ballad, and
it's just got a good swagger to it, just like a cool like feeling.
I mean, I do kind of feel like Jonas uses that vocal melody a lot, where he goes that 1 year from now, dun, 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 but it's in a real mid tempo or down tempo way that he does that. He does that a lot.
Well, and the thing that like going forward is like it's interesting because like they have to find like a nice balance between like the guitars and the vocal. Like that's something that they've always, I think, kind of struggled with, is trying to find, even from the early days, from the first records, was like, having whether the guitar is going to be dominant or the vocal is going to be dominant. Here, I think they really found a nice balance between the two to where they really complement each other. And, not only with the heaviness, but like just the melodies and, figuring out what's good on the guitar versus what's good on the vocal line. And I don't know if that's because, like, I don't know who. I'd have to go look at the liner notes and see, like, if Blackheim was more of a writer on this, or if it was. I know Jonas is kind of the primary songwriter, but
I think it's fairly equal on this one. It could be the Jens Bogren. He was becoming the big name around this time with the mixing, and there may be some of that. I still think that this period, including the last album, this album, and the next one, are still kind of guitar dominated. Then the next album after that, Night, they begin the transition into the more ethereal keyboard and synth stuff, and the vocals kind of take over. And you start hearing the guitars disappear from the verses. They do this mellow verse into a heavy chorus, mellow verse, heavy chorus. And that kind of carries forward into pretty much into this new album, where they sort of finally start to mix it up a little bit, because those, to me, Night, Dead End, and even City Burials were really following a real pattern of, let's do the verse where it's kind of quiet, the guitars drop out, and then when Jonas's voice takes over, and there's all this atmospheric background stuff going on with the keyboards, and then boom, the guitars jump in and they do their thing for the chorus, and then they back out again. They weren't doing that yet here. This was way more, guitar oriented.
Yeah, and the other thing too about this is, I mean, it's a long record. It's 13 songs, and it's one of the things about Catatonia, going forward, is a lot of times like their records are pretty long. There's a lot of songs, and this is one of those ones where I really feel like every song is pretty much in place. Like there's not, they didn't really have to trim too much from here. I think everything fits pretty well, and that's a pretty big accomplishment, for the band, because they're always throwing a lot of songs at you, and they're going to live or die by that in terms of like, are they going to keep your attention throughout their whole record? Which I didn't feel like they did for me the last two records, and for this, it's from start to finish pretty. It's quite amazing to see like kind of where they went here, and this is going to inform what they're going to do going forward. So.
Yes. Hey, Nick, you see this comment?
Yeah, actually,
says the guy that probably couldn't name one single song off Lateralis, or Anima, or Undertow. Yeah, okay. I will admit the latest Tool, the last
Tool is a boring fucking drum circle.
That's a boring drum album, but the ones before that. Well, 10,000 Days, I'm kind of iffy on that. But prior to that, nah, not boring. Not boring much.
Y'all brought up Tool and Opeth, so I feel like I have to show this.
What is it?
Soen.
Soen.
Oh yeah.
You guys don't know Soen. This is pretty fucking cool. It's
that's
Project,
Lopez.
Martin
Lopez's band.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lopez.
and on this one he has Steve DiGiorgio
Oh, nice.
playing with him on bass. I think
Well,
it was kind of
where did you bring? What was the reason for bringing that up?
because it sounds like Martin Lopez is from Opeth, and it has a lot of Tool.
It-
A lot of Tool.
Oh,
influence.
okay.
It definitely sounds like Tool.
Gotcha.
Yeah, cool band. Soen.
Cool. Yeah,
Yeah, I
The singer's got a Maynard sort of vibe to his voice for sure.
Yeah,
okay.
the first Soen album, I fooled one of my coworkers. Like I told them it was that long wait between Tool albums. It was a new album.
Yeah.
Check this out. It's just like, oh, this is great. Oh, by the way, it's not Tool.
Their newer stuff doesn't sound so much like Tool, but it's still really good
Yeah, I
stuff.
was able to fool people. The thing about Ghost of the Sun too, when that opens up, it's the first time I hear wah-wah pedals too in that Catatonia song. And it's like they don't go crazy like Kirk Hammett's, crazy, but it's
Well, they do on Dispossession though, Rick. That
Yeah.
the very first song on Fair Deal, you hear that where it's fading in. That's wah, where it's like watch it. It's like
okay.
it starts real constricted and then it opens up. That's a wah pedal.
It doesn't hit you like a brick in the face.
But but it's not the Jimi Hendrix wah wah. It's not that. Wow 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 wow.
You guys just swears a bit more in this one too. Like,
he swears a lot more. He uses, it's like he learned the English word fuck and he's like, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like every song has he went too far, that fucker. It's not like I owe him money. This is different. Not the greatest lyrics on this album. I'm sorry, they're just not. He gets better.
I mean, yeah.
He gets better.
Story wise, I mean.
All right, let me throw my thoughts out. Ghost of the Sun, motherfucking banger. That's all. I trusted you. You lied. All I know is how's it go? I'm trying to remember how it goes. City of glass that I live in, the coldness from my brother's skin. Yeah, that's killer, man. Sleeper, another ass kicker. Those riffs, especially when the chorus kicks in. Yes. Criminal, killer song, so damn heavy and yet very melodic. Only laughable point is the kind of goofy lyrics, which we just said. Use of fucker a bunch just sounds kind of juvenile. But then again, when you think about it, these guys were in their 20s at that point. Mid to late mid 20s, right? Because Jonas is like 47 right now.
Yeah.
So how old were you guys in 2003? Nick, how old were you?
I was in my mid 20s. So
exactly that. So you're feeling your oats and you realize, oh, there's no PMRC. I can say fuck on a record. So they do it. Premonition, man, I love this song. Cool, silky guitar lines. The vocal hooks and synths in the background, simple drums, and those heavy riffs into the chorus. Awesome. Will I Arrive, another moody banger. Mellower chorus and mellower than the chorus is molten, balls heavy. Burn the Remembrance. I didn't make any notes on that. I might have fallen asleep during that song. That's probably why. Wealth, another banger. I hate to say it, but 1 year from now is where the album kind of takes a slight turn. I like the song, Jimmy. I do, but I don't love it. It's just kind of a ballad for me. It doesn't do a whole lot. Walking a Wire, solid track, a bit funky in a weird way, not crazy. Complicity, more like it. I dig this one, but it's not as good as the first 6 or 7 tracks. Evidence, one of my favorite songs ever by Katatonia. It's so goddamn good, man. That chorus on Evidence, just badass. Omerta, I really like this track. It's kind of weird. It's very different for them. It's almost like super alternative, very memorable to me. Inside the City of Glass, all instrumental. They redid this for the 10th anniversary of Viva, and they added vocals and lyrics to that song. I have to admit, I think I forgot to listen to it because I don't have a note. So I used to think this was my favorite album by these guys, but re-listening to it, it's kind of a bit front-loaded for me. The tracks up until 1 year are all killers. There's a few tracks after that kind of dip a little bit for me, but then it does close on 3 bangers. and Complicity is solid. So it's still a top 3. I'm going to go 9.25 out of 10. Are we ready to move on to Great Cold Distance?
You know, when
I
you
still-
mentioned Jonas dropping the F-bomb, like, I don't remember ever seeing an explicit sticker when I got my copy. Like, my Virgin ears have never been.
Well, that was 2003. Didn't they stop that after
It ruined you, Rick.
99? No?
I don't know.
I don't know when that happened either. I remember getting albums with them on there, but I don't remember when that was. That was the old Tipper Gore,
Yeah,
Frank Zappa,
and D. Snyder finally gave him a look
and all that shit. Yeah, PMRC. It didn't really stop anything, for Christ's sake.
No.
I mean,
No, if anything, they made me buy more of it.
Yeah.
Devin, as I figured, would say, "Well, I wouldn't be able to name a song from a band I don't like." Well, maybe if you listen to them a little bit, you might change your mind. But yeah, Anima's great. Lateralis is still, to me, their crowning achievement, and Undertow's pretty killer as well. Generation rerun. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. There you go.
I lived for it.
Not my thing. Okay, well, that's cool. Cure influence for sure, but Jonas never had a Robert Smith tone, and they never left metal behind. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And Jimmy's got what you got? Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily hear Robert Smith exactly, but I hear the the alternative doom, alt rock, whatever this band is, version of Robert Smith. So I definitely hear that, Jimmy. I get you.
If Robert Smith was from Sweden, I guess you could say.
Was he?
There you
No, if Robert Smith. Yeah, right.
I don't know.
And he would say things like, "Wouldn't him to hurt a scared," instead of saying, "Oh, thank you very much." That's not very good, but anyway. Let's get into Great Cold Distance, Jake, which came out on March 13th, 06. Jens Bogren and Dave Castillo and Rensky and Nystrom all doing the production and mixing and engineering. Recorded at Fascination Street, and they are on Peaceville still. Go for it.
Yeah. We were debating on the ends of the era. One thing's for sure, it was the end of a logo era.
That's a good point.
Onto the new one.
Yep.
Not a good move, but
I think this is a better logo.
do you really?
Yeah, but
Just the plain
that-
print?
real quick, that's why I thought this one was before it. I'm realizing because you look at the O,
Oh.
it doesn't have the bird in it, and everything after this one, other than this one, has the bird.
Okay,
I
gotcha.
think it's because this might be a reissue.
Oh, they might have missed
Anyways,
it.
have they gone Christian? Got a nice cross.
Uh-oh.
No, it's the same cross that Entombed
That's
took
the
picture
that's
of.
the Entomb cross, yeah.
Yeah, this is another really solid album. Great songs on here. Leaders, another great opener. Deliberation, Soil Song. My Twin is great, although I could go with probably not hearing that for another, 5-6 years. It's also the song that they would like to not play live ever again.
Yeah, they mentioned that recently, yeah.
Yeah, it's
They like
one
to
that's
stop.
it's the staple song
Yep.
of all of their sets because
It's like,
everybody.
it's like the double-edged sword. They feel like they have to do it, and they don't want to do it.
Yep, that one's great. But yeah, like I said, could go without hearing it again. Could name pretty much every track here as being good. July's another great one. In the White, Journey Through Pressure. And then this one it's got 19 tracks, so it's got 7 bonus tracks on here. 3 of them are like remix or dub versions. There's a dub version of My Twin, dub version of In the White, and then Soil Song. There's a Krister Linder remix who will make a appearance on another
Right.
song later down the road.
Coming up.
Yep. But yeah, really, really good album. I give this one a 9 out of 10.
No. Would you give it 8.5?
9.
Oh, 9. Okay.
It's a 9 out of 10.
What you got, Rick? Oh shit! God damn it!
What the hell are you doing?
I hit the wrong button, obviously. All right,
Not supposed to kick me out yet. After maybe 2 more albums, then it's okay.
Yeah, sorry, man. I got trigger happy or trigger happy.
Well, I liked it so much. I got 2 copies.
Look at you.
This is a 5.1 mix.
That's
special
yeah, the
edition.
That's the one I
5.1.
got.
So and then a regular edition.
Did the 5.1 come by itself, or did you get in the live consternation?
It's no, it's a
Two
Well,
discs.
That
Oh, it's
one's-
by itself. Okay, I got you.
DVD. Yeah. Well, so I got this on release date 2006. After loving Viva Emptiness, and DVDs were well in effects, and they were throwing this stuff everywhere. So this, when I first hit play on this, I'm like, oh, they're a metal band again.
Yeah.
Production's cold, implying the title, and there's a lot more groove to this one. They went from that monotonous tone. It's like if you were to show someone Discouraged Ones and go right to this, you'd be like, holy fuck, is this the same band? But yeah, I love it, man. But for totally different reasons. It's they're at their more groove laden, thickest tone. It's yet it has a bit of bit of grit to the texture of the guitars, which I like. And then I think they like the sound so much on this one, they ended up using that same sort of tone for the following one, which I appreciate. And really good set list. My only thing is every time I hear My Twin, like Jake was saying, like it sounds like something from the Viva sessions. Like if that song would have been on the Viva Emptiness album, I felt like it would have fit in just fine. Like that one's up because it stands apart from the other tracks for me. Everything else, July, great song. That Journey Through Pressure, like it's very fitting song title. You feel the tension, in the riffing in there, and the way it kind of just it's constraining in the way it builds up. It's just really good. Soil song, that one stands out too. That one's got a nice hook to it. The whole thing again, very different one from their catalog too. Very interesting. Right after Viva Emptiness, they went right to this sound. But man, yeah, it's just firing on cylinders again. Once again on this one. I don't know what else I can add other than very very high rating for me. This stuff falls in the 9s. I don't know what 9 point what, just definitely in the 9s for me.
Yeah, I was trying to look what albums came out around that time. As far as
2006, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's Blood Mountain and there's
10,000 Days.
10,000 Days. Yeah. I mean, I was trying to think though, because this album has, I think it distinctly has a little bit of a new metal vibe to it.
A bit of a Toolish kind of.
Yes.
A little Toolish with the riffing.
Yeah, very Toolish. Yeah. And it's got just a tiny little bit of the new metal vibe in it. Not so much the 7-string, but just the kind of, it's got a groove to a lot of the songs have groove to it. That
I think it's the most groove laden album. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the most groove laden. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around what you guys were meaning by and I don't want to get lost in the weeds. So we could debate it for a while because, I'm going on 24 hours without sleep. But the thing that I think I'm still trying to figure out what you guys meant by end of an era and beginning of another. I still think that the 3 albums from Fair through this album comprise sort of an era. And prior to that, it was Discouraged. And tonight was the resolution of the Rain. From Brave Murder, Discouraged into Tonight. The next 3 are this. And then the next period begins with Night is a New Day and kind of continues for a lot of albums, actually, maybe until this new one. But that's just my take on it. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. It's or you're wrong and I'm right, or vice versa. It's just
I think they have albums that don't necessarily like their transition between eras. Like this it doesn't necessarily fit in either era. It's the transition.
Yeah, it's a nice tweener.
Same as like Brave Murder Day is a transition.
wow, that's such a unique.
And then, but that's like 2 transitions in a row, really, because
Yeah, it really is.
you're still transitioning with Discouragement.
I just kind of
And then
think
I feel like the next era is those next 3 albums. They all kind of have that same.
To me, it just feels like these 3 albums from Fair through this album are really guitar driven. They're all of it's very guitar centric, and they kind of figured out how to put the guitars and Jonas's voice together in songs that are catchy. Rick said that about Fair, and you can say it about Viva, and you can say it about this, because this album has a lot of very memorable hooks in it, right?
Yep.
Then the next album, they go completely away from the guitars. Not entirely, they're not gone, but they become a secondary thing to the keyboards and a lot of vocal led stuff, right? And that begins the vocal period where it's Jonas on this album, the next album, and kind of on the next album.
Because
and
you don't want to
on
be
the new
pigeonholed in
album.
the radio category either.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not arguing with you guys. I'm just kind of, maybe I'm coming at it from a different perspective of what I'm hearing.
I think you can also listen to them as not necessarily having eras, and just every album is a progression from the last.
That's not arguable. I agree with that. Yeah. All right, where were we at? Nick, probably your favorite, I'm guessing.
No, but
Wow.
I do love it. This was the first Catatonia album I ever picked up, again, kind of on a whim, and I like Tool, and this kind of sounded like Tool, but it was different. And like, again, like comparing it to all the other albums, like this is definitely one that has some different elements, namely that, down-tuned groove right there. That literally is one of the big things on here. The guitars are very thick, very bottom heavy. And this one, again, kind of just takes what worked on the last one, Viva Emptiness, and there was the big hooks, like those muscular hooks and like kind of softer verses, and they fucking do a great job. Like Soil Song, My Twin, those are great fucking singles. July, Leaders, you have these heavier but catchy songs all over here. Lots of like syncopated breakdowns and like kind of fun syncopation with the vocals too. Like I think like rhythmically they were looking for like some different kinds of hooks as well as the ones they were already really good at. Journey Through Pressure is definitely one of my favorites. It's probably the most doomy track on here. Like you just feel, again, like Rick was saying, like it's just kind of oppressive weight. And most of these songs, I would say, they're heavy, but they don't have that vibe specifically. I think vocally this one is interesting because this is definitely where like Jonas just settles in this pocket, and this is a pocket he's going to be in probably through the rest of the albums with some slight variants. This one, however, I would say like he might have gotten a little too restrained. Like we're on Viva Emptiness, like there's some still like more vocal dynamic, like he'll get up higher, get a little bit lower, a little bit more breathy. This one, it's kind of uniform for most of it. Still really good, and he still delivers hooks. And I think the fact that he kind of stays in this area kind of makes this more listenable. And like Rick said, this is a band that I let people check out that don't necessarily like heavy music, and it's a great gateway band. It may not be this album as much as some of the later ones, but definitely for people who like Tool, like this should be an easy one, really.
Yeah.
Rusted July is a fantastic song. In the White, this is honestly, I don't think there's a track on here that I don't like. Like all these are really solid, but there are albums I like a little bit more. But yeah, this is just fucking fantastic shit. And like I said, my first album for Catatonia, so it's probably going to be up there a little bit higher just because of nostalgia. This is the one that got me into them, and and this is the 5.1 mix, and I really have ever put in the 5.1 mix, but I still jam this one pretty often though.
Yeah, I have a couple of those 5.1 mixes, and I had an actual stereo that was a 5.1 before that was in my storage unit, of course, so that's gone. I never ever played the 5.1. I just threw in the stereo mix. I'm too stupid to figure out how to set it up. I tried and tried and tried. I could never get it balanced to sound right. I'm like, fuck it.
The only one I ever played was over at a buddy's house because he knew how to set it up, and it was the 5.1 disc that came with Watershed. Just because it had the cover of Bridge of Sighs on it.
Yeah.
Like, I need to fucking hear that.
Yeah, and that's great, man.
It's a fucking killer cover.
Jimmy.
Yeah, this is the first one I've got on vinyl. Jake, is this the same pressing that you have, the red?
Yep.
Red?
I got the red.
Yeah. I'm hard pressed to say this, but this is probably my favorite Catatonia record. When I talked about the start of a new era, even though in a lot of ways Viva Emptiness was kind of the start of this sound, I just feel like they really realized what they were doing. And what I love so much about this is it's not only just the memorability, the hooks, but I feel like they really captured the sadness of the band in this, because at this point I almost kind of feel like they're sort of a progressive band, they
are, no doubt.
And I think that kind of shines through going forward from here. But I feel like this one really there's that element of the real depressive side of the band on the songs here. And it's interesting. That's why I like it so much, I think, because this could be the album that they have the radio hits almost, these songs could have been played on the radio. My Twin solo song, Leaders, Deliberation, very, very catchy, very memorable. My Twin, I hear what you guys are saying, but that's one of my favorite songs.
It's
they've ever written. So good. If you ever seen the video for it, just the way he looks is so it just tugs at my heartstrings, or it's just start to finish, every single song, just earworms. And the production, I feel like they're always struggling, I talked about with the last record, with trying to find the balance between the music and Garris's vocals. And I feel like this is where they really landed on everything being perfectly balanced. The drumming, this guy is one of my favorite drummers.
He's a great drummer, man. Great drummer.
But I don't know. This was pretty close to where I came into the band and when I first saw them live. And I don't know. It's just really meaningful songs. I like how it's heavy. Consternation. Nobody mentioned that. That's a heavy ass track. Balls heavy. Just Soul Song, Rusted, In the White. Just amazing. I don't know. I just think Jonas really shines on this in terms of his vocal. He really, he's just had so many records behind him, where he's kind of sounding different and kind of doing different things. And, I felt I talked about how his timbre really kind of came to his own on the last one. This one is really where he, I don't know, for me, he really found himself. But it just has everything that I like about the band, between memorability, great songwriting, it's heavy, and it's fucking depressing too. And that's what I want out of Catatonia record. I want to feel, I want those feels from it. So I don't know. Yeah, it's just really, really high up there for me. I even have this Live Consternation CD, which
I've got that too. Yeah,
came out right after, and this has a lot of Viva Emptiness and a couple of new tracks. And I don't know, man. This is where they really. I think again, talking about the different eras, I think this is where they really became who they are today. Where Viva Emptiness could have been considered that as well, but it just was kind of it was that gateway to this record. And now we go forth from here to what they sound like today, I think.
Except for they just, I agree with you, except for in one respect. They kind of forgot to take the really heavy fucking slamming guitars with them all the time.
Well, they did, but it kind of comes back. But
it's there in spurts. Don't get me wrong. Every Catatonia album from here going forward. Even Night is a New Day, or what was it called? Yeah, Night is a New Day, right? That album is predominantly a keyboard driven album, but you got songs like Nephilim, which has got that fucking killer riff in it. Oh my God. That song is just so badass.
I love it.
But there's not a lot of them on that album, and we're almost to that album, and I love that album. I
would say, like, if I would tell anybody that has never heard Catatonia, like, this is where I would start.
Just I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree. That or Viva.
If you don't like this record, you don't like Catatonia. As far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You got to, but the problem with starting them there or on Viva, though, too, is that, well, then they're going to expect every record to have just slamming riffs all over the place. And that's not really what happens, particularly in the later albums. Earlier albums are there. They're just not as slamming. Viva and Great Cold Distance are their two, to me, they're their two metal albums. Like Getting Away from Brave Murder Day, which really isn't a metal album, I don't think. I mean, do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
no?
and you know, like this one, it's very accessible. It's very easy to get into.
It's very accessible because of the hooks. Yeah.
I mean, like,
yep.
You know,
that's a good point. Yep.
I mean, again, you could hear some of these songs on the radio, and you'd be like,
"Oh, absolutely,
you could, yep, easily, yeah. Yep." And I'm wondering if that's why they're doing it. Now, the other thing you brought up, progressive, and think about what album came out in 2006 that they're running sort of neck and neck with, right? Same management, Andy Farrow. At what's called Northern, I forget what, Northern something management. That's Opeth's manager, right? Opeth is breaking globally really big around Blackwater Park into Deliverance into Ghost Reveries. Boom, huge, right? And I think a lot of that came around Deliverance and Damnation because of that Porcupine Tree audience that they brought in from the prog side of things that were, you know what I mean? They were a metal band, but then suddenly progressive rock geeks were getting into them because of Damnation and going, oh, this shit's pretty good, you know? And you see what I mean? They were crossing over while Catatonia was kind of riding. They were like the ugly redhead stepchild that was right here, right? And what do? They start to get a lot more progressive. They get heavy again with this album and Viva. And suddenly, guess what? Their public persona becomes that much bigger, right? So, all right, quick thoughts on it. Leaders, banger again. And Jake, you pointed it out. You could really almost go all the way back to Brave. Or Brave Murder Day with Brave leading off. What's the track on Discouraged One? Damn it, Stalemate, not Stalemate. What's the first track on that?
I Break,
and then you got Tonight's Decision is Demons, right? And then you got Dispossession, and then you've got on
Ghost of the Sun.
Ghost of the Sun, right? So you're leading off with just banger tracks every fucking album. And they kind of continue that even now, I think. Deliberation, another banger. Soil Song, probably my favorite song on the album. The thing I love about Soil Song is that really almost herky-jerky riff. It's like you're going... Dun, 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 dun. It's like when you're headbanging to it, you can do it, but it's that off-time thing where the drummer's kind of like... Jimmy, you can speak better to than that. He's playing behind the beat a little bit, right? He's playing
drumming, yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool. My Twin, you know, I mean, come on, man.
So good.
It's a catchy fucking song.
I gotta do it. Are you ready? You used to be like my twin, and it's all been. Was it all for nothing? Are you strong when you're with him? Oh, that was rough right there.
All right, I'm never listening to that song again.
I officially hate it. Wow, way to go.
Well, I needed to help you guys out. Now you don't have to ever listen to it again. Nick's like,
wanted to listen to it again.
Why didn't I bring earplugs? Right?
That was when Nick should have cued the cigarette moving around.
What's that?
Like in the video. I don't know.
I got to go out for a very long cigarette now.
I'm sorry I had to do that to you, man. I've been pretty good. I've been kind of easy on that shit. Consternation. This one has a bit of a new metal vibe to it if you really break it down, but it's a good track and it's got a great guitar solo on it. And by the way, this album, it should be noted, some guitar solos actually show up, which is not something that Catatonia has ever really been super well known for, is these crazy guitar solos. There's some here and there, a little bit on Viva here and there, but they're not a band that has to throw a shredder solo in on every song. Follower, sleeper, badass track from you, man.
Oh,
so dark, creeping, evil, intense. Love that chorus on Follower. Such a great song. Rusted, probably my least favorite track on the album. Increase, nice groove, that sort of detuned crunch that's familiar. July, all right, that might be that one and Constant. What did I say? Follower. Those two. I love those two songs. In the White. This is another ripper. It's got a cool ass groovy mellow section. The guitars are really cool in this song. It's a really cool, weird chorus and pre-chorus. Super badass. Most unusual song on the album is Into the White, I think, or in the White. Really? The Itch, solid, but nothing exciting on that one. I'm not crazy about it. Some screams from Daniel, whatever his name is. That's the end of the regular Journey Through Pressure. Most proggy track, cool drumming throughout. Dig it. It's a little slow for an ender for the album, but it's still probably the most unique track on there, I think. End of a regular album, bonus tracks on reissues, 10th anniversary, My Twin, Opium Dub, cool, chill beat oriented. Do you need it? Do you need to hear it? No. This song is okay, but doesn't have anything in it that makes it very special. Dissolving, another solid track, nothing outstanding. In the White, urban dub, acoustic synthy version, kind of cool. I like that one. It's trip hoppy. Code Against the Code, dig this one, kind of hypnotic. And what was this other one? Soil Song, Krister Linder. It's okay. Doesn't do much for me. Doesn't do a lot. I really like the song Unfurl. Anybody else?
Yeah, that's the first time we hear like electronic elements being thrown.
Yeah.
I don't have that one on this version.
Yeah, I really dig that one. That's haunting, very mellow and chilled, but it kind of has a slow.
Yeah, it's a bonus track on this one, right?
It's
the last track, right?
Yeah. On the reissue. You mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a great song. If you guys haven't checked that one out, do that. So this is a top 4 album for me. This is number 4, but it could switch with Viva. They're kind of.
Hey, we're ranking at the end, Jeff. Come on.
We are. I know. I got to figure it out.
Come on now.
I'm sweating, man. I got sweat on my mustache and it's getting weird. 9.5 out of 10. Does that work for you? Okay. Probably their heaviest, most tuneful tracks are on this album, as far as, and Viva too, it falls into that too.
The balance is fucking sound.
Yes. Night is the New Day. Are we moving on, right?
Yep.
Okay. Night is the New Day. Pretty big change in direction here. This is November 2nd, 2009. Nystrom, Rensky, Castillo, Peaceville, Ghost Ward Studio, which I believe is either Rensky's or Nystrom's studio. That's their personal studio. And Mega Varg Studio or something like the Mega Varg. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead, Jake. Oh, last album for the Norman Brothers, by the way. Both of them leave after this and go to October Tide full time.
Yeah, Night is the New Day. Killer album cover on this one.
Yeah, I love that.
One of their better album covers, but in my book, not one of their better albums. Forsaker, killer track, another killer opener. That like chuggy riff in the chorus, going in the chorus, killer. Onward into Battle, pretty good track. Liberation, that one's killer. And then Departure, that's might be my favorite track on the album. and that's where what's his name, Kristen Linder makes another appearance, and his vocal lines in that are fucking incredible. Yeah, this one is probably about a 7.25 for me.
Whoa.
Not my favorite. A lot of the stuff just doesn't hit for me. I remembered it being much better than it ended up being when I revisited it.
Mine came down a little bit, but not nearly as much as yours. Because when this album came out, I loved this album hardcore, big time.
Yeah, it's got some like Departer, Forsaker. Those tracks,
Right,
are killer tracks. Like there's some of the, like they'd be on greatest hits comps. You know?
I can see why this one doesn't sit as well for you. It's probably a lot more proggier and synthier and dark wavy than maybe you were expecting from them.
That chorus on Liberation, that's killer. That's a really catchy chorus.
Oh yeah,
It's coming true.
exactly what I said. The chorus is killer.
Change my name, but I'll pass it on to you.
Yep.
That's so killer.
All right, Rick, what you got?
Well, I made a mistake reading a review on this before I bought it, and it was not a very favorable review. But I'm thinking at the time, like, this guy just doesn't get Catatonia. It's going to be, a Great Cold Distance over again, just more amped up. It's going to be awesome.
Right.
And yeah,
not really.
Not exactly. I should have got clued in by that cover.
Yeah.
And it had a very somber swan song kind of effect to it. I noticed the guitars, the tone, the crunch is still there when you have those moments, which is too few far in between. Kind of wish it was there. They focus more on atmosphere and vocals up front. So vocals, as far as the vocals, Jonas is more confident, and definitely. By this point, I think he shed a lot of the Robert Smithness and all that stuff. It's long gone, and kind of just has his own identity. Kind of his own thing. He's developing. It's more range and just giving him more attention. This is one of those albums where it was definitely the first time I felt like it was a bit of a misstep for me, but it really tested my patience. Like this was the grower Katatonia album for me. It definitely took a lot of time, and I took a long break from it too, probably 5-6 years before I touched it again. And I gotta say though, I do have a newfound appreciation for it, and I find the as far as the tracks and the ones that I favor most, it's a little middle heavy for me. Forsaker though, that's such a tease, man. Like you hit play on that thing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
all right, this is gonna be, and then wah.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Quite it definitely leads you in and then takes you astray a little bit, doesn't it?
It's like you just get the tip,
blue balls right there.
And then speaking of another tease, man, that onward to battle. I'm like, all right, if you're gonna name a song that, it better slay. It doesn't slay, man. Like what is it? But when you get to Liberation, Promise of DC, Nephilim, another awesome song. I love New Night. Those are the, like, again, that's what I mean by middle heavy. Like that's just, if I'm gonna play this album, it's kind of like I kind of skip the ends. I go right to the meat in the middle for me. Which is, I think, has more of the guitar stuff, more emphasis on it. At least what I noticed. Well, the hook on New Night is what I like. I think it's more about the hook. But I found a new appreciation for this, especially knowing what's coming up next, and comparing to some of those albums. So it gets some of the guitar tone from Night is the New Day, but they pull back quite a lot. So it doesn't, the hooks aren't there as frequently. It's not like one banger after another. This is the first time I had to sort of kind of reach for those moments, and kind of the first time I tested my patience. So yeah, it was a grower album. Again, I like it, but I don't love it, I guess you could say, as a cohesive entire album. I love the moments in it.
That's a great way of putting it, Rick. kind of how I feel. I think I like it a little more than you, but not a whole lot more. So we'll see. I don't know. That's a good explanation of it though, where you're talking about the pieces and parts are kind of the highlights, whereas maybe in the prior 2 or 3 albums, the whole, for the most part, most of the tracks, all of it was a highlight. If that makes any sense, yeah.
No, yeah, it does.
All right, Nick, what you got, man?
Well, got the special edition with the
Of
slightly
course you do.
different cover.
Look at that. I never saw that.
It's actually, no, I like this cover like a little bit more. Like they just kind of threw some leaves and birds, and I don't know, it looks creepier.
What's different about it? Does that have all the extra tracks?
Yep, it has the extra tracks, Ashen, Sold Hearts, and then some remixes. This one I like, but I like for like different reasons. Like I reach for this one for, again, more of the dark, gloomy atmosphere. Like this is like Catatonia mode. Like there's a lot more electronic sort of like depressive, alternative, almost kind of trip hoppy stuff in it. But I like that stuff. Like honestly, The Longest Year is one of my favorite Catatonia songs. There's just something about that. Like the lyrical lines are great. The pulsating synths. It does lead you in to think it's going to be like a more guitar driven album with Forsaker, which is such a fucking banger of a tune. But I didn't mind it being a little bit more chill, a little less guitar driven, more vocally and synth driven. Like it's just finding different ways to release tension. But I mean, when they do get guitar heavy, like Nephilim is such a beast of a song. Like that is a dark song. Like it's dark and heavy. Like all this is dark. All this is fucking sad as fucking shit. That's the only gear for Catatonia. But that song is sinister. Like there's just a like sort of foreboding darkness. But you know the softer tracks in here aren't bad either. Like Idle Blood, I think, is really good.
That's a killer track.
Departer, I think, is very pretty.
Yep.
And I know like Onward into Battle. Yeah, I know. It screams like, all right, we've listened to Bullet Thrower.
It's almost the exact opposite of that.
It's the exact opposite.
Yeah.
But it's still good. Like
it's beautiful though. It's beautiful.
This is one of those albums, again, I reach for different reasons. Like this isn't the all-encompassing Catatonia effect. But when it comes down to like just vocally driven songs and sort of like dark, ambient, sort of just moody songs, I like this one. This one's a pretty fucking solid album. I probably like Great Cold Distance better, and definitely some other ones that follow a bit more, but this is still really solid. It's just, I don't know, like I wouldn't call it a misstep after the Great Cold Distance because they're trying to do different things, but I don't know, this is just an enjoyable listen. It's dark and fucking moody and depressing, but not like super heavy. I don't know. It's good. I dig it.
Jimmy?
It's pretty cool seeing everybody's different versions of this. I think mine's a little different than the last two that were shown. This is like the slipcase.
Yeah, the slipcase. You have the rounded corners on yours?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the one I have. Yeah, slipcase rounded corners. Yeah.
I mean, I think I bought this like at the record store the day of.
Yep. So did I.
I'm so into Great Cold Distance.
Yep.
Yeah, I really like the direction they went into this. Because it's quite different. From the Great Cold Distance, and I think I don't know. I mean, this one ranks really high for me, and I just like this is my own opinion, but for me, this is Jonas's crowning moment. I think this is his vocally his best record in terms of like, and I think he wrote a lot of it too. Like at this point going forward, I think he writes a lot of the music, and I don't know, I like the. I mean, this is definitely the most depressive record they've done for me since Discouraged Ones, and I don't know. I just like, as a result, it kind of feels like just really honest to me. Like like it starts off heavy, but it's very like lesser on the guitars, more about the vocals on this one. And unfortunately, like it really worked on this one, but it's not going to work as good, I feel like, going forward. But I don't know. It's just like every single song on this one hits for me, start to finish. And like even Onward into Battle, like it does sound like it should be like a heavy hitting like metal song, but I don't know. That's one of my favorite songs that Catatonia has ever done. I don't know. It's just I love the vibe of it. I love the feeling of it. I love just I don't know. It's just a beautiful song, and everything about this is beautiful but dark. And you know, it's melancholic, but you know, I think they really made a good use of the synths and just balancing out the different instruments on this. And Idle Blood is almost like an Opeth song.
It's very much an Opeth song.
Yeah, but it's so good. And so like just again, you know, I think Jonas really, I think like coming off of Great Cold Distance, I think he really had, you know, he felt pretty confident on this one. And where I never really felt like there was a confidence level with his, you know, being a front man. And on this one, it really felt like he really wanted to push like his own, you know, voice for the band. And so maybe it lost a little bit of the metal, but it's very moody. It's very just back to a, you know, what I like from Catatonia is the vibe, the feel, you know, the depression, the sadness, you know, I'm not upset that they lost kind of like the heaviness a bit on this one. But I think that, you know, they really wrote some of their best melodies and their best, just in terms of like melodic hooks, you know, it's, I don't know. I mean, I would say like I have a hard time either picking this or Great Cold Distance is my favorite
Nice
record.
Hey, I see that in you. That doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, I agree with you 100% on this being a very vocally driven album. It is very much Jonas's culmination of everything that he's been building for, and the reality of it is that if he's fighting to get over the guitars. Not that he didn't on Viva, and you know, not that Viva and the prior three albums where they're primarily guitar driven. You know, it was kind of 1 and 1A. They were, you know, like this. This album, the guitars definitely take a step back for the most part. The synths kind of slide into that middle to be like a tapestry for him to sing over, and he starts to really develop those kind of, for lack of a better way of putting it, because this is going to sound bad, but I don't mean it bad, but those saccharine, sweet, juicy vocal harmonies and melodies. And this album is just full of those kind of songs. And this one is...
That's why I love this band, because they really like, they go with what works, you know, like they really try to go with what works. That's what I feel from they don't ever really try to, I mean, like there's times where they force things, you know, but like, I feel like from this point, like all the members of the band are going to go with, you know, like what's the vibe here and what's going to be the feeling. And they never feel to me like anybody's going to try and overtake and they're going to, you know, not agree on the way that they should move the band forward.
Well, I'm thinking 09 is that Watershed?
I think that's Watershed. It's either 09 or
08 or 09, right? So once again, Watershed kind of is the last album with the death metal vocals, but they're really going full on prog by then, right? I mean, Hex Omega, huh?
It wasn't a smooth transition. It was a very abrupt transition.
What's the really super fucking
Heir Apparent?
No, the super fucking amazing.
The Lotus Eater?
The one that almost brings me to fucking tears when
Burden.
Burden. Jesus balls, dude. I mean, so fucking beautiful like this album. I kind of get why I think that Jake isn't as invested in it, but I got to be honest with you, man. When this came out and I heard it, like Rick, I was like, Forsaker, boom, we're going to have a bang. And then I was like, whoa, wait. Within 3 listens, I was totally captivated. Because for both the reasons that Nick and Jimmy said, if you want to talk about their prior albums, other than Discouraged Ones, which is Discouraged One is utter hopelessness. This album here is emotional connectivity to the life force, the thing that keeps us all going, the thing that enmeshes all of us, which is the drive to live and to live amongst each other and kind of not, you know what I mean? I'm trying to put it into words. I'm trying to think. This album just has a very deep sort of a spiritual vibe to it. And you can almost hear it in Jonas's voice where he's just got this spiritual connection to these songs, and they're very, very emotionally heavy. And his vocals, like Jimmy said, man, I would, except for maybe the new album, which I don't have enough time with to really fully say, oh yeah, that trumps this. I think that this album, even over the next album, which maybe some might argue is his crowning achievement vocally, I don't think so. I think this is the album where his vocals and his emotiveness are so intense that you can't separate him from all these songs are driven through Rensky's voice.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of the keyboard in the background. The guitar comes in to color songs. It doesn't really drive any of the songs. And the drums aren't driving any of the songs. It's Jonas's voice and somewhat of a synth or a keyboard backing that provides that in an artist platform. Jonas's voice is all the different colors on the palette, and the canvas is the keyboard. So he's somehow creating something with his voice on that canvas. If that makes any sense to you guys, I don't know.
No, it does, and that's why it's, to me, it's a big accomplishment for him, because Jonas has a certain range, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't, like he kind of sticks in a certain,
he stays in a certain register. You're correct.
Yeah, and so there's only so much you can do with that,
but I think on this album, Jimmy, I think he figured out ways to use his voice in different ways than he had before. That's what I hear.
Well, and it's also a strength to the melodic, the melodies. I mean,
exactly what the underpinnings of it. Exactly. Let me hit these tracks, and I wanted to address this comment. You guys read that comment for a minute and maybe have a quick response for him when I'm done here. I'm gonna rip through them quick. Forsaker, big heavy intro, clean melodic chords, big strings, big heavy, big choruses. Great fucking song. Longest Year, big epic chorus on that song. Pensive, deep verses, big sense. Idle Blood is their Opeth ripoff, but it's well done, and I love it. It's a favorite on the album. Killer chorus and big harmonies and orchestration is awesome. Onward into Battle, I mean, we've all brought that up. Man, there's something super emotional about the way he sings those lines, man. They're just fucking intense. Is it a great song? I'm not sure, but that part of it sure is. That part, very chill verse and big epic chorus, man. That chorus is just, it's like a soundtrack song. You know what I mean? Where am I at? Oh, yeah. Amazing killer song. I love Onward in the Battle. Liberation, very lush and full sounding. Chorus is killer. Heavy parts are nasty. Promise of Deceit, solid track. More of the same, but very good. Nephilim, favorite song on the album. The opening is so dark and heavy. Then into the heavy form. It's the mellow heavy. That's a formula. If you guys don't hear that, then I must be insane, because I hear it. It's developing here. It's developed even earlier, but it's really becoming the thing for them. But man, the guitar lines on this that do come in, and his voice where he does I honestly can't do it because my voice is getting ragged tonight, but this song is fucking badass. New Night, another cool chugging tune that has a lot of light and shade in it. Inheritance, very slow roll, but the payoff is the chorus, which is amazing. The vocal effects, the programming is super cool. Okay, maybe number one track. I don't know. I have a bunch of number one tracks on here, apparently. Day and Then Shade was the single, and it's great, but in a weird way, it's like a doomy U2 track for some reason. This song reminds me of like a doomy U2 track. Like maybe something like not better than the real thing. What was that one with they're all on the front and the cover's kind of white?
Wait, Pop?
No, it came out. It was like it's only a couple albums old. I'll look it up. I want to keep moving.
Oh, How to Disassemble an Atomic Bomb?
No, it was after that. I'll look it up. It up. Departer, man, what a beautiful, lush, dark wave kind of vibe, right? It's got a dark wavy synth thing going on. Or how about this? I hear a lot of Dead Can Dance and Cocteau Twins and This Mortal Coil in that. It's just the gothy vocals from Krister Linder. That song is fucking gorgeous.
They mentioned that as their influence in previous interviews, and here's where you can hear it more.
Big time. Yeah. Beautiful song. Jake, I think you said you really dug that one, right?
Oh yeah, that's probably my favorite on the album.
It's my number one too, along with like 6 other songs on there. Ashen, only bonus track that I'm aware of. Good. I don't know. Sounds like it belongs to Great Cold Distance. It's kind of heavier.
Yep.
But has the much. I don't know. I was falling asleep during when I wrote that too because I can't fucking understand it.
Yeah, that album puts me to sleep too, Jeff.
What's that? Yeah. No, it wasn't that. It was I was listening to it like 4 a.m. after 20 other albums. I love this album when it dropped, and still a big fan of it. The electronical bits they added, and it's also doomy dream pop. A lot of big earworms and heavy production, especially in the synths and beats. So I really like it, but the drawback is with Jonas's vocals, he has a penchant for similar melodies in the songs. And the album does become a little samey sounding. All of it very pleasant, but in a general, but it's not in general a very heavy album. I think we all agree on that, right? It's not a heavy album from a guitar metal type aspect, right? I would have given this a 9.5 several years ago, and I mean that, Jake. I'm not fucking around. I mean, I would have given it a 9.5, and it probably would have been a little higher. It slipped a little bit, but not too far. It's probably we'll get there. I do still love this album. I don't apologize for it. It's not at number 1 like Jimmy, but I totally get why he says that. But I still dig this album. And here I said again, remember, around this time, Opeth are really exploding by being more proggy. And I think there was an awareness of this, an influence there to be more expansive in their sound by adding a tons of synth. But it mostly works for me overall. So, there was some other, The Longest Year. Is that the stuff that's on the album? It must be, right? The Longest Year. Is that like
oh wait, hold on.
Unused
was that the
track?
live album?
It's like videos and remixes of night tracks, a bunch of remixes.
Yeah, well, it's got the same. It's technically, I mean, it's an EP, but it's more like a single. Like, it has The Longest Year, which is one of my favorite tracks. Yep. But Sold Heart, which is a bonus track.
Sold Heart, yeah, that's it.
On my version,
that's actually a cool track. It's nothing new, but it's very synthy and moody. It's like the rest of the album, yeah.
And then the remixes, I think, are good. I like,
right.
It's not what I'm there for.
All right, let's head on to Dead End Kings. Are we cool?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a smoke and pee.
Right,
I just want to add one thing. This is where we start seeing more.
Add something, of course. Go ahead.
A longer break between albums. It started with
right.
Cold Distance. They started it's like a 3-year gap instead of the 1-2 year thing they were doing before.
That's a good point. Yeah.
And I noticed with Night is New Day, it's like one of the thoughts that first crossed my mind was they're growing up. They're not kids anymore. They're looking to. It's a very mature outing. You know what I mean? To put it in few words. It's one of the impressions I got from this. So I think that giving those extra years, it had a little more time to develop and figure out what they want to do.
I agree. Hey, did somebody want to inform God of Grind of the how far off he really is right now on that statement?
Oh yeah, man, that's
yeah, only about 4 hours.
Yeah, you're only about 4 hours off on our longest one, God of Grind. Go check out the deep dive for Opeth.
You'll have
like a full work day in. Yeah. It's what we do here, man. It's what we do, and I apologize for absolutely zero of it, man. That's why we do these.
Be back in a bit.
Yep. Okay. Sorry, man. We're at Go ahead.
Dead End Kings. Did you want to do an intro on it?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Came out August 28th, 2012. Peaceville, nice from Renski, Castillo, and this is still on. We're still on Peaceville, right?
Yeah, these are all on Peaceville.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yep, Peaceville. So go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, as you guys can see, this is not the original artwork. This is the 2022 Travis Smith artwork that they redid. I don't know why they redid it because the original artwork was pretty killer.
What was it? The original is the one where the big castle with the thing on it, right? Is that
I
it?
feel like it's a big like bird thing that's like lurching down, but it's like,
yeah, but
it's just
it's
different.
like a castle, right? Isn't there a castle on
Yeah,
it?
it could be.
Okay.
Somebody else will show
Oh
it.
wait a minute, I'll pull it up.
But,
Go ahead.
yeah, this one to me, I know you and Jimmy probably disagree, but this one's an improvement from the last one for me.
Oh no, sorry.
It gets an 8.25 for me.
No.
Definite improvement for me. The songs just click more with me. Departing, great song. The one you are looking for is not here. Another great song. Racing Heart, Buildings, Leech, Ambitions, Lethian, Dead Letters. Tons of great songs on this one. Very catchy album.
There you go, Jake. This is the original, right?
Yeah.
Which is very, very cool art cover.
Yeah.
Great.
This one's cool too. It's just different.
Yeah.
Right.
He reimagined it a little bit. Yeah,
that's exactly what
I wanted to find out. There was here. So this was actually the shirt I have. It's in the wash still right now. It's that chair like up on top of the mountain. But the difference is that's the back of the album, I believe, the original version. But the shirt has the bird creature and then all these birds coming down to the chair on it, which is pretty cool. I was trying to find. Here it is, right here. Here's the. This is what the shirts look like for that tour, which by the way, we didn't mention that real quick, and we probably should when Nick gets back about. Or did we talk about the first time we saw him? I don't think I did.
Maybe we should just. I don't know.
What's that?
I was gonna say do it as we go, but
yeah. Well, I kind of missed my mark there. So, Jimmy, I think you said you saw him in 2003.
Yeah, for the
you're the farthest back. And that was for what album? That would have been for
Great Cold Distance.
No, Viva, wasn't it?
No, the first time I saw him was Great Cold Distance.
Well, that was 2006.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's the first time I saw him too. That tour. That's right. We just talked about that because I saw Moonspell and you saw the other
2003. That's what.
So yeah, that wasn't 03. That was 06. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were great when I saw them. Then they were really, and actually I hung out with shit. I don't know if I'll find that on my phone. I don't know how to get into. I'm so stupid. I don't know how to get into Facebook on the laptop. I don't want to try, but I'll show you guys a couple funny pictures you probably didn't see. Sorry, Jake. You want to go back to your finish?
No, if we wanted to tangent to when we saw him. We can do that.
So when did you see him first?
I think my first experience was either 2007 or 2008 on the Fall of Hearts tour. Great show. I saw them with the post-rock band Caspian, if anybody's familiar with them.
Oh, yeah, I know them, yeah.
Those guys were killer. Interestingly, the first band on it, I think they were called like Uncured or something, but I swear to God, I saw them open on like 3 different tours that year. And they're all big tours.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I was wondering if they're just buying their way on the tours.
They could have
for that many, and I know
the label could have bought them on. Yeah,
I know buying on the tours was kind of a thing.
It was.
They weren't anything interesting. It was a bunch of young kids, and their mom was like their manager
Oh Jesus!
with them. It was kind of an interesting thing. But I saw them on like 3 different shows. But yeah, besides them, like Caspian, absolutely. Like I'd never heard of them before, and I wasn't big into post rock at that time. I hadn't really
They're
delved
cool
into that.
though. They're a cool band.
And they
Sorry, I saw that tour too.
it was an emotional experience for me, going from them right into Catatonia, that era of Catatonia. It was, yeah, that was one of the most like emotional, cathartic shows I've ever been to. Especially, taking into the shit I was going through in my life at that time. It was right as I'm going through into divorce on a 7-year marriage.
Oh man.
So yeah.
Let me just show this real quick so I can look for the other one. So, is it not going to focus?
I see
Cool.
Jeff and someone that's kind of wait. No, you had it.
Is that Blackheim? Yep. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but that guy with the buzz cut, what a fucking handsome bastard he is.
Looks like a giant poser.
It looks
Yeah.
like a giant douche canoe.
Yeah.
Except for he's not very giant. He's kind of diminutive. You know what's weird is I don't remember Nystrom being that much taller than me. I think he was actually pushing me down with his elbow. Because I'm like 6'5",
Yeah.
and,
We'll go with that.
but I will say Anders has a lot less hair. Anders, I love you. If you want to come on and be on my show, I would love that. But you definitely have a lot less hair, dude. I still have a lot more hair. Yeah, there's that one, and then I'll find the other one. Rick, how about you? On your first time, you just saw him for the first time.
I just saw them, yeah, back in November, man, first time. Funny,
You
right?
fucking poser.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird billing. It was Cellar Darling, which I caught the tail end of their act, and then it was like the Ocean Collective was pretty good actually.
I love the ocean.
So that was cool. I think it was more fitting with Catatonia. They were more of a progressive act. I just didn't think the venue had the best setup for their sound. But as far as performance wise, it was pretty good. Seeing Katatonia, just kind of knowing their songs, you go in there hoping for a certain kind of set lists, but I'm one of those too little too late kind of, seeing them for the first time.
Right.
Like I'm like, oh yeah, okay. I'm not gonna catch this particular era of this band, so I kind of had to make peace with that. So
that show, I know they were touring for Dead End Kings, but it was too heavy on Dead End King songs.
Yeah, a little bit of Fall of Hearts stuff.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No, Rick, wait. The one you just saw, was it your first time or no?
Yeah.
Well, that was for City Burials. They did a lot of the City Burials shit.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah,
to say.
there was.
Yeah.
Although
Dead End Kings was way back on 12.
I'm not as familiar with that album, but I can tell with City Burial stuff because the electronics kicked in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I totally meant to say City Burial.
Yeah, I thought so. I was thinking, wait, that's
They did play Dead End
King. They played a lot of songs.
They did play Dead End King stuff though. It was a bit of a mixed bag.
I want to show you one other one. Just just show you how fucking handsome this guy is once again. These two guys on either side of me right there, fucking posers.
Is that John Lennon? Wow, man.
This guy right here, I don't know. He claims he's Alex Lifeson. I don't think he is. That guy claims he's Geddy Lee, but I don't know. That guy right there, cool as fuck.
I was gonna say he looks like a session musician for Breaking Benjamin. That dude in the middle. Is that an Affliction T-shirt?
No, it's an ISIS shirt.
Okay, or I wasn't sure.
ISIS fucker. Get out.
I
hate to admit this, dude. I own 2 Affliction shirts. I do. They're in there.
Shameful.
Well, what's shameful about it is that I don't have broski muscles and fucking, tats all up the sleeve, tats and shit. Jimmy, run through your, I'm sorry. Nick, run through your group of shows real quick.
Oh, group of shows. I've only seen Catatonia twice.
Okay.
First time was on the Heritage Tour for Opeth, which was the first time I saw Opeth live. It was kind of late on that one. Catatonia ripped. Honestly, I mean, I loved Opeth's set, even though they played nothing with growly vocals at all. but I did get to hear Hex Omega live, and God, I forget. It might have been Closure off of Damnation, but Catatonia's set was awesome. They were still touring on Night is the New Day, so they were playing a lot of stuff off of The Great Cold Distance, Viva Emptiness, and Night is the New Day. They actually closed with Forsaker, and that was fucking amazing. And then I saw him on that same tour with Caspian, and that was around the Fall of Hearts. And yeah, you're going to hear me gush about that album later, but yeah, their set was brilliant. It was at the Agora in Cleveland on the smaller stage, which I guess they only use for merch now, but they put on an amazing set. It just, I don't know, pretty much every song I really wanted to hear. I think they even squeezed in Day in that set too, since they had a full-on like headlining size set. Caspian was absolutely amazing too. Just a wall of fucking sound and emotion. Like, I generally don't like super shoegazy stuff, but they did a great job. But yeah, Catatonia owned on both occasions, and I'd love to see him again.
Okay, Jimmy, I'm almost to you. Just want to show one more pic here. Check this out. Check this out. This is fucking. Actually, it's a funny picture.
Hold on. Hold. If you hold still, it might focus. Okay. All right.
Still can't tell.
Nope.
Looks like you're wearing a robe.
No, I got a T-shirt over.
It's the second
God
cover.
damn it! Are you serious?
The guy has a chin strap beard, and can tell that, but
Yep. I can tell that.
everything else is white.
You remember that villain, the Blank, and Dick Tracy?
How about there?
It's Jonas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's look at how happy Jonas is.
Yeah, he looks thrilled to be hanging out with you.
I mean, dude, he was cool, but he just seemed like he was.
It's like, if I take this picture, will you promise to go away? Like,
I will say one thing. He's lost quite a bit of weight. He's much skinnier now.
Yeah.
He's still not skinny, but he's much skinnier than there. Jimmy, what about your Catatonia experiences?
I told you guys about the first time, so
Right.
but I will say I've seen him like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, I've seen him 4.
Really times was Dead End Kings tour. It was Catatonia, Devin Townsend, and Ocean, I think it was.
Yeah, I got a story about that then.
But my best story is seeing the tour that Nick was talking about. It was Catatonia and Opeth here in Boulder, Colorado. And I took all my non-metal friends that like Opeth, but they're not they like some metal, but not really whole. They love Opeth, but not a whole lot.
Yeah.
For my wife, and everybody fucking hated Catatonia. I was the only one, dude. I was just like, and they were great. I thought they were awesome. Everybody thought they sucked.
This was 2012 or 2013, right?
I don't know. I'll never understand it because I'm like, dude, you guys like Opeth, but you don't like Catatonia.
Yeah, that makes
blew my mind. They thought they were awful.
That makes no sense.
I was blown away.
man.
Yeah, dude. Wires
I know.
You need better people in your life.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
but like, if you like Opeth and you can even get it past the growls and all that stuff, and you don't at least kind of feel Catatonia a little bit, and they were great that night. I mean, they were. And,
Yeah, that makes no sense.
my
to me.
wife-
If you like Opeth, but you don't like Catatonia. That
My wife
no
loves
sense.
Opeth, and she hated Catatonia. Like,
Wow.
even when I told her I was doing the Catatonia deep dive tonight, she was like, "Oh, Catatonia." Oh.
Wait, your wife hates him.
I'm
she
not
can't
saying that's
stand
grounds
Catatonia.
for divorce, but that might be grounds for divorce. I
Wow.
don't know, man.
Well, but she likes Wolf in the Throne Room, so that's kind of cool.
Does she
There
like
you go.
to-
That
does
is-
she like to-
All right. There
All
it is.
right, hang on. So how many? So you saw him first in 06 like me, just once or more than once?
I think it was that time with the Swallowed Sun,
Right.
Insomnium, Scar Symmetry, and then I saw him again. I think for Night is a New Day. I don't remember who was
Yep.
that, but then again with that Devin Townsend Ocean tour, and then that Opeth tour. I missed them this last time around when they came.
Yeah.
was like
I go. Yeah.
5 months ago. I wish I would have liked to have gone, but yeah, I mean, I might have seen them one more time, but yeah, I mean, every time I've seen them, I loved them. I thought they were great.
Yeah, I saw him 06 for Great Cold Distance with Moon Spell, you guys said, or Moon Sorrow?
Moon Spell.
Moon Spell.
So,
And then I saw him twice for Night is a New Day, and it was I don't know if you got this, Jimmy. It was Orphaned Land from Israel, and Swallow the Sun was the second on there, which I was, the only two times I've seen them. They were great. And then I saw them once with Opeth for Dead End Kings, and I'm 99% sure it was 2013, like the spring. But it could have been because Dead End Kings came out in 12. It was August. I think it was like March or April of 2013 when they came over with Opeth. And yeah, so I saw them 4 times. And and the reason I had tickets to see that Dev Townsend, and the day of the show, I was meeting you guys. Some of you guys have met my friend John that doesn't talk to me anymore. But anyways, and Jimmy, you met him. We had ticket. I was going to meet him down at the soundstage, which you guys have all been in except for Jake, I think. And I went to work and I went out and grabbed lunch, and man, I got fucking food poisoning like about an hour after I ate. Like so goddamn sick that I was on the toilet throwing up, and it was miserable. And I just knew there's absolutely no way. I was taking like anything I could to feel better just to go down, and I had to bail on going, man. And I was bummed because that would have probably been my like 4th or 5th time seeing Devin, and he's always fucking great live. He's just amazing.
Yes.
But I missed that show, so I don't remember what tour that was for though. Was that for Dead End Kings?
I'm pretty sure it was Dead End Kings.
I think it was the first leg of the Dead End King, and that was in the fall of 12, and then they did the Opeth thing in the spring. Okay, we should get moving. Did one of you guys want to tackle this question real quick? Never understand when you say Catatonia albums aren't metal; they're all metal, progressive metal. I think when we say that, we don't. What I mean by that is that they
continuously progress.
Huh?
They continuously progress, I would say.
No, but he's saying we were saying they're not a metal band. Rick said it. I said it. What we mean by that is that most metal bands, when you talk about Cannibal Corpse, or you talk about Immortal, or you talk about Mayhem, or give me Alice in Chains, or you talk about, these are all guitar-led bands where the guitar often features as much as the other elements, or more than the other elements of the band, right? And I think that what we were talking about is some of these albums for me, what I meant by it is that some of these albums by Catatonia, the guitars start to take a back seat, and they don't. That to me indicates that they're not as. I mean, when I think of progressive metal, I think of Dream Theater. I think of Symphony X. I think of even Rush, who's not they were a proto progressive metal band, but for a long, long time, Alex Lifeson's guitars were way out front. Then when they got into the keyboard thing, it suddenly disappeared, and they became more of a nebulous band to kind of genreify it. I don't know. Anyone else want to jump in on that?
It's a fine seesaw between like heavy rock and metal,
Right.
There's also heavy progressive rock, and you got like Mars Volta and bands like that,
Crimson, or yeah, I mean, yes,
Bands like that
kind of,
more.
They kind of dance in this area between various genres.
a lot of genres, yeah.
So they're definitely, you can say they're a metal band. I consider them a metal band, but
What? Here's the thing.
Not a metal band,
predominantly metal.
Disagree with you.
But here's the thing. See if you guys agree with me. When we talk about metal, one of the primary things we're talking about is distortion in the guitars. Whereas you can call Blue Oyster Cult a metal band, like they used to back in the press, but Blue Oyster Cult is not really a metal band. They're a hard rock band because they have a lot of clean tones, and that's what I'm saying. Some of these albums, with the exception of maybe Viva and Brave and my twin album. I'm sorry, Great Cold Distance. Those are pretty metallic albums. But now these, night is a new day, and Dead End Kings, and even City Burials. There's not as much distorted guitar. There is, but it's not as prominent. That's why I say that they're still metal, but they're not like metal. They're more like really hard rock. That's where I come in on. I don't know if you guys agree or not.
Yeah,
I mean, they're metal. I mean,
they're predominantly metal. Like they could release non-metal albums,
Yeah, they could.
Like Blood and Contagion is still a metal band.
And their roots are in metal.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
Anything beyond that.
Here's a good example. Is Michael Schenker a metal band? Is the Michael Schenker group a metal band? I mean, the guitar features very prominently, right? But is Michael busting out the HM two-tone? No. Is he doing the really heavy distorted Opeth tone? No, not really. He's kind of a hard rock guitar player, right? Scorpions, a lot of great guitar in there. Are they a metal band? Borderline.
You could shred still. Eddie Van Halen, right? Like
Yeah.
Still not be a metal
band. I mean, if you listen to New Opeth, are they a metal band?
Not really. That's a great example.
Yeah.
But I mean, they once were. Their roots are in metal, right?
Sure. I mean, they're still a metal band, but they're not a full-on metal band anymore. They incorporate a lot of other stuff, and that's what Catatonia is doing now. They're incorporating a lot of other influences, and the synths are dominating a lot of stuff. So that's why I think we were talking about King. I don't think we were like saying they're not metal, but they're not. I don't know. That's a tricky one. I don't know.
Subjective,
Yeah, let's get moving here. Dead End Kings. Did we do that or no?
No,
I went on Dead End Kings.
Rick, did you do that? I can't remember.
Not until yet.
Okay, go ahead. We're getting there, guys. Hang in there. Jimmy, you're going to hang with me, right?
Yeah, I got another 45 minutes.
Okay, all right. We're going to get it done. We're going to get her done.
Yeah, I got a feeling these are going to go quick. There's that shirt you were talking about. The bird.
That's it right there. That's it. Yep.
This is the 5-1
love
mix.
That shirt too, man. Sure.
I thought this would help change my opinion. Getting the 5-1 mix. No different. It's definitely more pulled back than Night is the New Day. The tone is different, more dependence on atmosphere, electronics than before, but more keyboard than electronics. I noticed Jonas's vocals is definitely more improved. Actually, he's got more technique thrown in there, but I find that his limited range though does help with his particular style. Sometimes a little too much. It's not always a good thing. If you had Mike Patton on this, a guy with a lot of range, right?
That'd be
it would be weird.
It'd be weird, yeah.
Covering something like this. I mean, there are some good tracks here. I mean, it's just this album has a hard time keeping my attention, though.
Boom.
Overall, I'm like, man, I just kind of like
nailed it.
I kind of want to put on another album after putting this. I'm like, I kind of want to listen to this. Buildings is a really good track. And that's one of the ones where I can say, yeah, this is it's got some good guitar in there. Under You, it's like one of the ones that, again, once it hits that track, I kind of fall asleep. And same with Ambitions. Lethian's a good one. Yes, the two L's. Dead Letters is another good one. The Act of Darkening, I love that track.
Yeah, that's a great track.
That's a great ender for this one.
Movie soundtrack theme song. What do you think?
Yeah, I could see that.
Yep.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, so this is the one with that version with the bird on the cover. Interesting.
I like that
with birds.
Yeah, they're cool.
Other than that, I really don't have a whole lot to say, man. I don't return this one all that often. It's not bad. It just it's not as memorable for me. I don't know.
So it's kind of like your tonight's decision, Jimmy's tonight's decision. And
it's
mine.
Pretty. I mean, I love what they do with the artwork, and everything else. It's really good
presentation. The artwork's killer on that, man.
I got
trying to see where I put that.
Different.
Let me see where I put that.
Got the Crow Man barfing.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you got there? What do you got there, Nick? Go less.
I like this album. it's kind of like the halfway point between Great Cold Distance and Night is the New Day. It's good. It has some great standout tracks. The Parting, the opening track, is up there with one of my favorites. I absolutely love that song, and I love the duet on The One You're Looking For Is Not Here with I believe it's the vocalist for The Gathering.
Yeah, the Gathering chick.
Very, very heartfelt, very just earnest, and I know I like the whole vibe. And heavier tracks, Buildings, Dead Letters, the closer, is kind of a bruising fucking proggy number on here. Racing Hearts, there's some like Depeche Mode-y moments on there. The songs are all good, but it's kind of the same thing that Rick was really up. Like, it's good, but it doesn't stand out as much. Like, I feel like, again, they kind of compromised, found the middle ground between, their two most recent albums before this, and I was like, yeah, this is good. I think Jonas sounds fantastic on here. I think he keeps getting better vocally, like within a limited range, finding cool things you can do, phrasing, and maybe throwing in some different kinds of accents and such. Like, it's I don't know, it's really good to hear that. But this is a good album. Like, I don't think it's terrible in any right. Again, I don't think any of their albums are terrible, but I don't know, it doesn't grab me as much, but I still come back to it pretty often. I don't know. It's again like kind of that middle ground.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Jimmy.
Yeah, same for me. I got this signed version. I think that Devin Townsend show.
Look at you.
But I mean, this one, it kind of missed the mark for me, unfortunately. I mean, it sounds good. It's a good record. I mean, again, Catatonia doesn't have a bad record, but I don't know. It just felt kind of more of the same. It was kind of uninspired.
Yep.
Compared to like the previous two efforts. And I tried to I remember at the time, I remember hearing it and like kind of losing interest in the band, and kind of like moving on to other things. And I returned to it this week, getting ready for this deep dive, and it just didn't really change my mind too much. I think there's some good songs. I mean, for sure, The Parting is good. The One You're Looking For Is Not Here is again, that's a really good duet. Dead Letters, the last track. Everything in between is just kind of there for me. It's kind of like previous records that were kind of there. I could listen to it and enjoy it, but just kind of missed the mark a little bit for me, and didn't really have kind of what I was hoping for after, the last two records, which were my favorite records by the band. And I was a little afraid that they had kind of like just coasted here, and I was a little concerned, like where they're going to go. And like at the time, I kind of lost it, and I mean, love the cover art, love everything about it, like the production, I don't know. It just I just feel like at this point they're kind of hit or miss for me at this point, and they're not. It's going to be as good as there's, the songs are strong, and they just weren't as strong here. Like, they sound good. It's just, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry to say.
Yep. This is my least favorite album of theirs, and there's some good songs on it, but it just doesn't do a whole lot for me. I think, first of all, we forgot to mention this is the last one with Daniel Lilkidivibler. First one for Nicholas Sandine on bass, and the only one for Per Eriksson, who also played in Bloodbath and is he something else, Witchery or something like that? I forget what other band he's from. He's Sodomizer, remember? What a name. What a name. I mean, what's in a name?
Started at band camp.
Yeah, so The Parting, Jonas's patented vocal intro line. It's just like, you just know, I just can hear it right away and go, oh, here we go. It's going to be that, Lots of synths, but a nice riff, of course, reminiscent of Great and Night. Cool dynamic track. Sounds like the baby of those two albums, Great and Night. The One You Are Not Looking For, slow chug with chanting, female vocals, which are cool. Another decent track. What's her name? Silga Wergeland or something? Wergeland? From The Gathering?
Yeah.
She looks great in a bodysuit, I got to tell you. I'm just saying, you can go find that picture yourself. Hyponine, some cool dynamics and heavy moments, decent track. Racing Heart, that's probably was that the single?
Racing.
The single.
I know the Parting and Dead Letters.
Okay.
No.
Racing Heart was the single. That's very synthy and keys driven, but awesome vocals on it. The vocal melodies are gorgeous. Some killer overdubs by Jonas. Amazing stuff. That's a killer track. I really like that song. Buildings has some heavy riffage and great drumming, some ambient heaviness, blah, blah, blah. Probably the best heavy track, but just kind of okay. Leech, cool track, but sounds so much like the last three albums. Nothing stands out on this one. Ambition, super atmospheric, vocal-driven, haunting track. Cool stuff with some nice groovy junk going on. I dig this track a lot. Undo You, really beautiful track, not metal at all. Leithian, cool track, a bit of a chug, but mostly just a driving song with lots of keys and vocals. There's a cool solo in that, though, in Leithian. There's a Lydian guitar solo. It's really cool. First Prayer, not bad, but again, these songs do pretty much bleed together. I like a lot of them because they are pleasant to my ears, but they don't stand out much like earlier songs on Last Fair Deal and Viva. And I don't know what I was writing there. They don't stand out much like earlier. I don't know what that. Don't stand out versus like earlier albums like Viva and Last. That's what I was trying to say. Some great riffs and cool riffs on the end of this track. Dead Letters. This one has a definitive Tool riff going on. Lots of ethereal synths on this. Even has a synth solo, aka Marillion, major progginess on this track, but just kind of okay. Second, the beginning vocal line is like Jonas 101. He uses that line at least 12 times in every album, sometimes more. Quite honestly, as much as I love his voice, it does get a bit overdone. And then the last one that Rick mentioned, The Act of Darkening, mainly acoustic track, quite different than the rest of their usual sound. Sounds like a movie soundtrack, not metal. I kind of forgotten about this album as I was slowly kind of tiring of the same kind of vibe in the last few albums. But this is a decent album. It's definitely not a doom metal band anymore and hard to classify them. Opus moved towards more prog. Porcupine Tree influence from years before is there. Maybe Radiohead. Jonas definitely wanted the band to be more vocally driven band since tonight's decision. And Jonas was a huge Jeff Buckley fan, so they become a bit of an alternative prog band, it would seem by now. Certainly on Night, and this carries forward even further. This album is more an atmospheric prog dream pop album with Rensky as the primary writer by now. If you come at these last two albums as a metal fan, they're stellar albums, but you're probably not going to like them. I'm only giving this a 6 out of 10. So there we go. Lots to say on that one. Sorry. We lost Jake, or did he just dip out for a minute?
Nope, he's back.
I'm
There he
back.
is. Ray Do Fall Hearts came out on May 20th, 2016. Rensky Nystrom producing. Peaceville. I think this is the last one. Peaceville? No?
Second
Yeah?
last
No.
one.
Next one. Okay. Several personal studios. Otherwise mixed by Jens Bogren at Fascination Street. Added Daniel Moylanen on drums and Roger Orgesson on guitars. That's what I got.
Yeah, as you guys have heard, this is where I came in, and that probably has a lot to do with my opinions on this album, but I fucking adore this album. This is probably, out of their catalog, it's the most meaningful album for me. I pretty much know this album by heart. Every song I like on this. Takeover, Sarin, Old Heart Falls, Decima, Serac, Last Song Before the Fade, The Night Subscriber.
That's good too.
Passer, Sister, it's all good. Those are yeah, that's 90% of the album that I think are worth definitely checking out. Fucking on Old Heart Falls, the way he sings, sorrow will find you, like that just hits you right down to the fucking soul. The way he delivers that line, just such a great album in my book. This is a 9.5 for me.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I think Nick's going to be in your neighborhood there too. Let's see. What surprises does the Dreadful one hold on this one?
That's actually one I don't have a physical of.
Before
I get it,
Rick,
which is funny because I don't have a physical of that, but why do I have a physical of this?
Yeah, why?
What the hell?
You fucking douche canoe poser.
I actually like the artwork on this.
It is cool. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Didn't they do a box set, like a really exclusive box set for that had like all kind of? It was like a 4-album thing, or?
But you notice I'm not a big box set guy, so probably.
Hey Rick, wimps and posers, leave the hall.
That's right. Out.
Yeah, this did not seem necessary. It's pretty much a remix of Dead End Kings, and for those who don't know, and I almost feel like this is really good background music, though. For people who come over and just want something a little easy listening.
It's very ambient, right? It's very ambient acoustic. Yeah,
it is. But I almost feel like if you're going to go that direction, it should be even more ambient. I feel like the vocals should have been pulled even more back.
Right.
You're going to do that anyway.
If I remember correctly, don't they use the same vocals? Like they didn't change the vocals at all. It's the same.
Yeah, that's part of the issue I have with it. Like if you're going to do that, might as well make it what it wants to be, an ambient album.
Yeah. It's just lazy.
And the fact that they had Daniel still on this, the other Daniel. See, Opeth likes their Martins, and Catatonia likes their Daniels. As far as the drummers go, if you've noticed.
No, that's right, Martins and Opeths. Yeah.
And Daniel, the previous Daniel, I feel like the direction they were going was not fitting for his style. I think he's kind of this new drummer. They brought in for Fall of Hearts. Like I think his style definitely fits a little more for what they were trying to do. His style is a little more subdued. He doesn't go Phil crazy like like the other guy. I'm not saying he's not capable of it. I just think stylistically, I can hear the difference for this kind of thing. As far as Fall of Hearts, I'm actually not as familiar with this, you guys. Because I was in a different headspace at the time. I was not paying attention to Catatonia by this point. Dead End Kings was not an album. I felt like it was not the direction why I got into Catatonia to begin with. Right. But all that said, like after having to revisit this, for this dive, I do want to pick up a copy of this. I think it's a beautiful album, man.
Pretty good album.
A lot more, like it connects me more emotionally than what Dead End Kings was trying to do. I think this one just kind of hits the nail better. I think executes for what they were trying to do. And like you said, like the song Old Hearts Fall, like that just that track alone makes it worth the pick up. So but it's a long, hold on a second. It's a long album. Yeah, it's over an hour. That's probably why I had a hard time getting through it. You know what I mean? Like to put the time reserved for that. So I didn't stick with me. Again, the problem I had with Dead End Kings. Kind of with this one, but I have noted that I gravitate more towards this album than I did with Dead End Kings. Just in general, just because how emotive, it just how beautiful it is. Which is weird to say because when I think of Catatonia, why I got into that band, I think of the gloomy, I think of the depressing. I don't get it from this album. I get a whole different kind of vibe and emotion from it.
Cool. Nick, you want to talk about this one, I think?
I do want to talk about this one. This album is fantastic. Easily one of my favorites, possibly my favorite overall. I love the more proggy nature of it. Like some of their most proggy songs, like especially the opening track, Takeover.
Yep.
Got Residual is a fucking nice proggy ass song too, and where is it? Sirac. Oh my god, these songs have
Sirac's
a
killer.
lot of amazing movements. The electronic elements are thrown out in favor of like just more organic sounding keys, like kind of moogie and lush synths. Once again, Jonas puts in like one of my favorite vocal performances yet. Like everything about this album is so
Yes.
emotional. Like you can just connect to it. Old Heart Falls might have the best chorus they've ever fucking written. Oh my god,
Which one?
does that fucking hit? Old Heart Falls. Oh,
Let me see what I got.
Where it starts with "Sorrow Will Find You."
yep,
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, that fucking song is badass.
Reading Death and
That
Tomorrow,
has the best.
Poetry.
That has the best chorus. One of
Yeah.
the best choruses.
That
ever.
alone makes me
Ever.
want to pick it up.
Ever.
Yeah.
I love the softer flourishes like Decima. Decima is just
Ow.
it's just pretty.
Beautiful ballad.
fucking
Beautiful
pretty.
ballad. Yep.
The acoustic guitar work in here is awesome.
Yep.
And I think this is more guitar centric once again. Like,
It is. They brought. There's no doubt they brought the guitars
so
back.
many fucking
Yep.
riffs.
Yep.
And I mean, there's like heavier sections on here too. Like this is just an amazing balanced album. And for an hour-long album, it doesn't feel excessively long. Like it feels like, yeah, this is the perfect length for everything they're trying to do here. These songs again are more expansive, so I expect more stuff in them. Like, seeing longer songs from Catatonia, I'm like, wow, they kind of like drone on the same part for too long. Like, no, this has got amazing songwriting here. Actually, some of their best songwriting, in my opinion, at least. This album is flat out fantastic. Man, coming back to this one is like, dude, I just love listening to this album. Like, it's sad, but it's somehow kind of triumphant. I don't know. Like, there's such a mixed bag of emotions on here, most of them being like the sad spectrum, but I don't know, it just feels good. Like there's just something about this that just, I don't know, it's just amazing. Like this is a great emotional journey. Oh my god, Rick, go get it. It's awesome.
Right now, Rick, go
fine.
get it.
Go do it now.
Don't even order it. Don't order it fucking on Amazon with Prime. Go get. By the way, quick story. I really quick story.
There's never a quick story.
No, I swear to God, it's a quick story. So I had Prime when we moved in here, right? Because we had to get things to move in here that we needed quickly. And my dad was trying to gain weight from COVID from the hospital, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, and I ordered the insured big. I canceled Prime. I wasn't, my dad wanted to take his finances back about March or April last year. So I wasn't really looking at the credit card statement. And, I canceled Prime months ago, 6-7 months ago, and I happened to see the bill laying there, and I looked at it, and there was a charge for $15 for Prime. I'm like, wait, what? And I said, Dad, you have the other statements? And he's like, yeah, they're over there. And I look back, motherfuckers were charging me. I tried to get on and use Prime, like TV, couldn't access it. Tried to order something, didn't have Prime for shipping, but those cocksuckers were fucking charging me every month for. So I got a $240 credit. I didn't tell them exactly when I canceled. I just said, well, I canceled that last year, which is not okay. I better not say what I'm thinking. But anyway, bottom line is, I don't want anything to incriminate me here, but I got a $220. You gotta watch that shit. Those motherfuckers.
Amazon Men in Black will be knocking on your door.
Yeah, well, fuck those guys. Jimmy, you ready to rock and roll on?
Yeah, for sure. Like we talked about, I mean, like old Dead End Kings was like kind of phoned it in for me. Like just kind of felt like they were coasting. Man, this one really brought me back. And I had to get it on vinyl because I love it so much. I mean, really, this one just ranks really high for me because I feel like they're really playing to their strengths on this, and they really just sat down and wrote some great songs. And you know what's interesting about Catatonia today is like I don't really find them depressive or downtrodden anymore. Like at this point, like I feel like they're progressive in a sense, but I just feel like a lot of it
they're almost uplifting. Like the new album has a lot of really uplifting. Yeah,
and I'm good with that. I like that. I think everything about this record is just playing to all their strengths. Everything kind of gelled really well on here. Like between like I love the new drummer. The new drummer. I mean, I was sad to see Daniel leave, but
Yeah, he's good. The
the new
dude.
drummer's great.
Yeah,
he's
he's
really good.
way more progressive. You can tell.
Yeah, just really tasteful drummer. Just plays perfectly to the songs. You know, like he doesn't overdo it. He just does what's required. And yeah, man. I mean, like just from start to finish, I think for the most part, I don't think there's a bad song on this record. It's funny with Catatonia because like, man, when it fucking really works, it works, and like when it doesn't, it doesn't. Like you can see like when they're, and I don't know, it's like even like with Jonas on this one, like it's always going to be like a juxtaposition between the vocals and the instrumentation. And I think on this one, they really nailed it. And there's a lot of good soloing, and they got a great solo player.
Great
now.
solos on there. Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy they brought in, much more of a solo player, and you can tell.
Yeah. But I mean, like just everything. I mean, it just fucking gelled, and it's like at this point in their career, like they're doing what they do. Like they're not really deviating too much from their style at this point. Like they're not, we've seen this band like go through so many movements, and now like we have what they do now, and I don't really see them really taking big risks. And if they've got good songs, they don't really need to take big risks, and like they're not really going to do that going forward. I'd like to see them do something like completely, left field, but yeah, man, I don't know. They really brought me back on this one. This is really up there. One of my favorite records. I agree with Jake. I mean, it's
10 out of 10. That's a 10 out of 10.
I don't know if I'd say it's a 10 out of 10. Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty. I mean, it's just a goddamn good Catatonia record. And I mean, exactly what I would hope for.
All right, here's a funny thing. So, and Jimmy, I love you to death. You know that. Yeah, I love you like not gay love, but I love you like a brother, right? But the funny part, I don't know if anyone else caught this, but no, don't be. Are you brushing your teeth or what, man?
That was a big toothbrush.
It just gets more awkward. Or
Now, shush. I don't want to get this stream removed. Now, listen. Earlier on, I just want to make sure I got this straight. Earlier on, Jimmy says, "This is what I want out of my Catatonia: depressive, down." Bring me down, make me feel the depression. And just on this album, he goes, "This is what I want out of my Catatonia. It's uplifting." It's
it's still depressing.
No. My point is that just they write good songs.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just
that's the point.
I
Yeah.
just want to feel them anyway.
I would much rather them be depressing as fuck. But I mean, like, I just like if they write good songs, that's all that matters.
I got you. So this album. Nick and I were talking about this. I think we talked about this a while back. You and I talked about this album for some reason. And you were really like, dude, you got to re-listen to that album. It was really good. And I'm like, I got it. It was the last one I got. And I remember what I said to you. I said, yeah, Sirach's really good. And that's kind of about it. I don't remember it. Nothing off that out. Okay. Well, all right. I'm going to mea culpa. I fucked up a little here. I listened to this album and I was kind of like, holy fuck. Why did I think this album was just kind of mediocre? Because it's not mediocre. It's a banger of an album pretty much. I got it borderline. I got it at 8.75. I could probably slide it to 9 if I'm getting a little loopy here. Jimmy was making all kind of sexual innuendos at me. My head's all spinning. I can't think straight. My heart's going pitter patter. I don't know. I'll jump it up to 9. But here's the thing. There's a real good balance here. The guitars have come in. Roger is a really welcome addition. I wouldn't call him a straight up shredder, but he's pretty close. He's right on that borderline. He does a lot of really unique sounding solos that kind of pop on some of these songs. And there's way more guitar solos on this album than you're used to hearing on a Catatonia album. There's a lot more guitars on this album, but there's some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful ballads on here. Takeover had a lot of progginess. Nick, Exactly. Very proggy. A lot of angular turns, but they all work. They don't feel disjointed, and transitions work, and which is a testament to their ability to write songs better now, right? Lots of good synths. Good start. As always, they always start their albums with banger songs, even the last one. Syrian or whatever. Cool track. Lots more guitars in a proggy way. Good thing. Old Hearts Fall. Wow. Like the guitar lines on this song. It's very proggy. It has a killer chorus. One of their best as far as I'm concerned. Total earworm. Love this song. It is so good, man. And as soon as I heard it, I'm like, oh, yeah, I remember this song. This fucking song rules. Decima, beautiful ballad with nice guitar work. Sanction, great track. Residual. I was falling asleep on this one apparently because the first word of describing it is antietam, which I think was a battle during the Civil War.
Civil War battle?
I have no
this is an
clue what I was trying.
right here.
Is that when you served in?
No. Okay. I think what I was trying to say was another solid one, but I said antietam, solid one. So another solid one, better guitar work in these songs, more definitive, more distinctive. Sirach, the heaviest track, a beast, killer song. Last song before the fade, solid guitar and heavy chilled thing, but done a bit heavier than before. Shifts, solid tune. Night Subscriber, sort of proggy ballad, pretty cool stuff. Now, no one mentioned this song. Am I the only one that was floored by Pale Flag?
Oh no, I love that song. That's
like
another
that song.
Holy shit. Gorgeous ballad. Very different from anything they've done before as far as ballads. Strings, but restrained. This is a beautiful, beautiful song. Just beautiful song. Passer, crazy guitar history, Onyx right out of the gate. Unusual start to a Catatonia song. A lot of blasty sort of beats in this one. That one has a lot of pretty crazy drumming in it. It's a cool track overall. Sister, whatever it is, another atmospheric ballad. That's another really good track. God, it pains me to say this. Fucking A, man. Hey, I need a drink. Hold on. I don't have any alcohol. Does anybody have any alcohol they can drink for me?
Are you about to say that I was right?
It says Nick was right.
Oh my God, I love it.
This is better than the last two, but I am kind of tired of the sound. How does it say? Fuck, man. What am I trying to say here? I'm not sure what I was trying to say there.
You can leave it at Nick was right. That's fine.
Yeah, Nick.
that was a better ending.
Nick, that was a good segue.
There's nothing to be tired of there.
No doubt the effect of Opeth's trajectory and Jonas and Mike being best friends has an effect. This album is really good and very mature, but feels like I'm not 100% with them there the whole way through. I guess I had to. I don't know what I was thinking there.
Honestly,
I have 8.54 here, but I bumped it up to 9 because of the fucking peer pressure, you cunts.
Honestly, I think they out Opeth at this
Say what?
point. They out Opeth.
They might have on this album. Yeah,
Yep.
I agree. They might very well have because 2016 was for Opeth was like Pale Communion.
Either that or Sorceress.
It might have been Sorcerer.
Yeah, I think it was Sorceress. Yeah.
That's not a bad album, but I mean, honestly,
Man,
I would
Sorcerer's
listen
pretty-
to this one over it.
Sorcerer's pretty fucking good. I don't know. That one, that's tough.
From that era, yeah.
City Burials. Let's get on to that so we can get Jimmy out of here before he turns into a pumpkin here. Hey, King, I just got to say, man, like, I'm not arguing with you, but I just don't think the Scorpions are metal. They came from the 70s, and I don't hear it, man. I mean, if you ever listen to, like, Lonesome Crow and, you know, the
like Jazzy
Uli
Rock.
albums, they're not metal, man. Metal, you know, and again, it comes down to semantics about what you think are metal and what isn't. So I'm not trying to fight with you. I don't quite see it the way you
It's
do.
got a metal look, you know, especially those early photos, man, when they're wearing the leather and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, Virgin Killers, I guess you could go there, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll get back to that, King. City Burials came out April 24th, 2020. Out. They recorded at Soundtrade, Tri-Lamb, City of Glass. It's the last album for Peaceville. Jonas and Anders do the production. I don't have any notes on this, but it is the last one for Peaceville. So go ahead.
Yeah. I was originally a lot higher on this one than I am now. I still think it's it's Catatonia. It's still a good album. A lot more like rockin' than the last one to me. Like with songs like Heart Set to Divide, Behind the Blood, Winter of Our Passing. Those are all kind of more guitar heavy, faster songs. All three of those songs are really good. Lacquer, it's probably might be my favorite song on here, even though it's not guitar driven at all. It's a super synthy track. Neon Epitaph, another great track. Untrodden, killer track as well. But yeah, this one comes in at about an 8 for me.
Wow. Okay. That's going to be way higher than I have it.
Lots of cityscape there.
Rick, how about you? Do you have this one?
I don't have a physical of it.
Yeah, I don't either.
I'm not in the rush to run on by it. It came out during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Which probably didn't help things. It was it started out as supposed to be a solo album for Jonas, and then eventually, of course, the band, all came.
Well, that I didn't know. I didn't have that in my notes. Okay.
I didn't know that either. But
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense.
If you notice, it's very vocal forward. Like
everything has been since.
Yeah,
pretty much.
I think by this time, like just they were, doing what they do with Peaceville. I don't know what Peaceville was feeling at the time when this dropped. Just with the band in general, I guess, which kind of made sense. With the progression after this, it's kind of why they kind of went to separate ways. Just kind of like.
Well, no, I think Napalm made a better offer from what I read. Yeah.
Well, they didn't need much enticing, after that. They're probably
right. That's true.
Bloodbath left too.
And the thing with Bloodbath is, I think some of the reason why these albums are like this too is because after Bloodbath, you're like, you know what, we need to. This is like, I feel like City Burial could have sold better.
That's a good thing to mention. We didn't mention the Bloodbath tie-in that much. I mean, both Anders and
and those albums are intense.
Jonas are in that. Yeah, and they're much.
You do have that outlet.
Yep, that's their outlet. Yeah, exactly. Good point.
I might pick up City Burials if it came with like a nice fat cigar. Like just to kind of like, kind of work my way through it. So I'm smoking
Put your smoking jacket on while you listen to it with a brandy.
Yeah, a nice little glass of cognac or something. Just kind of like this kind of album though. Like, and I agree with Jimmy. They don't have any bad albums.
Right.
It's just often with projects like this and the way they went with this direction, it's hard to keep my focus. But it's very textured and very layered. This is a very complex album. It's actually just a lot to this, and a lot to kind of break down and digest. It's not an easy album to make, but doing this as long as they have, they kind of, I'm not going to say they make it look easy, but they know what they're doing, what they're trying to craft with this. But I just think that by this point, it's, especially after Fall of Hearts, like it didn't capture that emotive vibe, what I liked about the previous album. I think with this one, it's just, again, when I caught it live, I was just like, those moments those were the low points for me at the show.
Oh wow! Okay.
That's when I went to go get another beer or something. But that's what that's for me. It's a bit of a swan song. I mean, I will pick it up eventually. Just completion of Scum stuff.
Yeah, right.
Just for that reason.
Probably I'm in that boat too. I mean. That's a good thing to mention is that, this came out in the heart of the pandemic. I guess it came out literally about a month after the pandemic started and the world shut down. They weren't able to tour. They had a bunch of dates scheduled. They weren't able to go out and tour. They weren't able to go out with Bloodbath in the summer. So those guys, now the difference is that they live in a country where the government helps to stipend and help people in the arts. They don't, here, if you're in the U.S., you're an artist. Well, fuck you. We don't care. Go pump gas or go wait tables or whatever.
Pretty much.
That's not. It's not quite that way over in Norway, the Scandinavian
They
countries.
take care
They
of their
actually
people.
support their artists. So I guess those guys didn't have to worry about paying the rent. But, yeah, it kind of came out, and there was just bigger issues going on around us. And while a lot of us, we all met because of this reason, right? But it took a little while. It's not like it all happened in the first month or two after the pandemic happened. It happened late in the summer that I started to connect with guys like Marty and Rick, you in the comments, and Jake. I think you came along fairly soon. Nick, we reached out to you. I think what a fucking
I
terrible.
showed up in the stream. And he said,
Yeah, that was God. What
You
of
just
my
got like a
Hey, you know what?
genius.
I'm so happy you made that mistake because now I got to torture you about stuff. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, if I had really been thinking that night, I must have been taking some kind of drug or something. I don't know. But anyway,
This album also came out like literally like a month after shit hit the fan. It was
shut down. Yep.
April.
Yeah, the
Yep,
timing
yep.
It
was
was
terrible.
like
yeah.
right when it wasn't at the end of the year.
I think it was like
Things
March.
kinda normalized.
Yeah, it was like March 20th that everything they shut down travel and
Yeah.
all that shit. And so a month later, this comes out because it was already too far along in the process to stop.
Yeah.
Other bands too, like Testament's Titans of Creation came out, I think, in late April, early May, and a good album. But a lot of us were like, "What do we do now?" Like some people were working from home, some people weren't working at
I'm more
all.
worried about running out of toilet paper, man. That's
Right,
that's where we're headed.
exactly, and baby formula, because you need that. If you're not a
And
baby,
One of the worst possible times to release an album.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
most of
and
the
I
world isn't
remember
worried about new
throwing
music.
it up and kind of half-assed listening to it. I didn't really focus on it very well, and so it didn't get the kind of attention that I gave it recently, right? And I really, in talking to you, Jake, I kept saying, that album, that I know over the last 2 years we've talked about it a little bit. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm kind of think I'm done on the Cat Train. Well, the new album really was what kind of the new album from last month really was what kind of sparked. Well, let's do this because this would have been a band we would have done somewhere along the line, but now because of my timeline, I wanted to get it done faster. So, Nick, what do you got on this one? Do you have it?
Yep.
Okay.
We actually reviewed it when it came out. This was one of
two
our.
you own it
I
then,
mean,
okay.
we're still gonna review this one. I mean, fuck it, why not? You know what? Now that I know that this was intended to be a Jonas solo album, some of that makes sense and would probably give me a different set of expectations because I feel like this was trying to like recapture the whole Night is the New Day vibe, and
Yeah.
it only kind of did. Like you have some good rockers. Like I love Behind the Blood. I think that's a great fucking song.
Which song?
Behind the Blood. It's just a good riffy song. It's got a good kind of like 80s rocker hook to it.
Yeah. 80s rock.
Yeah, because by the time they
that's what I
began
said.
writing on that, Catatonia was in a bit of a hiatus back in like 2018
Yeah.
or so.
Yeah. And I mean, like Whenever Passing is kind of a good straightforward rocker of a song too, like a little bit more like goth rock. Lacquer and Vanishers are a little bit more electronic or like subdued. There's some, good like a vocal duet. I can't remember the name of the singer that's on there, but they do a solid job. Flicker, definitely a little bit more of a radio rocker. City Glaciers, probably I would say one of the most underrated tracks on this. I think it's just a solid fucking song, but overall, like this feels just kind of pulled in multiple directions. Like it didn't come together well. Like I don't know, like the world was falling apart or something. Maybe. Yeah, this was kind of maybe coming up like not the best point in time for the band, so it feels uneven for a reason. Like, well, the band was falling apart, and this was almost going to be Jonas's solo album. So yeah, there's some things that make more sense to me now, but this is kind of lower on my list. Like I do really enjoy this album, especially like certain songs in here, but as a whole, I feel like I can get a better feeling and a better overall listen out of other albums even close to this era. So yeah, it's good. It's good. Like it's not terrible.
Solid.
Uneven.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy, what do you got, man?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a good record, man.
You own it?
It's like, I feel like Yeah, I just got the CD,
Right.
kind of hardcover book. It's nice when they do a nice digipack.
Yeah, I like those.
Piece of shit. Like it's
So
nice.
the digibooks are awesome.
Hardcover. Yeah, I mean it's not quite as good as the last one, but it just I don't know. I kind of felt like they were done at this point, and then they dropped this like pretty surprisingly for me. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just it's not my favorite thing, but I like it a lot. I mean, again what Nick said. I mean, I like Behind the Blood a lot. There's some good songs. I like Lacquer. I think that's just a really nice Jonas song. It's
His
just
vocals on that song are on point too.
They really are. I love that like sort of hesitation he has, like in the verse. I mean the chorus. That it just like you're kind of waiting for it, and then it kind of hits you, and it's just very effective. Good song. I like the duet. What is that? The Winter of Vanishers. But there's I think it's like one of the last tracks, the Neon Epitaph. I think there's a fantastic solo on that. It's just like it's like Scorpions or something. It's just really killer. I don't know, just but I don't know. It's just it's just a good Catatonia record. It's not anything special, and it's not like it is a bit different. It's all about
playing around. I'm sorry. Sorry, Jimmy. I was trying to figure out how to do. I'm trying to figure out how to do what the thing that Marty does, where all of us appear on the side and you as the solo person gets up here, but I can only make me go into the solo box.
Oh, gotcha. Well, it looks pretty good. I mean,
I can see up your nose.
I mean, come on, let's be serious.
Yeah,
you're working with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right, hang on. Let's try it.
It's a good record, man. It's just it's good Catatonia. It's not anything spectacular. It just I like it, and I will have to take my leave here, guys. This has been a fantastic.
Did you want to rip out the last one?
Yeah, I mean, well, I bought the vinyl because I
nice.
listened to a couple tracks, and I'm still digesting it, but I gotta say this is really, really good. Step in the right direction. It's just good Catatonia songs. I mean, still at this point, I think the band is they're not really deviating too much from what they do.
Have a formula. They've got a
formula at this point, and maybe City Burials was maybe a little bit of a departure. I think that what's good about the new record is that they're back to balancing out the music and the vocals. They're not, whereas City Burials is a little bit more about Jonas. Like this, the new one is very much like the band again, and like everybody's playing to each other's strengths. And I'm really, really happy to see that with the new record. So far I'm really enjoying it. I would say it's definitely better than City Burials. And
did you put your list together, or are you gonna?
I did. I'll put it in the chat here before I leave.
I'll go ahead and spout them off quick.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me just pull it up.
I think we did 12 because we skipped right.
Yeah. So
11, isn't it?
What's that?
It's 11 if you don't count the.
So I did.
Well, there's 13 albums.
I didn't put the new one in the ranking because I'm not really sure where I feel it's too new. Like it's just not fair to put it in there. But I went Great Cold Distance, Night is a New Day. Excuse me. Discouraged Ones, Brave Murder Day, The Fall of Hearts, Dance of the December Souls, Viva Emptiness, Last Fair Deal Gone Down, City Burials, Tonight's Decision, Dead End Kings. That's my list. Man, it's a really hard list to rank.
Yeah, it is. It's not easy.
So many different records, I mean,
like you said, they're all good to one point or one degree or another, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, great band, man. I love Catatonia, man. I'm so excited that they're put out a good record, and I love the history. I love this whole deep dive is really, really great to revisit some of the records and talk about it. So cheers, guys. for doing this. It was a lot
Yeah,
of fun.
Jimmy.
Yeah.
Thanks for jumping in, and I know you had kind of a hard cut and interest, so we're glad you got in here because we love you coming in because you always bring valued content and good opinions and well researched, opinions and stuff. So cool to see you, and
see you back.
thanks, man, and have a good rest of your weekend, then, bud. All right.
We'll be-
Hails,
Thanks,
man.
guys.
Later,
Take
Jay.
care.
brother.
Good to see you guys for real. Yeah, great time.
Later,
All right.
man.
Later, bud.
Cheers.
Okay, so Marty is saying to me, Marty must be watching. He's saying, Jeff, drag who you want to highlight into the upper top left corner. My left or
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Alright,
have all
so-
the squares lined up. You just
Well,
put
wait,
drag
hold
the
on.
person,
drag this person?
whoever you want. You could just
Wherever
take
you
your
want.
mouse, just drag the square to the left position.
But this left or this? Well, no. See, it's off.
Probably your left.
Your left, yeah.
Your left.
However you're seeing it, your left.
Hey.
Oh, that's how you do it. Ah, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I like this better. Okay, so where were we?
You're up
City
on.
Burials. It's me. Let me
You-
get back over there, man.
Get your ass back in here.
All right. Okay. Real quick. So, Heart Set to Divide. Another banger opener track, like always. Pretty killer opener. Following the albeit spacious verse to heavy chorus formula. And that's what they're doing. Let's be honest. That is what they're doing. But it generally works most of the time. Lots of complex things going on all over the place in this song. Like this one a lot. Actually, very complex, very proggy. Behind the Blood. Whoa, what the fuck? Sounds like an 80s hair metal intro. Kinda. Very different vibe on this song. Some wild shredding for the first time ever on a Cat album. This has a more modern rock or even hair vibe, weirdly, to it. Lacquer, very mellow electronic track, kind of pretty, but I'm kind of indifferent to it, unlike the rest of you guys. I like it, but I don't love it. Rein, Rain, I don't
Rain.
know. Rain. Cool intro, lots of stacked vocal harmonies. Kind of a cool track, has a lot of atmosphere. Pretty badass, actually. That one, there's something about that track that's really pretty cool. The Winter of Our Passing. This one has a boppy club beat in the sense that is kind of groovy, which is weird to say. Almost has the feel of a My Sweet Nurse. And then the chorus is catchy as hell, but it ain't metal. But yet it's pretty tricky, heavy stuff anyway. I'm kind of impressed by The Winter of Our Passing. See you, Jimmy. Thanks, buddy.
Later, man.
Vanishers. That song is a bit of a snooze fest for me. City Glaciers. Meh. Not bad, but not great. The chorus is kind of Jonas Rensky 101, like so many modern Cat songs. Flicker. A bit of a heavier, darker track that's pretty dense and full of guitar solos and atmospheres. Overall, pretty solid track. Lachesis, I don't know. Haunting interlude, of course. Neon Epitaph, very cat-like guitar opening riff. Heads into familiar territory. To be honest, the guitar riffs in here are super recycled from many other tracks from Great Cold Distance. They never suck at all. They just get monotonous. Untrodden, killer solo on this track, even if the rest of it I've heard before. Fighters, I really like this track. A lot of heaviness and slamming in a proggy Cat sort of way. There's one bonus track that I found out there, Closing of the Sky, media book bonus track. Pretty cool track, and smoking solo on that one. Plus, Jonas does go outside his comfort zone here with a bit of super proggy mid-tempo stuff. He does a couple of higher notes in that song that he usually doesn't. And I can't say they're great, but they're not bad either. So when this album first arrived in 2020, I was horribly sick I was going through my drug withdrawal at that point from getting off Klonopin. And now I'm sick with something far more nasty. Well, we won't get into that. But this album struck me a different way this time. It feels like a major grower to me. Yeah, there are a couple more radio rock oriented tracks, but there are some killer weird experimental tracks that have a hell of a lot going on inside them. On first listen in 2 years, there are some cool tracks on here, but many follow the tried and true Catatonia blueprint, which means I hear a lot of similar song structures and riffs and melodies and vocal lines that Jonas always goes for. While I liked it much better this time, I can't really go above a 6.5 right now. I need to probably listen to it a few more times to get a feel for it. Any thoughts on that, quick?
It's a good Catatonia album. It's just, again, uneven. That's my main thing. It feels kind of stitched together.
It's very introspective. Maybe it's one of those albums where 20 years from now we'll be like, well, that album was ahead of its time. We just didn't get it or something. I don't know. Like,
maybe. Honestly, maybe if it was rebranded as a Jonas Brent's album, there would be, maybe different expectations for it. Like, it would, I don't know, maybe fit a little bit more like the 80s rocker vibe on Behind the Blood and like some of the softer tracks. I don't know. When the word Catatonia is on it.
It's definitely not a bad album. Like we've said, and when I look at a 6.5 out of 10, I don't think that's a bad album.
No.
It's just, it's not in the top tier of their, and again, I have to admit on this one, I only really listened to it once closely. So that's once, like for this closely. I listened to it one other time. So to judge it on 2 listens is probably a little bit unfair. It may rise up there. I heard a lot of things that were very interesting to me and makes me want to go, all right, I need to go give this some more time. So speaking of that, I think that we're all going to have to admit that this album just came out, 4 weeks ago?
I have listened to it a fuck ton though.
Okay. So you have, I listened to it 3 times recently. Okay. You have probably the most, you and maybe Jake probably had the most experience with it. Jake, you probably listened to it a couple times too, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Rick, I don't know about you, because I don't own it. So
yeah, I got the vinyl like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so you've given it a couple listens.
Yeah, I do need more time with it. Just it's kind of been, playing in the background.
Go ahead, Nick. Since we're already in this,
all right.
Go ahead and go.
This album rules. Honestly, this is just another solid Catatonia album. The thing about this album I love is every song is catchy. Like some of their best choruses, across the board. Like every song has a flat out infectious hook and kind of different ones. Like you get more energetic songs like Birds. Birds has got some, a little bit of muscle to it. Austerity, the opener.
That's my favorite.
But you get like just the moody swing of a song like Drab Moon, which is so fucking pretty, and then just peak epic fucking sorrowness or whatever on Impermanence. I am absolutely hooked on that song. It's one of my favorites. This was the heavier one of the track. No Beacon to Illuminate or Fall. Killer. Like definitely some Toolish vibes in there, but I like the syncopated vocals. It's just Catatonia doing pretty much everything right. Like these songs are just infectious right away, and I really wasn't expecting that because again, City Burials, left me wanting a little bit more, and I got some of it, but this album is well rounded. It flows well. It's them writing like Catatonia style singles, and this is an album essentially full of hits. Like I did Colossal Shade. There's no way in hell they're not going to play that live.
That opening riff. Oof.
Oh, dude. Just the whole, we are gathered here tonight as apostles in the moonlight. Like, dude, the whole fucking crowd's going to be fucking singing along with that. Yeah, this is fucking great. I again, really wasn't expecting it to be amazing, but yeah, I bought 2 fucking copies of it.
What? 2?
Yeah, no, I got the regular version.
Oh, you got the regular and the special version.
Yeah, because I'm a special fancy lad.
You're just something else, there's fella.
I'm a collector, a connoisseur of Catatonia.
Yeah, you are a collector of dust.
That too.
All right. So, Jake.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Yeah. Way better album than I was expecting. Based on both on, City Burials and the lead track. What was it? Atrium? That one was a little underwhelming for me. It's a fine song, but it's probably one of the worst songs on the album for me. Austerity, Colossal Shade, Drab Moon, Birds, Impermanence, all these songs are better than their, the lead single off of this, which is, yeah. Got the special edition here. Came with the slip mat.
Cool.
And then got this one of the only ones I have on
Oh,
color.
let me see that again. That look cool as fuck. Sweet.
Got that nice green and white.
That's pretty. That's
the-
pretty.
Opaline is probably my favorite track on here, and the closing lyrics just they crush. I had a futile dream, it rose from loving you, but the debt has broken my back. There's no need to retaliate as your train has left our track. That's so good.
Yeah, it is. That is pretty cool. Yeah. Did you get the CD too?
I did not get the CD,
Oh,
but
just-
the bonus track, it's on Spotify. That bonus
Yeah.
track.
What's that
killer.
called? Absconder.
Yeah, Absconder. That I wish I
Actually, I thought that was kind of the. Well, I'll get to me in a minute. I thought that was the least interesting track I heard.
Yeah.
What was the one you got? Where did you get that at? From the store or Napalm?
I think I got it from Napalm. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Was that
it was
limited?
Napalm because it shipped and then it was here in like 2 days.
Was that a
which-
limited edition?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everything I get from Napalm, like especially when
They have a
pressing
U.S.
times are
distro.
right. What?
They have a U.S. distro, or is
Yeah,
that-
it's based
okay.
out of Colorado.
Oh,
so
there you go. Boom.
I get stuff
Yeah,
in
you're
like
done.
2 days from them.
Sweet.
Hmm.
All right, Rick, you ready? Rockin' Rick.
Yeah, kind of what Jake said. I think that love the solos on this, work really well. The mix is really good. I think coming on to Napalm, it's not a whole new coat of paint. It's just a fresher coat of paint. I feel like
There you go.
they're back. They're back, and the riffs are back. I'm not saying they didn't have moments in their previous albums. I just feel like this kind of takes me back to what they were doing in the early 2000s. It just brought back those memories, those moments. Kind of all together here. I was just a little worried about the cover when I first saw it. The thumbnail on the site, it looked a little cartoonish for me.
I was gonna say that I forgot. It's looking at it while we were doing this. I'm like, it's kind of comic booky. Almost.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know how I feel about that.
Like an anime movie or
Right.
something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just dark enough and not. It just kind of treads that line. It just works. They love their birds. Here it is yet again.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the
mid-tone.
birds are kind of cool, man. That's a cool sort of carryover.
Love the spot.
We didn't mention this. Birds are mentioned on every single Catatonia album.
Yeah, it's true.
I felt compelled to put it in a thumbnail here. I'm like, it's got to be a bird. Like, I don't care what the concept is, but there's got to be a bird somewhere. Like, that's just the way.
So we figured it out.
Really good photography too, man.
Jonas is an ornithologist. In his spare time.
You can't forget about
No,
that-
he's a
that
bird
feather right
watcher
there.
and an ornithologist. Let me see that. Put that up there, man.
Yeah.
What is it? Feather?
Feathers, yeah.
Like just in the air? Oh, they're feathers in the air.
It's like
Okay.
everywhere,
Yeah.
right here.
Wow, that's cool.
I think you're
Here.
spot on about it having a freshness, though, Rick. It's fresh, but it also has a lot of familiarity. Like it calls back to a lot of their old stuff.
It's like they took the break they needed to figure things out. I think moving on to Napalm, I think they just feel revitalized, man.
Yeah, I guess their
Yeah.
guitarist hurt his back really bad, was in the hospital for a while.
Oh,
And that kind of gave them the impetus to take a year off, basically.
One thing I'm not a big fan of is they decided to do the lyrics like this.
Yeah,
Big.
I
big
hate that
pulled
too,
out.
yeah.
It's just like it's nice big words.
It's-
So
and it's not like a cool poster on the other side either.
yeah, it's just them basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's kind of a bummer.
So yeah, you were talking about his hair, right? Right there.
Yeah, Anders is starting to go bald, man.
Yeah, you know, I need more time with it. It's growing on me. I don't feel I'm like Jimmy. Like I don't know where I would rank this quite yet.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
We actually he didn't put it in there, right? In his.
No.
Yeah, I think all of us are of the same mindset with that. Nick might be able to put it in somewhere, but I'm not gonna.
I
I
could.
didn't rank it.
That didn't sound right now, did it? Nick might know where to put something in. Put this in somewhere. Pepe Le Pew. Yeah.
It's on that kind of stream tonight. I've noticed.
Did you have thoughts on it, Jeff?
Yes, austerity. That vocal hook, the atmospherics, really killer on this.
You're welcome to blow yourself up. I'm just saying.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Go blow yourself.
Well, I've tried that, but I'm getting old enough now. It really hurts my neck.
Falling off the couch again.
Help! I've fallen and I can't get up.
Why'd you fall? Never fucking mind.
Colossal Shades, solid head bobber with good riffs and a cool vocal hook. Great for live is what I said there. Opaline. Jake, I hate to say this. I must have fell asleep because I got no note on that, so I had to have fallen
Beautiful
asleep.
song.
I love that song.
Beautiful song.
Okay, I'll go check that one out again. Birds, very up-tempo and mega anthemic. Very catchy, memorable hook. I could see this being like just that rocker in the arena that everybody, pumps their fist to. Drab Moon, pretty killer up-tempo track. Oh, let me come down here, damn it. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
Help, I've fallen off my bed 6 inches and I can't get up. Author, down-tempo, cool guitar, cool vocal line, even though I've heard this one before a little bit. It gets nice and heavy, the nice and heavy mellow formula back and forth. The vocal lines are very catchy. Juicy solo on that one. Impermanent, man. Impermanence. That song is pretty fucking badass.
That's got the vocalist from Soen on it, too.
What's that?
That's got the vocalist from Soen on it, too.
Yes. Yeah.
Switching back and forth.
Really dug that track. Amazing. Sclera, another upbeat track, has some killer drumming on it that feels off time and almost like it's messing with your head a little bit, but it's super cool. Great tune. Atrium, another catchy ear candy tracks.
Great
So
chord.
good. No Beacon to Eliminate Our Fall. Interesting track, kind of intensely off-putting and very experimental. Absconder, bonus track. Cool track, nothing exceptional, but still very good. This album surprised me. It's pretty much the Rensky show anymore, but there's some really dark, beautiful vocal melodies on this album, and there's some great guitar solos and also lots of tricky rhythms and drum stuff going on that feels quite difficult and complicated. I'm going to go with an 8.25 just simply because I don't really have enough experience with it. It's just I need to listen a couple times before I could say, oh yeah, that's definitely a 7.5 or an 8.5 or a 9.5 or whatever. But
I've got about at least 10, and I'm bare minimum because I've been hooked on this album. It's hard to put down.
10. What do you mean?
Like 10 spins, 10 full spins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a year ender for me. For
Yeah,
sure.
it more than likely will be, and I mean at this point
cool.
it's probably in the top 10 to be honest. Like this is just really fucking good.
So I had some quick thoughts and then I'll throw mine out there and you guys throw yours out on. In conclusion,
You wanna get any of the other material?
What was the other material?
We got
The comps and stuff.
Yeah, we got that big comp.
Well, you can show. Yeah, if you want to show.
Oh, yep.
Go for it.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
Good
what's
stuff
it
on
called? Something teen or something?
Pneumocinium?
Or pneumoniacin or whatever. Yeah, right. Whatever.
basically has all the like bonus tracks. Yeah. Remixes and stuff from
B-sides, rarities.
all that
Good.
later era. Really, really cool compilation. And then
I think the first disc more, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the first song, Valkyrin. That one's really cool.
Well, I had that on, I think, my version. Yeah, I have that on this version.
Yeah, I don't.
Wait,
I
did
didn't.
I?
I missed
The
those.
last track.
Yeah, that one's cool. Unfurls on here, Sulfur, March 4th, all super cool. Scarlet Heavens is actually on here.
Is it?
Oh shit, is it?
On here. Yeah, it's on.
Oh yeah, it's on the second disc. I don't listen to the second disc as much.
Third disc. Oh wait, you got CD. Sorry, third LP.
Damn.
Yeah. This one's really cool. You know, if you're really into Catatonia, it's definitely worth picking up.
Cool artwork.
And then they also had this Dead Air.
Oh yeah.
It was their, COVID
That's live, right?
The pandemic album, right?
Oh, yeah.
pandemic live session. I don't know that it's necessarily a must-have. It's a really cool set list as far as their newer stuff, but they're not playing to an audience or anything, so it's kind of sterile.
Yeah,
but it's all right.
So it's kind of like those enslaved gigs that they did, right?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
yeah.
A lot of bands did those, and none of them are that cool.
I like the enslaved one; it was pretty good.
I like the Paradise Lost one.
I didn't see that one.
Was it like from the woodshed or from the water house, something like that? It was really good.
And then,
all right,
I'll just show this real quick too.
Yeah.
It's the rehearsal '92, but they're re-recorded for that box set, which came out a year or two ago. So I only played this like once or twice, so I don't remember it very well, but I don't think it has harsh vocals like that early stuff.
What is that again?
It's called A Sunset Choir for the Daylight Harvest.
Oh, okay.
And they re-recorded the tracks from their rehearsal '92.
Okay.
Onto this. So yeah, it's a cool piece. But
cool.
All right. Anything else? You have any? Well, let me throw this out. Let me do mine quick, and then you guys can follow up with your own thoughts. Give you an idea where I was going with it. It dawned on me that Anathema and even Paradise Lost changed their sounds pretty radically, and same with My Dying Bride. As you could say, Cat did after Brave Murder Day or with Brave Murder Day. Also, Anathema never went back, and Paradise Lost went back to the Death Doom stuff after a few experimental albums. I think that's what happened with Cat. I think what's happened with Cat around Great into Night, they fell into a rather comfortable format that they would work well in and have in some way been mining that vein for the last 5 albums. All are really good albums, sonically and musically. They've been successful as well as their audience has grown significantly. Where am I here? These last 15 to 20 years or so. But the reality is, for me anyways, from Night on, they got more proggy, but they also started kind of pumping out similar albums. Again, I dig all these albums to one extent or another, but there isn't the balance of heaviness guitar-wise and synths and vocals like on Fair, Viva, and Great. So I kind of miss that, despite thinking the new one, given some time, will be a fantastic buy. So that's just my thoughts, and that I don't know if you guys agree with them or not. Who wants to go first? Closing thoughts.
I'll go. Why not? Closing thoughts. I mean, this band's fucking amazing. I really like that this discography has this interesting evolution. They kept, evolving, changing, pulling from different sorts of influences along the way. Songwriting, it got more experimental. They were willing to, within a certain box, like experiment and keep pushing out songs. And they're just really good at writing hooks. Like, honestly, like a lot of this later stuff, like pretty much from I would say Great Cold Distance on, this is like a radio, like like a heavy radio rock band that tries harder. Like they're literally trying to find something that is not only catchy, accessible, but still finding a way to be heavy and putting their heart into it. Like it's not like none of this feels disingenuous. Like this all feels like this is stuff that Jonas definitely feels. It's in his delivery, the lyrics. That's kind of the thing I've always thought about them. And then occasionally they will surprise you and go a little bit different. Like Fall of Hearts being kind of like a secret prog album. Like it's definitely a way more proggy album, but of course, like you see the Catatonia logo, you're like, all right, it's gonna be some more awesome hooky bummer music, and you won't be necessarily wrong, but you might be surprised. And that's one of the things that keeps me coming back. Like even after some albums that I thought were a little lackluster, but still like good, but in comparison to others, a little bit weaker, I keep coming back. Like, they haven't dissuaded me with like a series of just like, oh god, this is not
like a pile of shit.
There's nothing in this discography that is that. So this band's awesome.
Why don't you run down your ranking?
I'll give you probably, I would say like my top 3 in terms of like the ones that they all contain something I love about them, and these are the reasons why I'm just such a huge fan. And Great Cold Distance, definitely one. Like they hit an interesting stride here. It's hooky, it's still heavy, it's dark and foreboding. Great fucking songwriting. This was it's something they were definitely heading towards, and they fucking nailed it on here. This is kind of the beginning of a formula too, I would say. But this is such a stone cold classic and such a unique album for a lot of reasons. So Brave Murder Day is probably my number 2. Again, this can change. This can change so much in just the mood I'm in, but this one, I don't know. I'm always just drawn in by it. It's again simple, but it's elegant. It's emotional, and it's just a damn good listen. This is when you just play the whole fucking thing, and that's one of the things I love about it. But this is probably still my number 1. I fucking love this album. Like this is some of their best songwriting, some of the best guitar work. Like it's hooky. It just goes into a whole bunch of different territory. I like that it's guitar driven. Still has all the synths, but it has this more organic feel to it. Like I said, on this album, they out Opeth currently. That Opeth, the era that they were matching up in. And this is. God, this was like such a pleasure to revisit. Like I jammed the fuck out of this one again. I was like, God, this is all fucking great.
You're just sitting there holding that in your hand, going, "Why doesn't Jeff like this more?"
And he did. And remember, it's all out there. And you said
it's all out
Nick
there.
Was right. I love that.
It's
I can
evidence.
hear it in my head now.
Where are the evidence? Oh shit! What am I
like I mean, Viva Emptiness. It would probably be like a number 4 too. Honestly, the new one keeps moving the fuck up too. I don't know. They write a lot of good music. This would be really tough if we did like a full on ranking where I had to like commit to each one. But that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Very good. I think I guess it sounds like only me and Jake did the whole entire catalog. You guys fail your fucking assignments. Of course, you show up late, you disappear on me, you fuck around, and then you don't do the full assignment. Oh boy, I'll tell you.
Yeah, Jake. No,
this is what happens when you get some sad boys to join
the bunch of emo boys that don't take this shit serious. All right, Rick, what you got?
You want
final thoughts and whatever you want to rank.
That song Evidence. They're using phasers, right? What is that effect? It's cool. It's a cool effect.
Flanger,
right?
Yep.
Maybe a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but whatever it is, it's cool.
Flanger.
So this is okay. So going to the bands, aforementioned bands, My Dying Bride and Anathema and everybody else. You look at who's still standing, right? Like again, I'm lumping Catatonia with them, and they are still putting out good material. My Dying Bride is too. Paradise Lost is. I think Anathema is the only one we lost along the way. You know, and it kind of just shows you like where they are, where they're standing currently in this sort of musical climate, and they're still winning young listeners, you know, coming in there who are along for this ride. It's also really cool seeing what this younger generation thinks of those older albums. You know, I'm always intrigued, you know, like because we have Death Doom albums coming out all the time. You know, nobody's talking about the latest, you know, whatever, or Funeral Doom or Ahab, you know, which had a new album. And then you try to go back, you know, to this kind of stuff, and just like these are like the Godfathers, you know, you know, putting out this stuff. And then you look at what they're doing now. Bands evolve, you know. They for better or worse. I always appreciate when they change their sound, you know, not staying stagnant. And it's may not always work in what we may like in particular, what they're doing at that particular time. But I still appreciate the effort, you know, they put in to try something different, new, and experimental. You know, it doesn't all have to be My Dying Bride's 34% or whatever. You know,
I like that album.
You know, I still appreciate that they tried it. You know, that they still you to see what you know. See
it's not their best album, but it's kind of, you know, it's interesting.
I like Paradise Lost Host. I think it's a good album. It's not what I would go to for Paradise Lost.
Their Thrash days, you know. It's when they're.
But you know, let me just interject one thing here. I think it's kind of ironic or funny, or it always strikes me as you have these bands that you have these fans that are like, you know, they find this band and they fall in love with this band, and then they say the whole time, man, this band's progressing, right? It's progressing, but they have that sound, and suddenly they make a turn and they, you know, how do I want to put this? A band is going along, they're making the same album over and over and over, right? More or less.
Yeah.
And they suddenly make, for 3 or 4 albums, suddenly they make a right turn and they go into something else, right? And suddenly the fan base is up in arms. They're crazy, right? So the band goes back on making the same cookie cutter thing, and it's like, this band just makes the same album every fucking time. You can't win with, you know, if you're a band, you can't win. You have to make music that you love, that you are into, that pleases you. And if your fan base goes along with you, cool. If they don't, well, you know, you're always going to lose some fans. I mean, just the poster child for that was fucking Opeth. You know, I mean, they're cruising along. They got these epic albums that everybody's in love with. And they make a prog album, man. That fucking pussy prog stuff with and then Mike says, yeah, I'm kind of overdoing the, you know, using the death vocals. Oh, that guy's such a poser, man. You know, it's just so stupid. I just don't get it.
You know, again, these bands kind of evade labels. Like when we talked about Knights of New Day and when they went to Dead End Kings.
Yeah, right.
That was them trying to escape the being labeled as a radio band too. You know what I mean? It's an element of that too, where like, well, we don't want to look like just 3-4 minute kind of radio formulaic kind of band. You know, they kind of ventured onto other territories. And that was at a big risk, man. It was a huge risk for them to go that direction. And you know, like people in the comments were saying, like, you know, some of us have dropped off during those years. I still appreciate that they kept some of the progginess, and you hear it on this new album. You know, it's like moving over to Napalm, they still kept some of that. I just ideas, you know, and growing, you know, growing from it. But I'm looking at the list here.
Yeah, you got a list? Did you make one?
I didn't make one, but I'll probably give you maybe a top 5.
There you go.
So, yeah,
you'll get an F for that from the instructor.
So
I told you, Jeff. I told you not to give him homework.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I thought Jake was in charge.
Not anymore. Not anymore. I took my stream back. But listen, here's the thing. I told everybody be here at 8 in my text, and everybody showed up. Everybody thought it was at 9. Rick and you thought it was 9, and Jake.
I thought it was 9.
Jake texted me like 1 minute of 8 and says, "I'm gonna be late. I'll be there."
I convinced myself it was 9.
I thought it was 9. Like I just assumed like 9.
But you actually read my text though, didn't you, Nick?
You said a
you
text.
responded to it. I'm 99.9% sure it says 8 o'clock in there.
Let me see. I don't, dude. You fucking send a lot of wonky texts. Let's
I
see.
do?
Well, yeah, because your autocorrect hates you.
Well, that's true. Well, you got that. Actually, I wiped that out and started a new one, so I'm not really sure. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong dudes. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah, no, you did. I saw it.
There it is,
Then
right
you sent
there.
me the life coach thing. I was probably distracted by that.
I was. Yeah.
All
I
right.
think I was Jennifer Aniston's nipples, something like that. Yeah.
Believe it or not, this album right here, man. Start off with this one. I spent a lot of
Number
time
one?
with this, a lot of memories. Believe it or not.
So number one.
Number one. Number two is right here. It kind of has a mix of both eras. I love the gloominess.
Yep.
Brings out the sad boy in me. Number three. Very cool distance.
So
So
some familiar ones there.
seemed like the logical follow-up. Another one I come back to a lot.
Yes.
Number four. And number five. Just a great Death Doom album.
All right. Cool.
So yeah. Everything else is kind of blurred and
All right.
any day it could
I think
change.
I got mine. I'm pretty locked in on mine. I'll see what Jake's got here. Oh shit! What happened there? Oh, there we go.
What do you?
No, on my end, I saw everything got blown up, full screen. Jake, did you do your homework assignment fully? You did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some last thoughts on it. Yeah, you were kind of, I wouldn't say complaining about the sameness, but I think there's something to be appreciated with, knowing what you want as a band,
Right.
and sticking to that, but still progressing as a band. Like, you can't say that they've stagnated across their catalog. They've there's a constant. You listen to the catalog front to back, you can see the evolution of the band throughout the whole thing. Yeah, they'll make 2-3 albums that are they're similar, but they're still evolving from album to album slightly, and it progresses into that next step that they make.
Well, that's the whole thing too, Jake. Like, if they suddenly did like a fucking disco album, like a full-on disco album, I'd be like for example, Steven Wilson. He did this last album. Was just, I didn't like it at all. It was just this synth pop thing, and it was done by better other bands. So I shit all over that thing, and I mean, it just I didn't like it. So if they did that, I'd be like, what the fuck are they doing?
And I heard Jonathan in an interview saying like that they couldn't do that because that's not, they want to keep Catatonia to be Catatonia.
Yeah,
that's they go and make something wildly different like some fans want. That's no longer Catatonia.
Well, and I think you're alluding to this. I watched a couple of interviews with him and Anders, one in January when they were over here on the tour that Rick saw. And he said, we have a formula and we don't like to deviate too far from it. That's not to say that we don't push the boundaries a little bit, but we're not going to. They're not suddenly going to do it.
It's not a formula that they use to, phone it in and, write the same songs over and over. They have
because these songs are getting
what it sound like.
Yeah, and these songs are getting more and more dense and more layered, as Rick said.
But really cool doing this deep dive. Before doing this, you asked me if where I would rank Catatonia like as an all-time band. I'd probably say they're like a top 20, top 25 band of all time for me. But really digging into this catalog, I'd say they're a top 10 band.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, they are for me.
They're probably top 15 for me.
Their catalog is impressive. Their lowest ranked album for me is a 7 out of 10.
Yeah. And I'm in the 6.5 for mine. So
they have, for me, 5 albums above a 9.
Yep.
A 9 or above.
Yep.
That's that's a damn
That's
impressive
pretty
catalog.
impressive.
And
Pretty
doing
impressive.
this despite working on the other side projects along the way. It's just
Yeah.
like,
That's true. They're doing Bloodbath, where they kind of exercise the death metal
I did that
demon out of
Torchide
themselves.
thing.
and-
Guested on other albums, and I know that Diabolical Masquerade. I wish he would return to that, man.
yeah, he hadn't done that for a while. Well,
Yeah,
it's been a long time, hasn't it? It's been a while, right?
Yeah.
Jonas has been on the last 2 Ocean albums. He'll be on the
That's
next
right.
one.
He was
more
on
likely.
Ocean. Yep. And I think, am I dreaming this? Was he on a Opeth album? Nah, I guess maybe I'm.
Not that I
I
recall.
don't know.
Nah, I'm probably.
I don't think so.
All right, Jake, give us your top.
Yeah.
sorry.
Some
Yeah. Go ahead.
double-edged sword on this, deep dive thing. As much as it's helped me fall in love with the band more, listen to the same band for a week straight. I'm
You
ready
gotta
to,
separate.
listen to them for, another like 3 to 6 months probably.
Yep, you probably won't. Yep.
Touch the catalog. Besides maybe the new album, because I'm not burned out on that one yet.
Right.
Yeah,
But-
these deep dives tend to do that.
They do. They
And
really
that's,
do. Yeah.
That's kind of been my reluctance on doing them. I've told Jeff, I'm like, I can't burn myself out on music. It's like I want to listen to an album when I want to listen to it, and
Yeah.
it's not a band that I like. Catatonia, I'm already pretty familiar
Right.
their stuff, so a week and a half I could catch up on stuff, and
But at the same
everything,
point in
listen
time,
to it
Jake,
again.
but let's be honest. Had I not asked you to do this, other than the new one, are you going to pull Brave Murder Day out this year? Let alone maybe in
Well,
6 months you might, but be honest.
maybe.
You have so much new stuff. See, this is the problem right here. This is the problem that we all have it. I don't have it the way you guys have it because I can't be continuously buying shit like you guys can. But
I don't know what you're talking about.
you're a fucking liar, man. Anyway,
What?
I mean, yeah, my credit card statement is lying.
hang on. Just let me finish this thought. But I have metric fuck ton of boxes full of CDs, right? And I have this thing at my disposal, and I can go onto YouTube or Spotify. I don't really use Spotify, but I can go on YouTube any day and dial up pretty much every single album made in the history of music, more or less.
You sound like my kid.
Well, it's not because I want to do that. It's 'cause
Oh, yeah,
have
I
a
know. But
choice.
it's just, I get that reaction when she sees the records and
Yeah,
everything.
I don't have a choice, Rick.
Oh my
I
God.
don't have a stereo here. Not really. I might, so.
But
Go ahead,
yeah, on your point, Brave Murder Day, I might not listen to that, maybe once a year, twice
Right.
a year. But stuff like Dance of December, Souls, and Fall of Hearts, my top 2 albums, I probably
All right.
revisit those pretty frequently. To go into my list, my rankings, Dance is my number 1, closely followed by Fall of Hearts, which
Wow.
I need more time with that
cool.
one. Yeah.
it's
Oh,
a combination of how just great the album is and the fact that's where I came in on, and just that emotional connection I have with it. Number 3 is Viva Emptiness. 4, Great Cold Distance, and these like middle 6 are pretty, depending on the day, you could change it around. Last 5, 5, Last Fair Deal. 6, Brave Murder Day. 7, Dead End Kings. 8, Tonight's Decision. 9, City Burials. 10, Night is the New Day. And 11, Discouraged Ones.
What was the last one?
Discouraged Ones.
Wow, man. Woo. Yeah, we're
I would have that one a little bit lower too.
Wow.
Like that one, Tonight's
Well, it's
Decision.
Oh, you lost your chance now. Quiet.
I just wanted to upset you further. Come on, Jeff. Just don't steal
right.
all the joy.
You're going to get mad at me for that, but we got King in the comments putting Brave Murder Day at his bottom.
Yeah, no, that's not.
Brave Murder Day at the bottom. What?
It's almost like Altars at 6.
Calling me
All right.
out.
All right. So I ran through my thoughts, and look, this is the reason we do that. I do these deep dives and pull all you guys in and torture the fuck out of you for 6 hours and 18 minutes. I really thought we could get this done in 5.5. So I'm not actually that upset because I was a little worried that this might be an 8-hour thing, but it's going to be 6.5. But anyway, the reason I do them is because I want to make myself go back and listen to stuff I haven't listened to in a long time. One, two, I want to listen to stuff in the context of, okay, I need to take this all in. And a couple of things happened today. One, an album I thought I really loved way up here kind of dropped a little bit, but it still is a pretty special album. Two albums I thought were way down near the bottom. One notched up one or two notches. Another one went way up, way up. Pretty much from the bottom where I thought it was going to be, where you have it, sir, is way up higher. And way higher. Like, it shocked me. I was like, yeah, that's no way. I fucking love this album. So, very bizarre. But like you said, will I listen to a lot of other than the new one? Will I listen? And City Burials probably, since I didn't give it much truck. Am I going to listen to this stuff much again for a while? Probably not.
Got to be in the right headspace for some of this stuff too. Like,
yeah,
especially some of those middle albums. Like, I was just like maybe at the time I wasn't feeling it. Like Hall of Hearts was definitely one of them. I was
when I had the Yob one. I love Yob, but I'm good for a while now. I'm pretty cool. And I want to do Neurosis because I've got that fucking Strength and Vision box set, which has every album up through till the last one, right? And that's a pretty beastly thing because I want to show that box off because it's fucking cool as hell. But now trying to find people to jump in with me on that one. Kellen says he wants to do it. I think Logan wants to do it. And anyone else who wants to join needs to let me know. But here again, we're in that fucking weirdo phase where I know things are getting weird for me, like really weird. I can't explain it. I had a couple moments earlier where I was like starting to nod off just because I am tired because I've been up 27 hours.
Yeah, that's not good for a healthy person.
Yeah,
I only dozed for about an hour, and it's a long story why, but that it's not even so much that, it's more that I'm finding these things going on. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to go to the hospital tonight, but I may end up going in there tomorrow, and they may admit me, and that might be the end. This could be the end, the last stream I do. I don't know. I really don't. But I really do want to try to do Neurosis. I really do want to try to do XTC, which, none of you guys are probably digging on them. I want to do Dead Can Dance. I've got all these piles laying around out here of things I want to get to. And, I don't know if that'll happen, but this was cool because, A, we got Jake to join us finally, which was awesome. And we got Rick to finally join us. And I know he's very busy and it's difficult for him to find the time. And, yeah, man. So my list is, I just had it here. Give me a minute. I got to put my, fucker. All right. So where'd it go? There it is. Okay. So number one, I've got Brave Murder Day because, man, god damn, man. That's just for that scream alone on Brave. It gets me rock hard. Not right now, but maybe after the stream. And that part where he says, yeah, I can't do it. But anyway, I don't know how people do that shit with their voice. Second, but just by a slight little hair. Last Fair Deal Gone Down. I love that album, man. I disagree with Jimmy wholeheartedly that I think virtually every song on there is memorable. But maybe it's because I've listened to it so much that I just know them. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's what it is. Viva Emptiness is number 3. The great songs on Viva are some of the greatest songs they've ever done. And
yeah,
this album is, in a weird way, I think it's their heaviest, despite the fact that maybe Great Cold Distance has a heavier overall tone. There's something about the songs on Viva that are kind of, the vibe of it is just heavier for me. I don't know. That's just my thing. I mean, man, just evidence. Come on, evidence. Fucking hey, man. God damn, you're gonna get a little taste of that before we leave. Great Cold Distance, number 4. So many hooks, so many good riffs, a good combo of, they're adding some of the keyboards in there that are gonna really carry over to the next album and start to form this. They're just in a stride of writing killer songs with good, catchy choruses, and this album still has a lot of heavy guitars on it. Maybe the heaviest of their career are in that album, but yeah. So 5. Are you ready for this? Discouraged Ones. I fucking love that album, man. I love it. Nick, I see that consternation, which is a song title.
It's not bad, but I don't know. Like that one's just it's sort of the redheaded stepchild.
I just
still love them.
There's something about that album that's dark, forlorn, hopeless, and I love that shit.
I like the simplicity of it, especially comparing
exactly.
It's how monotonous it is. Again, the same reason why people don't like it is the same reason why I like it.
Right.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I'm just going to say it, man. I Saw You Drown is just such a fucking woeful, miserable, beautifully miserable song. And I can't get that fucking chorus out of my head. I just can. The last 2 or 3 days, that's the only song that just keeps coming up in my head when I think of, in the water, I saw you drown. It's just the way he sings it. It's so, he's watching somebody drown for real, like somehow. Like it almost is like he wrote that while he was watching someone drown. So cool. Not someone drowning, but it just sounds so cool. Night is the New Day is number 6, which probably is Jake's like, yeah, no. There's a lot of beautiful melodies on that album, man. There's just a lot of gorgeous stuff going on there. It's super lush, super layered. I think Rick wants to put it higher. He knows he does.
Night? Yeah,
yeah, no, that's what I said. I know you liked it. Next up, Fall of Hearts. I was way off on that one, man. I thought it was just a pretty mediocre album. It's not. It's very, very good. Very, very good. And I need to actually put a little more time into going back to that and giving it a couple more listens to really get the stuff in here. Yeah, man, Dance is 8. I'm not as... The transitions bother me a lot in some of those songs. There's just some awkward things they're doing. I get it. There's some really cool...
That's
Death Doom songs. I get that.
That's for me as close to a perfect album as
without God, man. What would you do without God?
Well, that song's fucking great. I'll give you that song's great, and there's a lot of cool parts throughout there. But as I said, as a songwriter myself, as a guy that can sit down, pick up a guitar, and start stringing things together, smoothness is part of the deal. Resolution is part of the deal.
If you watch my videos to completion, you know how I feel about that song. Well, not to completion. If you watch my videos to the end, then you know how I feel about that song.
Are you implying that I don't, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm saying not just you, Jeff. In general.
Oh, everybody. Okay.
Everybody.
All right.
I end my videos with that.
We can all be equally as offended.
Lyric.
You end it with that. Yeah, I know. I've watched some before. Hey, man, when you had your last live, who was there for you, bro? Huh?
Was you?
That's right. I was there.
You watched all of those, one-man black metal projects that I showed.
Yes, I went out and bought every one of them. Not true. Not true at all.
As long as you bought 5 of them, we're good.
Yeah, I bought 5. Actually, I bought 6. Not true. None of that's true. Doesn't mean I don't like some of that stuff, but I don't like most of that stuff. All right, Jake, I love you, buddy. Where are we at here? Where was that? Dance, right? Tonight's Decision is next. I want to like that album more, but I just can't quite do it.
I get it.
It doesn't connect. like Nick said, and like Jimmy said, it doesn't. There's 4 songs on there that are fucking bangers, man. And what's the really killer one? Because I'm getting sleepy. What's the 4th track?
Had to leave.
Had to leave. That
Oh,
song's
man.
fucking unreal. And there's anyway, I'm gonna go with City Burials right now as number 11 because there was some promising stuff that might rise up a little bit there, but I just need to give it more time. I'm not putting the new one on. We agreed we weren't doing that, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then last, I'm going with Dead End Kings, dude. There's not much in that album other than maybe 3 tracks that really floats my boat. As Rick said, I think you said best. It's just hard for you to engage. You don't remember anything from it. I can't remember anything from it.
Yeah,
I just listened to it a couple hours ago.
there are moments I
Okay.
really like. I really like that album.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, but
Well, I thought you said you didn't like it.
no, I do like. There's just moments I really like, but then as an album,
I
don't
got
go
it.
back to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah, the new one, real quick. I didn't really. Oh yeah, I did talk about it. I think one of the things I like about it that I noticed was it kind of has the night vocal stuff going on, those vocal hooks, but it's got a lot more guitar in it, a la probably Fall of Hearts. Because Fall of Hearts definitely had a lot more guitar than the prior 2 albums for sure. And look, they're one of those bands that they're kind of a legendary band, I would say, wouldn't you? I would think they're in that category, and they've earned the right to do what they want to do. And again, I reiterate the fact that often we as fans of bands don't really want them to change that formula. We want to hear that dirty knuckle dragging death metal thing, and then suddenly they add a keyboard or a song sounds a little more popular. It's like, what are they doing? And then they go back to the old thing because they hear people bitch and moan, and it's like, oh, they're going back to that. Why didn't they do? You as a band, you almost like you have to evolve because of what you want to do. And Jake, we said it already that Jonas and Anders kind of are real comfortable with putting out a Catatonia album at this point, and they know how to do it probably in their sleep.
I think,
but they add some nuances here and there.
They're not in the business of chasing that, pleasing people. They're not trying to go out there and please everyone.
Right, and the other side,
they're trying to please their fans
and themselves. And I think the other thing to realize is, they're all really, really good, competent musicians, but they're not, none of their Anders is not Steve Vai or fucking.
No, but they're songwriting wise, they're
no. My point was
they're
going
not.
to be
They're
that.
not.
My point was going to be that they're not looking to be these virtuosos.
No.
They're trying to create really good songs that connect with their fan base, and they're also not, I would think at this point, really looking to try to score giant hits, because while they may write with it in mind, well, it'd be nice to get a radio song or whatever. I think they know that they're never gonna, just by virtue of who and what they are and where they came from, the mainstream media is not suddenly going to go, oh, let's make those guys the band that we back and dump millions into, and we'll make them sound like Stained or Creed or whatever's popular.
Yeah, and it ends up ruining them.
I think they're a very self-aware band. They know exactly what they are.
Yeah. And I mean, really, does any of us ever listen to the radio? Do any of you listen to radio? Is there radio?
I
don't need to.
Is there radio anywhere anymore?
I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
It exists.
Walmart, they play butt rock there all day.
What I'm asking though is there terrestrial radio, not satellite?
Yes, there is.
There is.
Yes.
And do they have like a metal channel around where you live or a hard rock channel?
Like college radio, maybe.
It's like classic rock mixed with maybe some like
Some butt rock every now and again. Some
but it's
Pantera,
even like
Stained.
from what I remember, the butt rock they play, it's not new.
Yeah, it's
all
Disturbed.
the shit from the 2000s and
Yeah, it's like Disturbed and Stained and
it's about as heavy as they'll get. They're willing to go.
So I mean,
Catatonia, the best they can do is get played on like Sirius, their metal channels.
Yeah,
that would be their
well, that's true.
The peak of the mountain for them.
I mean, I think I told you guys this the other week. I don't know if you were on or not, Jake. I can't remember. I don't think Rick was there. Maybe you were. I don't know. I had to have an MRI last Thursday, and when I got in the tube, they put the headphones on. I'm like, oh yeah, put some metal on, and they put fucking liquid metal on. Jesus fucking Christ! I lasted 2 songs. I'm like, hey, squeezing the bulb. Yeah. Do you need to come out? I'm like, no, I need you to change that radio station like now. Like I'm getting actual anxiety from listening to whatever the hell it is that you're playing right now. And it was just fucking god awful, man. It was just awful.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the hell it was, but it was the screamo. I have no idea. It was fucking god awful. So I put on classic. I think it was classic rock, and right away Money came on from Pink Floyd, and I'm like, yeah, thank God. But it turns out it wasn't actually Pink Floyd. It was like a jam band doing Pink Floyd. So they were doing like this 7 or 8 minute jam of Pink Floyd's Money, and it was kind of pretty cool.
I got something like that. Yeah.
What's that?
I got something like that.
Do you?
It's kind of like it's just
String Cheese Incident doing Pink Floyd.
I guess it's kind of like covers, but it's done by other people. There's a series of that kind of stuff. I forgot what the name of the series was.
Oh,
They're always Pink Floyd covers.
Yeah, I kind of remember those. There was a big one on Rush. Working Man was the name.
Yeah,
of
they did all prog bands.
Prog bands all day. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know about you guys. I'm just not a huge fan of. I guess sometimes like the Jeff Buckley covers kind of okay, but I'm just like usually bands do covers. They just murder the shit out of them. But
if there's a twist to it and they make it their own, I'm thinking like Johnny Cash Hurt, something like that.
Well, yeah, that was very cool.
Make it your
own. Johnny Cash did Rusty Cage. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
Soundgarden, and that was really really cool. And I mean, there are those instances. I'm thinking of. Well, we were talking about it a couple weeks ago on Marty's stream. The remake of Sound of Silence by Nevermore. You'd have no fucking clue that was Simon & Garfunkel. That what? That's a great idea for a stream.
What covers?
Good covers and bad covers. Here's I don't know your top 15 good covers. Here's your top 15 shit covers. I mean the shit covers would be a lot easier to.
I mean, like, are half of them gonna be like Kids Bop CDs? Like, I don't know.
What's that? What did you say?
Yeah. That's the entirety of my good covers.
It might have been past your generation. There was a series of CDs called Kids Bop, and it was just really bad.
Oh yeah, no, I know the name. Yeah, Kids Bop.
God,
the lyrical content didn't matter. They covered it anyway.
Well, we all know Jake probably has the Teletubbies album somewhere. The soundtrack to the Teletubbies.
Wait, is it like the Teletubbies cover like Marduk?
Yes, Marduk,
like, dude. I'm almost kind of down for that. Like, I almost want to hear that.
What's the main guy? Morgan? Is it Morgan? Morgan's the main dude, right? Morgan Ogren or whatever it is.
I think so.
The main guy that talks for them all the time. Pretty sure it's Morgan.
Real quick, Jeff. Do we want to declare this kind of like the ending of the Catatonia stream for anybody?
Oh yeah. We can.
We're going off the rails here. It's over.
So if anybody's watching just for Catatonia, we're
we've wrapped now.
We're just going into a PS session.
I was gonna make another stream, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I hit up Chuck and Marty and who else here?
I gotta get some sleep. That's 3 a.m. here.
Yeah.
getting
But I
heavy.
hit up like Dennis. I know Dennis was on. I think he was on with Eli tonight earlier.
Yeah, they had something going on tonight.
Is that
yeah.
that reviewing that? I think that's that reviewing.
I remember
thing.
thinking this is interesting. They're not gonna catch our stream at all because they're doing something.
Well, listen. First of all, we'll just call it. But sorry. What's this here? We don't. What? Uh-oh.
That was when you were talking.
We'll let you
Off
know.
the
Ryan.
roses, yeah.
I mean, we just were throwing. I was spitballing an idea out there. It's not a solid thing. And you asked me what band. Neurosis. Yeah. But I need to have people on that just aren't listening to it for the first time. I need to have people that have been. Neurosis is not one of those bands you just go listen to their catalog and go, oh yeah, this is like that, and that you need to fucking have some.
Yeah, it's
on
dense.
That.
Yeah,
it's dense as fuck, man. Seriously. Yeah. Through Silver and Blood, Times of Grace, those are badass albums. Anyways, Jake, loved having you here, buddy. I'm super glad you made it.
Yep.
I hope you enjoyed it.
Next week we're doing Dark Tranquility.
No. We can on your channel. I might be a little late, like 6 hours or so. But I'm not saying I don't like Dark Tranquility. I was not a mellow death.
You were never invested in their music. I know.
All those guys, In Flames, Soilwork, all that mellow death. I have one album of each of those guys, and it was more than enough. And I Immortal, yeah, I'd be down. Or
do you ever get you weren't super into Swallow of the Sun, were you?
Say again?
Swallow of the Sun. You're never super into that.
No. That's kind of true, but not true. Here's the deal on Swallow of the Sun. I love Swallow of the Sun, but I don't own enough of their stuff. I have Hope. I have the Plague of Butterflies.
Yeah.
I have what's the one with the 3 CD one?
Songs from the North.
Yeah, I have that one. I have one more. It's the there's like a moon on it or something.
Oh, Moonflowers?
New Moon?
New is that the real black metal one?
Moonflowers is the newer one.
Yeah.
No, New Moon. Is that the more black one, metally one?
Yeah. I don't know if I'd call it
black metal.
I have that one, and I had CDRs of what are the first two called? Something's like By the Lake or something.
I don't know. I only own some more of their more recent stuff.
There was what the Morning Never Came, right?
That's it. Morning Never Came. There's one other one. I thought it said something about a lake.
I'm gonna dip out because I'm getting kind of drowsy.
All right, bro.
Dude, awesome doing this. This is fucking fantastic.
Yeah,
thank you. New Moon.
Thank you, Nick. I mean, I know just before you dip, I know that I drop these on you and I go, hey, can you do this next week? And I know all of you want to say, oh, fuck. No, come on. But it's coming, dudes. It's coming fast.
Yeah.
Something's very fucked up. So I got to get done when I can get done when I can get it done, and
yeah, we hear you, man.
Yeah. Yep. Totally understand.
Thank you for doing that for me, because I know you really do want to say no most of the time, not because you don't want to do it, but because you have other things you want to do, and you don't want to say no to me. So I get that, and I try not to do it. But this one, when Jake and I thought, I got to get this locked in quick, and so Nick, thanks for doing that for me.
Oh, not a problem, man. This was a lot of fun. I fucking love this band. So,
all right, brother.
I love doing this shit.
Peace.
Catch you guys later.
All right, Nick.
It's fucking awesome.
What are we gonna say?
Is this the Swallow Sun you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's New Moon.
Yeah.
That's a good one, man. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of their best.
What are the first?
Yeah.
Jake, what are the first two called? Rick got one on Morning
Never Came, and then
Morning Never Came. That one's really good, and then Plague of Butterflies after that one.
No, that was down the road a little bit.
Plague of Butterflies.
There's another one that had a purple cover, a blue cover. Remember?
Trying to
first
remember.
three. One's Hope. I think one's called Hope, isn't it?
They do have them.
The one with the girl.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ghost of Lost.
Ghost of Lost. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. And I don't have those. I have CDRs of them. So I guess I could do it. But you know my gig with this thing. I don't want to do a band that I don't own 80 to 90% of it. In other words, or that somebody's in it with me. Hang on, let me do this. Like I don't want to do a band like say if you said or if I said let's do like I'm trying. Well, if I said let's do Dark Tranquility, I only own one album of theirs. I don't even know what it's called. Darkest Days, is that one?
No.
Something like that. No, that's not it.
Nope.
Forget what this would have been right around the time Addicted to Chaos or whatever the Soulwork album is called. Dedicated to Chaos or something. Would have been right around that time. Whatever that album was. And so I mean, like I know you would have them all, but
what year are you talking?
Man, when did Dedicated to Chaos or whatever Soulwork come out? Like 2002?
2002, Damage Done.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's one of the
I
best
think
ones.
that's it. Yeah,
That's
and
probably.
it wasn't bad. I didn't dislike it. It's just all those mellow death bands of that era had a distinctive sound, and I just wasn't crazy about it. You know,
Yeah, you know, some people have good taste, others don't. I get it.
But you know, you bring something
That's
up.
it.
You bring something up though. A band I would like to do would be Swallow the Sun. But like I said, I guess between all of us, we'd probably have them all to show. That's the good thing about having a bigger panel too. You can
I think between CD and vinyl, I have them all except for Moonflowers. But
that's the one.
That's the newest one.
Sad
That's
one, right? Oh, the new one.
Fucking Century Media is the reason I don't have that one.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean,
their fucking prices are
I was
ridiculous.
lucky enough to get it at a record store. I did want that special edition. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna hold back on that one.
Yeah, the one that has like the orchestral version.
Yeah, they wanted like $80.
Kevin, need a bag.
I wanted to get that one. That's why I haven't got it. Is because I was like, I want that one, and then it's like, fuck. I don't want to spend that for it.
All right. But yeah, so I don't know. That would be one. Maybe Jake that you'd want to join in on, and I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not in a rush to do it, but it's what I would, you know.
So I think, like I said, I'm gonna find some shit out tomorrow, the next day, in the next 2 or 3 days, and you know, that might the next message you might get from me might be, hey guys, we're at that point, so
yeah,
you know, probably the end, you know, for the channel or whatever. But if not, and you know, I find out and can get some treatment and get some relief from some of these fucking horrible symptoms, maybe you know, we move onward and upward and we try some other stuff in a couple weeks or something like that. But
we move on to the battle.
Onward into battle. I like that song.
They played that one live when you saw them, didn't they, Rick?
Wait, say again?
Onward into battle. They played it when Rick saw them live.
Oh, did they?
I don't remember.
I know they played it on my show because at the time it was kind of the one I was excited for.
Pretty sure when I saw them for that album, they did it too, and that was. Yeah. You know, it was weird, man. Like I think you said this, Rick. They didn't have much merch, right? You said you didn't.
No, they didn't at all.
It was one of the saddest merch tables I've seen.
Yeah, same thing. When I saw them, it was like there were like 2 shirts. One I didn't really like because it was gray.
They were really pushing the City Burial stuff. I was just not ready at the time. I'm like, no, I can't do it.
Like shirts with that on too, or what?
Yeah, with the ground figure guy, and they had some vinyl. That's about all they had.
Wow, man.
What you collected? Yeah, a lot of shit. I was like, oh, okay, so I had my fill with that.
I remember going
vinyl when I saw them. They were
see now another band I'd love to do, but I don't know. Like Jake, they're probably not your thing, but ISIS would be a band I'd love to do. And you know, I mean, I know people I know that like them. I know Rick, you probably have some of their stuff.
If
but probably not a lot.
You would probably I mean, I would think you want to do Neurosis before something like ISIS, right? I figured that.
No, Neurosis I'd rather do first, though, for sure.
That's,
Yeah,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
I mean, that box set is so sweet. Did you ever see that? Did I ever show that to you?
Don't know. Don't think so.
Fuck, I put it away. I'm not digging it out, but yeah, it's too. And like, I really wanted to do something Tangerine Dream wise, but nobody really knows them like me. One and two, nobody has the shit like I do, and nobody has the time to listen to all that. You know.
I got
really,
some vinyl and I got the CDs you sent my way.
Yeah, right.
You know,
but I mean, like Brian. Talking to Brian, he's just not feeling like he would have much to offer, and I get that. I mean, I'd rather when I ask people to do something that they dip out gracefully and say, "Look, I'm just not."
My issue with something like Tangerine Dream, it's not so much that it's being able to describe.
Yeah,
proper words, you know,
to
justify what you're listening.
That's a good point, because you might just be saying the same thing over and over and over and over for. So that's kind of why I've been reluctant to go all in. But I do want to do that. I do want to do the Boards of Canada, because I think that's going to be cool, and we'll get some interesting eyes on it. Like I said, man, I thought, man, if I get like in 6 months 200 views on the Tim Bonus thing, that'd be cool. I don't know what it's at right now, but it was really close, and we didn't even have 24 hours in. So Dennis said he wants to join in. You guys want to hang a little bit, or are you ready to wrap it?
I'll hang out for a few minutes, man. My eyes are getting pretty heavy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll
just say hi.
Yeah, something that was pretty cool last time Catatonia was played here, that show I went to. They actually got Jonas to come to the little local metal, where they have a lot of the smaller metal shows.
Oh, really?
Little, like, kind of like a dive bar. After the show, he came over and hung out there, and they were, spinning all kinds of old Swedish death metal there. And he was, sitting there meeting and greeting fans.
How was he?
I didn't go up to him. I'm not that kind of guy.
I don't
care to, if I don't have something, to talk about directly, I'm not going to go up and say, hey, it's great to meet you. I love your stuff.
So you're not like this goober right here.
Yeah. Especially not in like that formal of a setting. It's like if I saw him just out in the crowd somewhere, I'd, maybe say something.
We know it's funny. So back in 2003, my buddy and I, John and I, we were at my first Opus show. I think it might have been his second, in Philly at the Troc, and you know that place, right, Rick? You've been to the Troc, I'm sure.
It might be opening back up, man.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
And so, hang on one second. Fuck. Just give me one second here. So we know somebody that knows the Opeth guys, and he comes out and gets us and takes us back. So we're hanging out with Michael and Peter, and I believe Mendez was there shortly. And the next thing I know, Mike Portnoy walks in. So we're hanging out with Portnoy. And then the next thing I know, did you ever hear that band God Forbid?
Yeah.
They had a big black singer, big dude, man, like huge.
I saw them live twice.
Yeah, weren't they from Philly?
I mean, saw them in Philly.
I think they were from Philly back around then, or New York anyways. And then Doc Coyle, who's I think he's in that Bad Wolves or something now, he walks in. And then there was, who the fuck else walked in? Well, Mike Ament was there, and all the guys that opened for him, Mike Ament and Angela Gossow. That was when Arch Enemy was still Angela's band.
Oh yeah.
And you know who was in that band at that time? Hey, look at this guy. What's up? What's going on, bro?
Hey.
Give me 1 second to finish this thought. We're hanging out, and then from that point forward, I get to go backstage or get on the bus with Opeth a number of times because John and Peter start to develop this friendship, right? And I'm always there with John, and I just go in, behind the stage at Ram's Head, backstage at TLA, in the bus at TLA, in the bus Towson, Maryland at Rusher Theater, like a bunch of times, right? So, but then when Opeth did their special, I think it was like a 20th anniversary, or I don't remember what it was, but it was some anniversary. They played Radio City, and they did a 3-set special, blah, blah, blah. They played shit they never played before, and they did. That's true. Like, I think they played it had something to do with Deliverance. I think it was like the 15th anniversary or whatever. And they played like By the Pain I See in Others and Wreath and things that they'd never played and things they hadn't played in years. But before the show, now I didn't go up with John. I went up with Serge and my kid. And before the show, they did a signing over at Rough Trade Records in Brooklyn. So we hoofed it over there. And the deal was you had to buy a copy of the album. Then you got in line and then you had a thing and you go through and meet them. So I get over there and I'm wearing a Voivod Killing Technology shirt, right? And Mike sees me from a distance. And I haven't seen Mike in 8 years, maybe 6 years, 8 years, something like that. And he's sort of staring at me. I'm like, oh, yeah, he remembers me. He's got that look on his face like he remembers me. I get up to the thing and he goes, hey, man, nice shirt. I said, yeah. I said, how you doing, man? He's like, good. Like, why are you acting like you know me? I'm like, Mike, you don't remember me, do you? He's like, sorry, mate, I really don't. I'm like, don't you remember when I was backstage? I was like, dude, I was backstage at the truck and we were talking about Steve Wilson ripping off your riff for Blackest Eyes. He's like, oh, I do remember that. He did rip off my riff. And he's like, nice shirt.
People always remember the negative, man. That's how it is.
No, but I mean, I still don't think he remembered me. I think he just said he remembered me, but he didn't remember me. But he was around me a number of times. Like, it wasn't like maybe, who knows? I still had short hair back then, so it was like whatever. But anyway, what's up, Dennis?
What's up? How are you guys?
Doing all right, man.
Doing all right. We did how long was the actual Catatonia? 6.5, right?
6.5, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll note that in the stream, but rather than making another one, I mean, how'd your you had something going on, right?
Yeah, me and Eli did we reviewed the Catatonia. Sorry, Catatonia. That's what you guys did. We did the Crematory. This record, Crematory Denial EP.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Oh
that one.
yeah,
that's sick.
Yeah.
Love that cover.
Yeah,
and
we did
it
that.
live, or you did it live?
Yeah, we did it live. Although I don't think we really even talked about the record very much.
Oh, really?
We were on for 2 hours and it just went about random shit. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think the record's like 15 minutes total. So.
Oh, is that it? That's all there's.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
4 songs on it.
Well, I think he asked me to do. Fuck, what is that? Panthymonium? Is that Panthymonium? Yeah.
Panthymonium, yeah.
Yeah, the
Swanos,
Swano thing. And if I do that, I'm gonna have to do it soon I know those albums, but I know of them. I don't really know them. I listen to they have like 3 or 2 or 3.
I think like 2.
Yeah, I remember.
I
remember way back when, maybe the beginning of the pandemic, kind of digging into some weird avant shit like that, and I don't remember what it was like. Kind of weird, if I recall.
No, yeah, it's good stuff though. It's like Swedish death metal mixed with like just off the wall shit. Like almost I think there's like some horns in there and some
it's
other
almost
stuff.
Like Bungle, isn't it? It's kind of like a little bit of Bungle.
It's like a Mr. Bungle Swedish death metal band or something.
So that's going to be interesting because he, when he said that, I'm like, dude, you do know I don't really listen to any of this one man black metal shit, right? The stuff he loves. I'm like, that shit is that's not my jam. I just don't, I'm going to shit all over it. And then, I'm going to be like, yeah, this was great if you want to take a shit and wipe your ass with it. But, I'm kidding. It's not
some people take that as a compliment.
They might. Yeah, that's true.
Recorded this on my Fisher Price fucking tape recorder.
Yeah. My speaking spell. Remember those things, man? So
Satan.
yeah, I earlier today, Phil Demmel came on and was doing a live, and I hit him up. I'm like, man, you need to come on Gas Mask and Hand Grenades for an interview. He's like, hit me up in DM. Sure, I'll do it. And he's like a super fucking cool, chill guy, man. I mean, I think that'd be a cool conversation to have. You know, you can't get into the fucking Rob Flynn stuff, but you know, because he just doesn't want to go there anymore. And I understand that. Although they have kind of run into each other a little, but yeah, that'd be cool as shit to get him on. And I don't know if I told you this. I probably didn't tell any of you guys this. Again, this is all contingent on how I'm doing this week with regards to medical stuff. But Dennis, this will be interesting to you. Remember our Crimson Glory deep dive, right?
Yeah.
Jeff Lords, the bass player from Crimson Glory, gonna come on Gas Mask and Hand Grenades.
Nice.
We're gonna talk about the old albums, and then we're gonna talk about what the hell happened when you went to Atlantic and you put that album out. Dennis likes it. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm not sure I like it so much, but
that's a good record.
You know that one, Rick?
What's up?
The third Crimson Glory, Strange and Beautiful.
I actually don't think I do. I know the first one pretty well, but
what you drinking tonight, Rick?
Alien Church. Figured find a way to bring religion into this. There you go.
Yep.
Thank goodness.
Where's that out of?
Probably PA, right? Jersey?
Don't know. It says Tired Hands Brewing Company, Ardmore, Pennsylvania.
Ardmore's down around.
Oh yeah, it's local.
Yeah,
nice,
cool drawing.
Doing a narnar.
A narnar.
Nice.
The fuck is that?
I had one of these earlier.
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
Barley wine, dude. Come on.
Yeah.
What is it? Barley wine.
Barley wine style.
What the fuck is how high is that BAC?
This was it's a 9.6.
No, that's not what it's called. What's it called? What's it called? Some ABV, right?
Yeah.
ABV. I was calling BAC. That's blood alcohol content. That was.
I had this bad boy.
Pleasantly pickled.
Yep.
Oh, you had another pickle drink.
Got pickle juice, pineapple, and jalapeno.
Man, what the fuck
does
that taste?
That was wild. It was wild. Say the least. That was a wild drink.
Dennis, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you a Neurosis guy?
Here's what my thing with Neurosis is. Honestly, dude, I've only ever heard Pain of Mind, like the first record.
The punk stuff.
Yeah, because that's where
far removed from what they are now.
And I know, and I had that record, and I actually traded it at one point, so I don't have it anymore. And my like I said, my thing with Steve Von Till was never very good growing up. So
wait, what happened there?
I went to school with Steve Von Till.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, dude, we went to the same high school.
Are you guys around the same age?
Wow.
No, he was a senior. I was a freshman, so he was.
So he's about 52 then.
Yeah, he's older than me, and he fucking hated my guts.
Get out! For real?
Yeah, dude. I was a kid that was into metal, and he was already like, very much into that scene. And I come in wearing a fucking Exodus shirt or something, and I have short hair, mind you.
Oh, okay.
And he's like, "You fucking poser! You don't fucking know metal." And I'm like,
"Oh man,
like, dude, what?"
Are you saying Steve Von Till was the inspiration for our boy over there on what's it called? Justin Horville? Was he one of those guys?
He was like that.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to ask him about that shit when he comes on my show. I'm going to say, man, what are you dogging my boy Dennis for? What the fuck's up with that?
No, but here's the thing. Like, it was short.
Dennis waiting backstage to confront him.
Look at episode Jerry Springer.
Now what?
Yeah, what you got to say to me now, motherfucker?
You got a Zeisma fucking demo.
Yeah, you got a Zeisma demo. You want to trade me, motherfucker? Here's the thing. I met him down in Philly. He seems fucking super chill. I think it was because he was a dumb teenager like you.
Right. He was just a kid.
Yeah. But you have trauma over it.
There was a bad day where he came to school with an Armored Saint sleeveless March of the Saints shirt, and I came to school with an Armored Saint March of the Saints.
Oh, what can go wrong?
The two powers meet. And you were like the runty little.
Yeah, and I'm like the skinny little fucking, 14-year-old or whatever, and he's like 18, and he's like, "Bitch, what?" And I'm
does he have long hair?
Yeah, he's got long hair. He's he's already in a thrash metal band, like a thrash crossover band.
No, get out of here.
It's long gone now,
dude. I'm gonna get him on my show now because he said.
Dude, there's a weird history here because his band was Transgressor, and the other guys in the band were Jay, and he was cool with me. Like we talked all the time, and he was cool with me, but Steve didn't like me, and his girlfriend didn't like me.
Wow.
And then my girlfriend, after that, ended up going out with Jay's brother, which is weird, like this weird coincidence. So,
dude, that is fucking bizarre. Yeah. Here's what I'm doing. Steve said he was gonna do my gas mask, right? The interview thing.
Yeah.
I'm getting him on, and I'm not telling you when he's on. I'm gonna say, Dennis, drop in. I want to hang out a little bit tonight. You're gonna pop in. There's gonna be Bond too. I'm gonna be like, listen, you two bitches, I'm gonna get you together, and we're gonna fix this shit.
No, it already got fixed because we ended up seeing each other at an Exodus show. So even during that time, we ended up
way later, or
in that same time frame. So
okay,
maybe like during that freshman sophomore year, he saw me at the Exodus show, and I was in the pit and everything. And then after that, he never said anything after that.
You weren't wearing an Armored Saint shirt, right?
So he knew you were. No, he knew you were legit at that point. He knew you weren't fronting.
I was wearing a King Cobra, but I had all the sleeves kind of feathered out. King Cobra shirt. No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, man, if you had that, you're lucky. You're lucky. Fucking.
Bailoff would have beat my ass.
Bailoff didn't come down and beat your fucking ass, man.
Dude, back then that was at Rock on Broadway, and you could just sit on the stage. There wasn't only 50 people in the fucking show. There's not. People think these Bay Area shows, there's hundreds of people there. There's 50 people there.
Tiny, yeah.
Yeah, and you're in this little club. You can just sit on the stage, and that's when Bailoff, they were doing Pleasure to the Flesh songs with Bailoff singing before they got rid of him out of the band.
Right.
So that's where I first heard those songs before they even put those on record.
That's crazy. Cool. What school did you go to that he was at?
It was MIDI. It was like a Christian school, like a Catholic school.
That's even better.
Oh yeah,
that's even better. That's awesome.
Yeah, he went to a Catholic school. I got kicked out, but he made it through the whole way.
That's crazy. Well, he went to college. He's a teacher. Yeah. He's got to have a teaching degree. So
yeah, I mean, he was probably a good student. I was a fucking pothead alcoholic, so I didn't make it through fucking my sophomore year out of that. But
that's fucking hilarious, man. Yeah, we I don't know if you guys noticed, but we had 26 people at one point in time.
Wow,
that's pretty cool.
That's a record. Thank you.
Well, for doing one of these live streams, I'm thinking. It seems to me I was up around 30 once, and I can't remember who that was.
Probably was that Triumph Deep Dive.
Oh yeah, it was definitely the Triumph Deep Dive, which has 101 views or something. It's are you fucking kidding me, man?
Dude, that Aldo Nova Deep Dive though, everybody's doing one now.
Well, but you know what? That actually has 191.
But I'm just saying.
I want to show you something, Dennis. You're gonna enjoy the fuck out of this. Hang on.
By the way, Jeff, I have that original MSG shirt.
Yeah, this is a fucking knockoff. It's a fucking piece of crap. Actually, I bought this online and it looked super cool. It's one of the worst bootleg shirts I've ever seen. Like it's got the really thick ink on it, like they let
like
too much ink on it.
iron
And
on.
yeah, no, it's not an iron on. It's a real.
No, I know, but it's like
a
thick,
real
like
screen print, but it's just done really poorly. So, Dennis, what do you see up there on the wall there, my friend?
Yeah.
You seeing that?
Yeah, that Triumph flag.
Fuck yeah, dude! Just a game. I filled out my final. You know, I got Fates
Fates
over
Warning.
there. I got Rainbow there, and then behind me, which I don't know if you can see it or not. I got Leprosy then too. That pretty much kills the wall space. I have a couple thin places I can like do posters or something, but you'd think at 57 years old almost that I would have outgrown shit like that, right?
Yeah.
But not happening. But yeah, man. So yeah, that's a bummer, man. Now you just had to bum me out. You had to remind me how shitty the Triumph stream. Nobody gets it, man. Like nobody fucking gets it. God. I was looking today on here it is right here. Earlier today on where's that? God damn it, where is it? You guys know who Chris Cafferty is?
No.
Sabotage. Also Trans-Siberian Orchestra guitar player.
Oh, that guy.
He's one of the, he played on Poets and Madmen. Then he went out with John Oliva and did that. What's it called? John Oliva's Pain, I think. Or is that what it's called?
Yeah.
And then there was another band John Oliva had before that, after Sabotage. You remember the name of it?
No. I have that Pain one, but I don't have anything after that.
Well, there was a. Fuck, where's that, man? Somebody posted. There was a picture of Triumph. Somebody posted a picture of Triumph's of Mike Levine, smoke all around, from all the fire bombs going off and all that shit like that. And somebody famous, and I can't remember who the fuck it was, posted their experience seeing Mike. It was somebody, a fairly big name. And Chris Cafferty commented on that, and he said, my first concert was Triumph I think it was 1980, Progressions of Power. And I commented below that was my first tour I should have seen. I told you that story, didn't I? Told you on the stream?
Yeah.
So I had tickets to go see Triumph for Progressions of Power with.
So you fucked up with that girl?
No, I pissed my mom off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to the girls, and I yelled. I thought my mom couldn't hear me from it seemed like 80 or 100 feet away, but apparently I got a big mouth. I know that's hard to believe, but I was like, fuck her, man, or something like that. Next thing I know, she's trucking down there after me and grabs me by the hair and yanks me up to the house. And then she sits there and fucking rips my Triumph ticket up, man. Like, you know that scene in a fucking Fast Times at Ridgemont High, where Mr. Hand
Oh yeah.
What did he do? Did he take the pizza or did he rip up a paper? He ripped up a paper that was all right.
Yeah, he rips up his. What the fuck did he rip up? I can't remember.
Yeah, it was like a history report that he wrote or something, and it was just a piece of trash that he wrote in the van while he was getting all smoked up. And the funny part was Mr. Hand, he's like, "You dick."
Yeah, he's like,
what I wanted to do to my mom, like, "You dick." But yeah, those are. That would have been my third concert because I saw Kiss in '79 and then Rush in early '80, and then Triumph would have been the third one.
So I think what he actually says is, "You fucking dick," and so back in the '80s,
yeah,
they would play it on TV and they put in different words.
Yeah.
And I have a recorded version of that on VHS, and when he rips up the paper, he says, "You fuzzy nerd."
You fuzzy nerd.
I was like, what? You fuzzy nerd. It's like a totally different voice, too.
It's completely, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's got that completely different voice where it's like fuzzy nerd.
Yeah.
What did they do? I guess they cut the Phoebe Cates part completely out, right?
Yeah, they just that part was different. It was like a totally different scene.
Oh, they
It
had,
has,
they
like,
had a different scene to put in there.
Yeah, it has him like running and like hugging her in his like outfit.
That's right. Yeah, as opposed to the real scene.
Yeah,
with
where she
him
comes out
jacking
of the
off.
pool. It's like
He's
him
going-
running and hugging her. It's
yes,
like some
I've seen that. I remember that. That was the G-rated scene that they put.
the edited version for TV.
The edited version. Yeah.
That's crazy how they would make two versions. They would add in different scenes because they knew it would play on TV.
Yeah.
Make
You
different
guys,
versions.
you guys seen that, right? I mean, Rick, you've seen Fast Times, I'm sure, right?
Oh yeah, it's classic, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, have you seen? You didn't see that, right, Jake? Yeah, that's
Never
because
seen it.
a couple weeks ago I named the stream the Phoebe Cates pool reenactment scene.
I was cracking up. I'm like, oh, I gotta watch that. What?
Yeah, it's just us
I
fucking.
was too young for that one, man. I'm like, what is he doing in the bathroom? He's really massaging himself. But I don't know what's going on.
Doesn't anyone knock anymore?
Does anyone knock anymore? But Jake's never seen that scene, and he's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like, dude, you've never seen Fast Time? Are you serious? But that's the difference. I mean, like, I don't think honestly, I don't know if Devin's still around, but yeah, that I mean.
Oh wait, but you get all those Spicoli jokes, right? Like that's people make references all the time.
Oh yeah. I mean that, yeah, of course. But I was like, Jake, you don't. Jake was like, what the fuck is so funny about the Phoebe Cates reenactment scene? I'm like, oh, you don't know that. You don't know that. Fuck. The best part of that, though, I think Dennis, you'll probably agree. The best part of that whole thing is the cars moving in stereo is the back.
Yeah, dude, that was so badass.
Yeah, and she's coming up out of the pool and she's taking off her top, and it's like down. Lights the same. I'm moving and then like they're showing Judd Nelson,
Judge Reinhold.
Reinhold, that's it. He's in the bathroom,
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. I gotta admit though, if I was him, I'd probably be doing the same thing if I was watching.
Right? Phoebe Cates is over in a bikini in your fucking pool.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, that scene's been parodied so many times, man. In other movies and shows and shit like.
But it is funny that, like, Jake, you're 32 or 33, right? So it's just kind of wild how there is I don't think Devin's seen it probably. And it's just weird how there's a kind of a cut in the age break where that kind of stuff means
that came out right before all the John Hughes stuff. Like that's what took over. Like once.
Oh yeah,
Breakfast Club and
Breakfast Club,
like all that stuff.
What was the other? Pretty in
Almost
Pink.
Fire.
Almost. Oh wait, Saint Almost Fire him?
It's the Brat Pack.
Yeah, but that wasn't John Hughes. What was the other?
Maybe that one wasn't. But
didn't he do Ferris Bueller? Yeah, he did Ferris,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, he did Ferris Bueller's Pretty in Pink. Breakfast Club.
Breakfast. Have you seen any of those, Jake? Those three
Weird
movies?
Science.
You never saw Breakfast Club. Wow. Never ever saw Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
I'm not a big movie guy.
Well, okay. But I'm just blown away that you didn't see them in passing. I mean, they're like, because they're staples of the 80s, man. I mean, and the best thing about them was they were all good time, feel good stories generally, but they were also, the fucking soundtracks were killer always, like Don't You Forget About Me. That wasn't even an album track. That was like a B-side that they were going to, and I mean, that became the theme of the song of that movie, and it's fucking killer, man. Is Madness in there? Our house in the middle of the street.
Is it? It took them forever to get like the rights to put that back onto Fast Times. They couldn't get the rights to those songs for a long time. They put out versions that didn't have that music.
What were the other ones? Fear the Reaper was on there, right?
On that?
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think it was, dude. I think it actually was.
Yeah, it
because
had something to do with Mike. The Mike.
Yeah, because Mike was selling like all those
Simone.
fucking. I know he sold Blue Oyster Cult tickets.
He did. He sold Blue Oyster Cult tickets, man. Third row. I got somebody that's I love Damone, man. What a great character he was.
Yeah.
That was fucking awesome. And I gotta say,
Let me get Van Halen tickets, man. You want Van Halen tickets?
Van Halen tickets. He was awesome, man. I gotta say,
Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's what.
Jennifer Jason Leigh. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Are you serious?
I remember that the first time I heard that Jackson Brown song.
Running on Empty.
Yeah. No, Somebody's Baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Gotta be somebody's baby.
I have that soundtrack too. I have it on vinyl.
Well, do you remember all the other ones that are on it? I don't even remember.
I mean, but not all the songs are on that too because of copyright. So they couldn't use every song that's on the movie. It's just like, but it's a double LP.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Let's look. Let's see who was on there. You're saying they're not all. They weren't able.
Not
to
every song is because I don't think the Tom Petty song's on there either. American Girl.
Oh, what happened? Jake passed out. So there was Goodbye, Oingo Boingo. That doesn't ring a bell at all. She's My Baby and She's Out of Control. Don't remember that one. Sleeping Angel by Stevie Nicks. Wow, I don't remember that one either. Highway Runner by Donna Summer. Nope. Leave It Up to You, Poco. Nope. Love Is the Reason. Yeah, I kind of remember that one. Jimmy Buffett was Spicoli's theme. I don't remember that at all, man.
Well, that's a good one, dude.
Sammy Hagar was Fast Times at Ridgemont.
That song rules.
They're dipping here with the Eagles. They got Joe Walsh, and then they got
Don Felder. Don Henley.
Yeah.
Joe Walsh. Yeah, that's right. They got all of them on there. But really, and Timothy B. Schmidt, too. All of them have a different
Who was
song.
also in Poco for a while.
Poco, that's right. Which Timothy B. Schmidt was in Poco at one point. Then.
Yeah.
Don't Be Lonely by Quarter. You guys remember Quarter Flash? What was that big song? What was the song they had? Was that Harden My Heart?
Yeah.
I think that was Quarter Flash, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Quarter Flash.
Here's a good one, man. Here's a great fucking 80s tune, man.
Wait, was that Quarter Flash or Scandal?
No, Scandal was what's her name?
That's Patti Smith.
Was it Patti Smith?
Yeah, it's Patti Smith. But I don't remember the name of
Smith. There's another Patti Smith too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, different Patti Smith.
I thought her name was. Are you sure it was Patti Smith?
Yeah, it was spelled like SMITH or something. I don't know.
Man, if you guys remember that and I don't, that's kind of sad. Because I didn't think her name was that.
SMY.
Patti Smith, you're right. Fuck, man. What's going on in my brain? What the fuck? How about this one, Dennis? I know you'll know this one, man. Red Rider. What's the song?
Red Rider. Fuck, dude. I know that song.
What's the song? Come on, man.
Give me a hint.
Come on.
Red Rider.
I know the song. I have the record.
Rick, you don't know it? Who was the singer? Tom Cochran was the singer, remember? Life is a highway.
Well, I know that song. Yeah.
All right. But what's the killer Red Rider song? Begins with an L. First word. It's 2 words.
L?
I'll give you another hint. Somewhere in the song, it goes, whoa, oh, whoa.
Whoa. Shit.
You don't got it?
I don't.
Lunatic Fringe. I know
Lunatic. God damn it, dude. Lunatic Fringe. This song rules.
Fucking song. Killer, man.
Yeah.
Killer song, man. For the most part, that was, dude, I got an idea for a fucking live stream that we could do that would kick arse. We got to figure out a way to do one-hit wonders of the 80s that we have to guess from
oh shit.
I guess it'd be like what was that show where you had to hit the thing? I guess name that tune, right?
Name that tune.
So it'd be
they play like 2 fucking keys.
Yeah, you'd play like 2 notes on it.
Nah, jeez.
So it'd be like you figure that out. Like I guess you could do it vocally or something like that. But
Okay, so Jeff's gonna do vocals and guitar.
what's that? Yeah, I'm gonna do both. Yeah, and
And then
suck
we're gonna
at,
be like, what the fuck are you playing, dude? I can't hear you.
and suck at both of them. I'm sure, right? I'm trying to find where's the. All right, here's one. What was the really big Don Henley song of the 80s? There's probably two you could say, oh, yeah. And I'm not talking about the one they did with Stevie Nicks. That was
Dirty Laundry? I don't know.
I'm
boom,
going,
he got
I'm
it.
going Dirty
no,
Laundry.
no.
I
No, you
didn't
get
like
it.
that one at all.
You didn't get it. That's not the one. No.
You didn't get it.
I'm sorry.
I mean-
I jumped the gun.
I mean, what I won't talk about here, like this, the late stuff, like End of the Innocents.
Nope.
There's all she wants to do is dance.
No,
That's like-
no, that was that him? Yeah, that was him. You're right.
yeah. Like, again, those were his hits.
There's one big one you're missing, man. Huge.
On Henley's hits.
All right. Down, down.
It was the Boys of Summer.
There you go. That's it. Yep.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
So that's it. Now, did you get it from my little down, or did
No, I
you
just remembered it.
Okay. Because the next hint would have been down. You would have gotten that right away then, right?
All right,
Here's
guys. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
Are you zipping out?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out.
All right, dude.
All right, Jake.
Cool.
It was
See you,
great.
Jake.
See you
And Rick,
guys.
I don't want to keep you if you want to go. Dennis and I can hang, but
Yeah,
I want
let's
to hang
take
for a
out a
little
minute.
bit.
As much as this pop quiz is fun, I I gotta get some sleep, man.
All right, dude.
But yeah, it's been a fun stream. So
Yeah, man. Yeah, we had fun. We did a good service. The weird thing is when we were wrapping up there, Rick, I don't know if you caught this.
yeah,
But I started to actually at one point I actually fell asleep and started to lean forward and it jolted me awake. And now I've got a little burst of energy. I don't think we'll go much longer. Maybe half hour. Dennis and I hang a little bit. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not, man. Like that's
well, dude, I'm already 28 hours in. I mean, what's another half hour, you know?
oh shit, yeah.
I did invite Devin, but I guess he fucked off. I don't know who else is out in the chat. There's 16 people watching this still.
Eli said he might get in.
Well, does he have the link?
I'll send it. I gotta find my phone. It's here somewhere. I think my dog's on my phone.
Tell him to jump on in. All right, Rick. Thanks, bud. I appreciate
All
you
right,
making the
you
time
guys.
to do this, and thanks for doing the thumb, bud. It's cool.
Oh yeah, no
Later,
problem.
Rick.
You notice I changed the name of the stream. I changed it to what was it? I don't even.
Last for deep gone dive.
That's it. Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
Actually, it's the other way around. Last for dive gone deep, but
that's it.
whatever.
That was it. Yeah. All right, brother.
Catch
See
you.
you later. Did you see that, Dennis?
What's up?
You look at the thing over top. Can you see the background?
Oh yeah, that looks cool.
Jimmy's down below, and I think Jake's down the bottom. Yeah, Rick's the fucking king, man.
Yeah, he's good with that shit.
I don't know what happened to. Usually Chuck's been kind of, I don't know, not flaky. That's not the word I'm looking for, but he hasn't been hanging out like usual. But yeah, man, I don't know. I like this idea.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I mean, you got to. The sad thing is, for the most part, though, like Jake wouldn't know most of these songs. Like,
Yeah.
he probably would have no idea. And like Devin would have no idea who these are. So you almost have to have like you, me, and Marty, and I don't know, so, you know, a couple other dudes that are in their late 40s or early 50s, because you're not. I can hit Eli up, see what he's up to.
Yeah, I can't find my phone, dude. I fucking don't know what I do with it. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a beer.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I mean, I don't know who's out there. Who's out there? Somebody write something in the chat and let me know who's out there. Even if I don't know you and you're new to this, we wrapped up the Catatonia deep dive back the first 6 hours, 45 minutes is the deep dive, 6.5 hours, some of that range. We're just kind of bullshitting here. I normally set up separate streams for that. I'm not doing that this time. I just didn't feel like going through the hassle of setting up a stream. So, yes, and I will note this on the description that the latter hour or so of this stream is not relative to Catatonia. We did the entire catalog, including all the EPs. We even mentioned some live albums. We talked about our concert going experiences relative to Catatonia. We didn't get into Bloodbath or any of that stuff, but we finished that at hey, King Igor, what's up? I think you said your name, but I don't remember if you did or not. And we wrapped that up around 6.5 hours in, 6:20 maybe, something like that. So if you want to go watch that, you can. When this stream ends, you can go back and jump back in there. Actually, you know what I should have done? Fuck, I didn't even think about that. I could have ended the broadcast and just hung out back in the back. I hit Eli up. I don't know whether he's.
Yeah, I just texted him. I said, dude, if you're still up, I mean, he might be asleep already. He was watching.
What time is it out there right now?
Oh, 1 o'clock.
Oh, it's 1. Okay. Yeah. And
So.
you guys went on what, at 10?
No, we went on at 7.
Oh, 7?
Yeah.
Holy balls.
We went on at 7. We ended at around 9. I went and ate dinner. I came back. I watched the rest of your guys' stream. Well, I watched Demons, and I watched the rest of your guys' stream, and that's it. That's my night.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, we were pushing it with 5 of us in here as far as, getting through everything because, we're all pretty huge fans of Catatonia, and you get pretty granular when you start getting into a band that you want to talk about. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
not just go, oh, this album's cool. I like this album. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's like how we do them when we were doing
dude, you don't have to explain it to me. We've been there.
yeah, exactly. So I mean,
that's just 2 of us, and we're doing like 5 hours.
Yeah, I know, man. And speaking of that, did I have a piece of news about that? Fuck, what was it? Because we're planning to do at the beginning of March. We're planning to do. Oh God, am I gonna forget these?
Madam X, MSG. I have it written down.
Yeah, MSG, the 5 albums, right?
Yeah.
Madam X. There was another one.
Look at my notes.
What's that?
I got to look at my notes.
Yeah.
HSAS.
HSAS is a single. That's right.
Last Crack and Odin.
Oh, that's right. We didn't know. We weren't sure about Last Crack. So there's 2 albums for sure. There is a 19 album they put out, but I think we're going to skip that because it's so far outside the realm of, I got to find that second album, Burning Time. You have that? You said you have it?
I started looking through my stuff, dude. I have so much weird shit like in boxes still.
I know.
It's like I don't know if I can find it, but I'll take a look and see if I can.
Well, I mean, if you don't,
I know I have it. What's the one with the guy on the front? He's like
that's the one I have. It's at Sinister Funkhouse number 17.
I think that's the one I have.
Yeah, I have that one, and I definitely have Burning Time, and there's a distinct difference between the 2. Burning Time for me is way, way better, but I don't know where that's at. I'm gonna have to dig, and I know I have it. And then I have the HSAS. In fact, that might be right up there somewhere. And then
that's a weird one too, because I know like a lot of my friends had that record back then, and
right.
For some reason I never picked it up.
It's so good, man. It might be one of Neil Sean's best guitar albums. He's blistering on that thing, man. And whether you like Hagar or not, I know a lot of people, Halen fans, don't like him, and I get that because he didn't seem to fit that thing. But he's got a killer voice, man. You hear him on HSAS, he's in top form, man. And then you have the Madam X.
Yeah.
And I have Yeah. I have the MSG.
Yeah, I got the MSG too. I think I have most of the
You have
MSG.
all of them?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, as far as like all the 80s stuff, I have.
You know this band, man? Hold on. What the fuck is that? I got a I don't know if you know this band here. It should be a '90s band, I believe, or very late '80s, but I think it's '90s. Oh shit, backwards. There you go.
Brother King?
Brother Kane.
No, I don't think I mean, it's the name sounds familiar, but I don't
They
remember
did
any.
that song. Hold on. And Full Shine On. And Full Shine On. Remember that one? Or what was the other really big song? They did that song on here that was called "A Lie in a Bed I Made."
Oh
On and
yeah,
on. Remember that track?
I know that song. Yeah,
Yeah, good tune, man. Good band. They were kind of, I guess you call them radio rock to a degree, but
Yeah.
they were a little bit more sophisticated than that. That album, Wishpool's really fucking good. And I've been thinking about hitting Damon Johnson up. He's in Skinner now. Which, I mean, say what you will. I'm not sorry. I'm not a massive Southern rock fan, but come on, man. I mean, it's Skinner. There's
yeah,
some great tracks there. You know what I mean?
yep.
It's like there was a phase there way back, probably in my early 20s, mid 20s, where fucking Allman Brothers, Allman Brothers, Skinner, Marshall Tucker Band, The Outlaws. Remember The Outlaws? Green
Yeah.
grass and high tides forever. And Molly Hatchet. Those, those were all the bands. I saw Molly Hatchet, but it was Danny Joe Brown wasn't with them. It was their third album, which was Jimmy Bar. I think the guy's name was Jimmy Barnes. He was this big, heavy set dude, like a fucking mountain man looking bro, And
Where do you put Nazareth in there?
Where did you say, or why?
Yeah, is that considered Southern rock?
No, I don't think so. Not to me. They were more barroom boogie rock.
Okay.
I mean, to be honest with you, the only real album I know of theirs is Hair of the Dog.
Yeah.
That's got Hair of the Dog, obviously, and I think Love Hurts is on there too, right?
Yeah.
But the weird thing about Nazareth, they're kind of like
They're a weird band to like put in a genre.
Well, they are, and the other thing is because do you know how many albums they have, dude?
No.
Like 35 or 36.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And I mean, most of them didn't sell shit over here. They just sold in Scotland and the UK enough to buy those guys beer and keep them, being rock stars. But I mean, you can't deny Love Hurts and Dan McCaffrey. I think he just died. That you can't deny that guy's voice on, now you're messing with a son of a bitch, and then Love Hurts. I mean, that song's fucking great. But I never got into Nazareth. Other than that album, I never owned any Nazareth. It's just one of those things, I just didn't feel they were important to have in my collection at all. So I wouldn't really rate them.
I don't have any Nazareth, honestly, but
What about UFO?
yeah, I got a ton of UFO.
All the Schenker and
all the early UFO stuff.
See, I have those 2 box sets that have every album. And the Chrysalis box sets that are really hard to find now. And man, they got every album, plus they got like B-sides and live tracks. I mean, it's extensive coverage of those 2. I mean, honestly, man, I think the Wild, Willing, and Innocent is as good as any of the Schenker albums with just Paul Raymond, Paul Chapman, and they rip.
Yeah, those I think UFO is just an underrated band in general because They didn't get enough love even back in the day. I mean, yeah, they were underground. Like, if you watch the documentary too with fucking, God, what is that called? Murder in the Front Row. You have Kirk Hammett talking about like Bailoff going, you know, UFO? And like, if you don't know UFO, get the fuck out of here. Don't hang out with us. Like,
Bailoff said that.
yeah.
That's funny because I would have thought they would have been a little too hippie.
Well, I mean,
for
I think this is like 80, probably 81, 82.
Yeah, so it's only a few years after. Yeah. Well, that would have actually been when Schenker left in 80 or 81, I think.
But I mean, that's when nobody was talking about that kind of stuff. So that was his thing, was like, if you don't know the music, don't, like, you can't hang out with us at, like, drink beer and hang out at this park with us.
So you actually hung out with Paul?
Oh, hell no. That was
Oh,
way
you did?
before my time. That was just on that
Oh.
documentary. That was Kirk Hammett talking
okay.
about that. That was Kirk Hammett saying, hey, what are you listening to? Like, kind of giving him the, like, if you want to hang out with us, you got to, like, know, like, what music we're listening to. So, and that was the thing. They just go and hang out at the park and, like, listen to music and drink beer. But if you don't know the music, you don't need to hang out with us. So,
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's obviously it's pretty heavily elitist, but I kind of get it. I get it though. You know, it's like the kid that shows up to the half pipe. He wants to jump in, but there's, you know, Tony Hawk's there or whatever. And it's like, you know, you don't want to face plant in front of that guy, right? You know? And
I think, well, back then it was, like I said, it's completely different. It's not about, like, I don't know, man. It's not about, there's different groups of people that you hang out with. Like,
True.
And I'm sure you went through it during high school. Like, you want to hang out with the people that listen to, like, what you listen to. And that's what it was. Yep. You don't want to hang out with people that are like, oh yeah, man, I listen to Judas Priest, but you're listening to Slayer, and you're like, nah, dude, that's not where we're at. This is like we're like beyond that. And those guys, and it's not for the most part the music, it's for the most part like those guys that were into that kind of stuff were more into like smoking weed and like partying, whereas like the dudes like me and my friends were like into like music for music. We're not just in it to party. We want to like go to shows and like fucking listen to like demos and stuff like that. So I get where that can be a cutoff, and you know, I guess we already covered this subject before.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I guess the tales I hear about, you know, like Ruthies and like Slayer coming there and having makeup on and getting fucking shit thrown at him and getting pretty much booed off the stage because they had, you know, stage makeup on and shit like that. You read that stuff and you're like, was it really real? Did this really happen? You know?
Yeah, it really happened.
It does. It seems improbably weird, you know?
Dude, I was at the show when Discharge decided to go like a glam route, and it was DRI, Possessed, Attitude Adjustment, all these like thrash bands and hardcore like crossover bands.
Crossover, yeah.
And then Discharge got up there with makeup on and stuff, and the fucking punks threw trash cans at him and threw him off the stage. Like they threw stuff at like full blown trash cans at the band to get them off the stage.
Where was that at? What venue?
That was at the Farm in San Francisco. That was the same show they threw eggs at Possessed at.
Was there a lot of skins back then or not?
Oh yeah, dude. There was skins, there was punks. They don't want metal, they don't want that shit. They just yelled DRI, which is fucking hilarious because DRI turned metal, but
yeah.
Back then they were like a full on punk band, so
that's hysterical, man. I mean, I never witnessed that in a club, you know, and again, I'm a little bit older than you, but you know, a lot of that stuff was percolating at that point in time. You were reading about it with Venom and, you know, over in England, and it just didn't happen over here, which is kind of a bummer. I wish it would have, you know.
Yeah.
Wish I would have been.
It was an interesting time. I went to go see Megadeth, Overkill, and the Necros. So the Necros is a total punk band. Don't know
Yeah.
why they were opening for those 2 thrash metal bands, but nothing but fucking skinheads and punks showed up, and Megadeth was like, "Fuck this, we're not going to play."
Oh, really? No
Yep.
shit.
So they decided they're not going to play. So then Overkill decides they're not going to play.
Oh no.
Yep. And
Oh,
then
no.
so the fucking punks start fucking throwing shit, and
Yeah.
I was like, dude, we gotta go.
Yeah, that's where was that? Which venue?
It was like this. It was called the Stagecoach. It wasn't even a venue. It was
It
a
was like just like a
it was a bar. It was a
Bar.
bar in San Jose, that mostly just had shows once in a while. But I mean, you could fit maybe like 200 people in there. But
Did you how many times were you at Ruthie's ever?
I never went to Ruthie's. I
never went there. Were you too young for that scene?
I
or-
guess so. I think it was before my time when Ruthie's was happening. So
Okay.
I caught it like at the end of that when it turned it. I mean, I was probably going to shows when Ruthie's was still going on, but I just never went to one of those shows. I was at
Yeah.
the Mab, which was another place where all the bands.
Right?
Yeah, Mabu Hay, Rock on Broadway, The Stone. I was at all those shows, but
That's crazy.
never Ruthie's for some reason.
That's super cool, man. That had to have been. Yeah, I was born on the wrong coast. That's for sure, man.
Yeah, those shows were crazy. But I mean, they weren't as crazy as people make them out to be.
Yeah,
honest.
right. There's a little bit of embellishment, right?
Yeah, with people like, oh man, we were like bonded by blood. We were smashing people's head. Nah, that wasn't.
Yeah. We were walking over people's faces in the audience.
No.
Apparently, though, there was that dude, that Toby Rage guy. He
Yeah,
was like that Bay Area legend, and he would just fucking climb up and dive off the fucking side monitors, 6-8 feet up off the ground, and
you
hope
had
somebody was going to catch him. And
Toby Rage. You had this. You had Andy Airborne Anderson, who ended up
that
going.
guy.
He ended up being in Attitude Adjustment, and then you had.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a lead singer, and then you had, which he ended up singing for Piranha too, Andy Anderson.
Oh,
But,
really?
yeah, for a minute, and then you had like this one dude. It was like this Raider dude. He was heavily into like wrestling, like WWF, but
Oh, no.
he was heavily into wrestling, but he was also heavily into the Raiders. He never wore anything but Raiders gear at every show. And he would just stage dive like all the time. The guy was like a legend, man.
I was going to say, we know how fucking crazy Raiders fans are.
Oh yeah.
Right? Right? Funny.
But that guy was cool. But yeah, that was he would show up to like every fucking thrash show.
So you don't remember running into like? Oh no, you did tell me you bought a tape off Chris Reifert, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's just a normal guy, so.
Yeah, because he's got to be, in his early 50s too. He's probably like 51.
He's around my age. Him and because he was just selling tapes, and you got to remember, like, I get it, he was in Death, but I don't think he was a huge part of Death. You know what I mean? So basically,
Well,
just like,
was this prior to Autopsy then?
yeah. Well, so before Autopsy, he had a band called what was it called? Something Funeral. I can't remember the name of it. Burn Offering.
I've heard that name.
Yeah, and that was a thrash band that he was in, but it was like a death thrash band that he was in before that. I don't have that demo. I wish I did. But he was in that band, and then he went on to Autopsy.
I bet you I know someone that has it if you're ready to give that Zeisman demo up.
Yeah, he doesn't have that shit.
Yeah, probably not. He does have a lot of shit though. Between you and him,
we got something in the works coming up.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
No shit.
it's gonna be about demos.
On your channel or his?
Probably on his because it's bigger. But
Yeah. That'll get you some eyes, man.
yeah. I mean, I don't care about that, but
No, I know, but I mean, it's funny because like I'm pushing. I guess I'm pushing 440, and I will say, in the last month and a half, tops, since I started doing these interviews, these long form interviews, I'm getting a lot more subs like regularly.
yeah.
Like I'm seeing like 2-3 a day usually, and then occasionally I'll like for example, I did I wouldn't expect you to know who this is, but I did hey, what did I do? Wow, god damn it. I did Tim Bowness on Friday. We did like a 3 hours and 50-minute interview. And I told him, I said, dude, this is gonna be, it's gonna be lengthy. But I didn't think it was gonna be like that. I truly didn't think. I thought with all the material I put together, I thought, yeah, 2.5 hours probably. Nah, I was rushing there at the end a little bit, trying to get it all in. I was like, fuck, man. And I could tell, I think he had to take a piss. And he was kind of adjusting a lot. And the funniest part was that I had a bottle here, right?
Yeah.
I had because I do have a bottle sometimes because of my issues with urgency with my nerves. And I'm like, yeah, I can go ahead and just kick the volume off and sort of. And Rick tonight heard that. And he's like, I bet I can tell when you were taking a piss on camera. I said, if you look close enough, you might be able to figure it out. I said, I need a lot of space, of course. But yeah, it was funny. I could tell. I'm like, yeah, I got to get done. I got to get this wrapped up so he can get out of here and go take a piss.
That's like the fucking Craig interview where he's like, hold on, man, I go to the bathroom, and then he just
he's pissing. I forgot to turn,
like
he forgot
fucking
to turn the volume off. That's funny. Yeah. Do you want to hang for a little bit yet? If you do, I do have to go take a piss.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Hang loose. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, because I don't have a bottle with me right now. So
God damn it.
I'll be right back, dude. Just admire that lovely. If you probably can't see it.
I can see it.
Triumph.
Classic art. All right, my show now. We're going to talk about speed metal classics. Somebody give me something. I'm going to go. Wow, what's a good speed metal album? Fucking Iron Angel. The first Iron Angel album. Hellish Crossfire. That shit rules. Living Death. Another great speed metal record. Agent Steel. Shit, what else? Hallows Eve. The first Hallows Eve record. Bordering on thrash, but I'm gonna say it's a speed metal record. Almost like a heavy metal speed metal record, but kind of an underrated band, Hallows Eve. Especially the second album, even the third album. I like their other records as far as like they sound really good, but the production's fucking horrible on those later records, but I don't even know if anybody's fucking watching. I'm just here fucking talking. What else? I mean, obviously those Savage Grace records. If you haven't seen those fucking the video we did like 2 weeks ago with Savage Grace, those are fucking great speed metal records.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't even know if anybody's watching. I'm here talking about speed metal.
It says there's 15 people watching, so I don't know. Like, that's interesting because only one guy. Devin was on as late as 3:15. What time is it now? Let me look here.
1:23 on my time. That's it should be. He should be on
about an hour ago. So he's actually he's the same time zone as you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So wait a minute. How many hours are you behind? You said what time did you say it was?
3 hours. It's 1:23.
1:30. You're 3. Okay, you are 3. Okay, yeah. So I don't know where Devin's at. I sent him the link, said jump in, but he's been difficult to touch base with. But Marty was, I think he said he was crashing. I'm sure Logan's crashed because he's East Coast. And Chuck, I don't know, man. He kind of hasn't been around lately a lot. I don't know what's up with that. But, oh well.
Yeah, he's probably just got shit to do.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Hold on here, sir. Here's a song, man. Here's a song. I want to see if you remember this one. Because I think it came out in 85, maybe 86. So you'd have been probably in middle school, right?
Yeah, right about high school almost.
So you might not know this one, but they are from San Francisco, so you maybe should. This is a pop band, of course, right? Female singer, all the rest of the band is guys, right?
Okay.
They had one major. Well, they had two hits. One was, I think the one. Well, we'll see if we can get them both. But the real key to the first one is it had this really killer saxophone break in it.
Huh. Saxophone break?
Yep, and the two words, RV.
Is the name of the song or the band?
The band.
RV?
And
Romeo Void?
yeah, you nailed it, dude. Nice. What were the songs? Do you remember the two big hits?
I have no idea. I'm sure I've heard them. Oh yeah, dude. I don't know. I don't know the names of those songs, but I know
Girl in
those.
Trouble is a temporary
Yeah.
thing. Girl in Trouble is a temporary thing. Love that
Dude,
song.
Romeo Void's fucking killer.
And then their other song that was the big hit. I think this one was the bigger hit. I could be wrong. It could be one way or the other, but the other thing was you might like me better if we slept together.
Yeah, that's the one, dude. That's the one. Better if we slept together.
Like me better if we slept together. That girl, I think she died recently, man.
No way.
I think so.
Oh shit. I love that song.
I think it's called Never Say Never, I think was the name of that song. Let's see here. Deborah Eel. No, she's still alive. Why did I think she died? She's 68, so she's 10 years older than me. But they did that. I think that was. Yeah, Never Say Never. You like me? Yeah, that was the name of the actual song. I thought it was Might Like Me Better. And that song was fucking cool, man.
Yeah, I love that song.
That
That always
was
reminds me of that Waitress's song.
The song by the Waitresses.
Remember that song by the Waitresses? What was that called?
Shit. I know the band. I know who you're talking about, but I don't remember the song. Do you know it?
No, I gotta look it up.
I'll probably know it when you say it. Well, you were saying Scandal. What are the two big hits they had? Do you remember? The big ones.
I remember the video because it was like she was like dressed like a ninja or some shit.
Yeah, it's like a Mad Max thing.
Yeah.
I am the warrior.
The warrior, that's
Warrior,
it.
yeah. And then the other big one was Goodbye to You. Goodbye to you. And you know, there was a time, I don't know if you remember this, but Eddie Van Halen wanted her to replace David Lee Roth.
Are you serious?
Yes. That is a true fucking story. Eddie, let me see here. I think they were dating, dude.
Wow.
I could swear they were. Oh, you know what I was thinking of? The drummer died in 2005, and the keyboardist, the original keyboardist died. So.
That's a Waitress's song. I know what boys like. I know what.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Queens of the Stone Age do a cover of Never Say Never. No kidding, they do. How about that? I didn't know that. Yeah, dude, we got to figure out a way to do this 80s game with like clues or something. Like we just go through and fucking raid about like 60 or 80 songs. You know what we could do is like, well, no, we can't do that because people could cheat because they got the internet right there. We couldn't guarantee they wouldn't cheat. But that'd be fun to get like guys our age, like Eric Bauer maybe.
Yeah.
Although he fucking probably hated all pop music, so he'd be like, I didn't
I don't like pop.
Huh?
I don't like pop.
I didn't pay attention to that shit. I was listening to Crust that all the time. Right?
I was listening to pre-cross demos.
Yeah, or like because I think he's a little younger than you. Like Marty's the only one that I'm trying to think. I think Aaron's our age too. Aaron.
Yeah. Aaron would know. Marty would know. Probably fucking.
Probably
chromium dioxide. He would know.
I was thinking, Chromy D might know stuff. Because a lot of the other dudes, well, Ken's our age, but
Ken would know.
But I swear, Ken swears he's only ever listened to death metal.
He was only listening to underground death metal demos.
He wouldn't know any fucking pop songs because he only listened to underground death metal. And that's all right. Okay. How do you fucking exist? I'm always like, how the fuck did someone exist not hearing some regular radio? You know what I mean? In their teens or whatever, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's like, I'll be 57 next month. So 5 weeks, 6 weeks almost. But I remember very well stuff like, Todd Rundgren. But can we still be friends? And there was another big one he had too. When I saw the light. But, I remember that stuff in the radio. And then I remember stuff like fucking, I think you'll appreciate this, but going over to my buddy's house one day and his mom's like, yeah, he's back there blasting music. I can hear fucking music blasting out of his room. And I'm hearing that. I walk in, I'm like, all I hear is like this fucking crazy echoed guitar and dive bomby guitars. Like, I'm like, and then these big moans and volume swells of like, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck is this? He's like, Frank Marino and Mahogany Rush, man. Electric Reflections of War. I'm like, yes, I found my dog. I was like, this guy is fucking insane, So now I'm like, I got every Frank Marino album known to man. And it's funny because, I don't know, about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago. Yeah, it was before Christmas, maybe right after Thanksgiving or something. I got this message in my email. It was from the Frank Marino message board. Now, what's weird about that is I haven't been on that message board in 6 or 7 years. Couldn't tell you what my login info is. Couldn't tell you what my screen name is. But Frank Marino had a website that had a message board where he would come on occasionally and answer your questions, right? So way back, this has to be like 2013, 2014 when I was with my ex-fiance. Anyway, I've never gotten an email from this thing. And I'm like, what the hell is this all about? So I hit reply and was like, what is this? And who is this? And when is this? And I get this message from a dude. He's like, oh, yeah, my name's Rick. Blah, 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 right? And he's like, yeah, we're doing this chat thing in the chat room. And I'm like, dude, I haven't been on there in like 5, 7, 8, 9 years. I'm like, I don't know any of those people, right? Oh, no, just join in, man. So then he starts texting me. Not texting me, but emailing me, right?
Yeah.
And here's the deal. It's not an email of like, a paragraph or two. It's like one line. Have you ever heard this show from Frank? I'm like, no. I'm just thinking, okay, it's this guy, Rick, and it's innocuous, right? It's cool. I'm like, no, I never heard that show. Here, let me send you this. And he starts sending me link. But
Yeah.
here's the thing. He sends me one link, and then in a separate email, he sends me another link. Separate email, another link. Instead of putting all the links together, it's like
Yeah.
boom, 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 boom. Before you know it, I got like 15 emails. Like, what the fuck is up with this dude? So we start going back and forth a little bit, and I start learning, I think I made a mistake here. Because this dude is fucking hammering, just blowing my email box in. 25, 30 emails. I wake up, there's like 30 fucking emails in my inbox. I'm like, So I unsubscribed. What did I do? I blocked him, but it didn't work. Like, it said he was blocked, but it didn't work. And the next thing I know, he sends me this email with his phone number, with a number. I'm like, dude, who is this? What is this? He's like, oh, that's my number. I just thought it'd be easier if we just talked as opposed to.
What?
I'm like, where did you get the? I'm thinking to myself, where the fuck did I leave an opening for you to think that I'm gonna call you with my private number, dude? Because what I figured out was we were talking about. I mentioned that, I have this disease and I'm in a lot of pain, and so subsequently it's tough for me to do X, Y, and Z and physical stuff. He's like, yeah, I got a shoulder that's fucked up and a hip that's fucked up and blah 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 blah. And he's like in my age range, 53 or whatever. Then it happens. I'm like, yeah, well, you should go to the the urgent care or something. Nah, they won't see me there anymore. I'm like, they won't see you there at urgent care.
What?
Huh. And then I'm like, I'm starting to get this. This dude's fucking whacked on pain pills. That's why they won't see him there, right? Like, it just suddenly hit me. He's a fucking junkie or something, and he's up all hours of the night like I am, and he's talking all kinds of weird fucking tangential shit, right? And then he drops the bomb. Yeah, I was addicted to opiates, blah, 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 blah. I'm not anymore now, but I do take them for my shoulder. I'm like, wait.
But I do take them for my shoulder.
Yeah. I'm not addicted anymore, but I do take them for my shoulder. And my damn doctor won't write the script because they think I'm pill shopping and doctor shopping. I'm like, well, fucking A, dude, you probably are. So finally, we're going back and forth a little bit, and I'm like, dude, I got a lot of work I got to get done. I got a channel, and I can get you Frank Marino on. I'm like, okay, now you got my attention here a little bit because I would love to speak to Frank Marino. Okay, what do I got to do? Like, say you're my best friend and give you my home phone number? What's the deal? And he's like, yeah, just give me that link to your page and give me blah 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 and give me your phone number. I'm like, well, can you just get all this stuff to Frank? And if Frank really needs my phone number, I'll give it to him privately over email. I don't like, well, what's the matter? Don't you trust me? I'm like, no, I really don't. I responded that way. I'm like,
dude, I'm not going to give you my phone number so I can get fucking spammed all day.
Exactly. So he, little bit by little bit, he starts figuring out that I'm not the cool guy that he thought I was. He was going to listen to his every whiny, bitching moment and how badly he's been done wrong in life. And, it was just, finally at one point, Dennis, like, I woke up one day and there was like 12 messages in there. And they were all just a few words. And I'm like, dude, what is your issue? What do you mean? What's my issue? I'm like, what's your fucking issue? You got to drop fucking 15 messages on me before I even get up from bed at 7 a.m. Or what is your deal? Well, fine. If you're going to be like that, blah, you just did that kind of thing. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to terminate our friendship. Sorry, man. I know you were really, really counting on being my best buddy going forward in life, but I'm not that guy, It's just weird as fuck, man.
Yeah, that is weird. Probably just some guy trying to fucking get your phone number to fucking sell it.
Send me dick pics or something like that.
Yeah, they're just gonna fucking sell your phone number to someone and then send you all.
Yeah. So I didn't. Needless to say, I did not do that, thankfully, and he buggered off. Although he was gone for about a week or so, and then one of the messages came through. I'm not sure why it wasn't fielding everything out, but it missed one, and it said, "Hey, Jeff, if you're there, I'm really sorry about being weird and obsessive compulsive and blah blah blah. I realized I was having a bit of a mental crisis. I'm like, you think? You think you were just having a little bit of a weird separation anxiety or something? He's like, yeah, I'm getting help and everything's cool. And I was hoping one day maybe I could actually talk to you on the phone. I'm like, yeah, let's see where you're at after 90 days. And of course, at 90 days, I'm going to fucking barricade myself into my room and make sure you start carrying an Uzi or something like that. But
Yeah, it's like, dude, I don't need to talk to you on the phone. That makes no sense.
yeah, I mean, look, all the guys that I know now, you and I knew each other probably a year before we ever exchanged phone numbers, right?
Yeah.
Interactions online. And Rick and I, same deal. None of those guys, I think, I'm trying to think, yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't really give my phone number out to anybody until it was like I had enough experience with them to trust that they weren't fucking flakes and weirdos, and that I could kind of trust they weren't seriously gonna blow my fucking phone up like this dude did, man. Oh, it was so frustrating. It's like, I'm like, why are you sending me these tiny little blips of like 3-word sentences? What is the deal with that? Well, I'm trying to. What was he? What did he say? Yeah. What the fuck did he say? He said something about how he was trying to potty train himself or something, or just some fucking totally bizarro. Yeah, I was like, you're 56 and you don't know how to use the fucking toilet? What the fuck? It was just so bizarre, dude. It was like, yeah. So never answer an email that is about one of your favorite bands but doesn't have an official spokesperson with them or something,
Yeah.
Do you ever? How many times have you seen Death Angel? Do you know?
Twice?
Twice. That's it.
Yeah.
Like back in the day and all, or no?
Saw him once back in the day. I saw him once in like the late 90s, I think.
Right.
And then that show, that was a cool show. Was that like this? It was this place called the Caravan, which was a bar, but they didn't have a stage.
Oh, really?
It was super
They're
weird.
on the floor?
They were on the floor, and they played all of Ultraviolence.
Oh, wow. Oh, so this is early on.
And yeah, that was a killer show, man. That was a fun show because I met a few friends over there, and it was a free show too.
Right.
That was cool about like the Caravan. They would always have free shows.
I think honestly, of all the bands that are currently out there, and granted, I know Exodus and Testament are out there, and I'm not denigrating them, but I think Death Angel probably might give the best show, the most intense show.
Yeah, they were good. So I've seen them. I've probably seen them like a few times.
Yeah, I never seen them. I'd love to see them.
Yeah, I wish I'd seen them more, but they just didn't play a lot of shows. Honestly, they weren't playing a lot of shows because they couldn't get into the shows because they were too young. So they couldn't play a lot of places because I think the fucking drummer was like 12 or 13. So
14.
Yeah, 14.
Andy Gallion, yeah.
They couldn't play like a bunch of the bars because they were too young. So
isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And I don't know, man. They just didn't play a lot. So
well, they rehearsed a lot. I'm trying. I really want to get Mark Catatonia on, or Mark Asageda. I wouldn't mind having it, but I'll be honest with you. If I got Ted or what's his name, drummer Will Carroll.
Yeah,
that'd be cool because that's one of those bands that I have a lot of respect for. And again, like I said, I mean, you can't denigrate what Testament are still doing. They're still pretty killer live, and you take away from Exodus either, because they're kind of firing on all cylinders right now, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, they're all right. I mean, the thing with or with Exodus is like any shows I've seen them at, like without what was that singer they had after
Zetro?
After Zetro?
Oh, Rob Dukes.
Rob Dukes.
Right.
Like he was pretty good frontman. Like I saw shows with him.
I liked him actually.
Yeah, I mean they had really good shows with him that I saw, and then the last couple Zetro shows I saw, they had really bad sound, so I couldn't even tell what they were playing.
I think Zetro seems like a super cool dude.
He is a cool dude.
He just seems like he's one of those really nice, approachable guys that's really fan friendly and will chill with you, even smoke a doobie with you or whatever. But I'm just not crazy about his voice with that band.
Yeah.
And I like Dukes because Dukes actually came in there and gave them a bit of a bite and a growl and a little bit of a unhinged sort of punk ethic, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the thing with Dukes is he kind of had that same kind of Bailoff craziness to him, where like you didn't know what he was gonna do sometimes, and he was kind of off kilter. Whereas like Zetro is a super cool guy. I've like talked to Zetro. I've like hung out with him for a little bit.
Yeah.
Basically him telling me the Raiders suck, but that's okay.
Yeah, but his brother's like a massive Raiders fan.
No, he was a Raiders fan, but he wasn't gonna. He just said he's not gonna follow the Raiders because they moved to Vegas. So.
Oh, okay.
That was his whole thing. Because he thought dude, it's not the team. Like they want a stadium, and Oakland's not going to give them a stadium. So,
yeah, right. Yep.
Like they have to go where the money is. Like, it's a business, right? So, so he was more about that as far as like the team goes, but so we talked about that, whatever, and that's when he sold me that fucking Legacy CD. He sold he made these bootlegs that had all the Legacy stuff on it and a live show, like the demo and stuff. And he signed it, but he's like, "Hey, don't tell anyone I'm telling you this because the guy's investment." So
that's cool. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Every time I've ever seen him on his show, he just seems like he's just, and like I've seen other videos of him, like fans kind of milling around trying to get his attention to sign stuff, and he just seems like he knows what it's like to be a fan, and he knows what it's like for a teenage dude to come up to their idol singer or whatever and get an autograph. It means all the world, you know.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't charge anything for it. He just, it was like $10 for the CD with the signature.
All right.
Yeah, he wasn't like, oh, let me get like $25.
Well, that's cool as fuck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to have him on, but
got a couple pictures with him too, with me and my son. So that was.
Oh, do you, right? When was this? How long ago?
Probably about maybe like 5 years ago or so. He was
Where did you go to a show and talk to him, or?
No, it was like I went to like a toy show because I collect toys too, like vintage toys, and he was actually there signing for some reason. It was weird.
Huh? When you said 5 years ago? Because that's weird. Because well, never mind. I was thinking in regards to his show. See, I'd love to have him on to talk to him because I think he'd be a really good guest to be engaging and everything because he's intelligent, he's pretty talkative. But to be honest with you, I don't think he'd bother coming on mine when he can be on his with that platform and he's got 22,000 subs or something. Why would he come on some little guy with 438 or whatever it is?
I don't know, dude. He might. He doesn't really care. I mean, if you just gave him a time, he'd probably just come on just because.
Well,
he's that kind of guy that was just like, whatever, dude. I'm gonna hang out. Yeah, I'm not doing anything. So
I was kind of surprised that Demo was, approachable like that. Not that I didn't think Demo was approachable.
No, Demo's a cool guy too. Like he's always like just hanging out with the crowd. Like he's not he's like Demo, like and Zetro, those guys. Even Gary Holt will just come out in the crowd too. Like those guys aren't like they're not like rock star guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's weird. Like, I think the Bay Area bands, not named Metallica,
Right.
all the other ones for the most part, there's a brotherhood there, and it seems like they really realize how special that was, and the reason it was because of the fans.
Yep.
So they're almost hell bent on trying to reach out to connect, because that's always.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I think those guys are all still like we're still just part of the same scene. I mean, they're not millionaires or anything, so they're not like Metallica. They're just a band making it. Like that's their day job, basically. Yeah. Where they don't. I mean, that's their fans are their money. So if you're not going to like want to go to their show, they're not going to make any money. They make all their money on merch and that kind of stuff, and those big tours that they do, especially Exodus, man. Those big tours that they do overseas.
Oh, yeah. So they're opening for. Yeah, who they opened for recently? Wasn't Slayer?
Well, they did that. They did that Bay Area show with Death Angel and Testament.
Yeah, but God, who were they? They were opening for somebody. Now, they're opening for somebody now, aren't they? No, maybe they are doing. Maybe. Shit, I can't remember. I know they went out with Testament and Death Angel.
Yeah.
Last year, and I think they're doing another version of it this year, but I can't remember who the fuck. It just seemed to me there was somebody really big name that didn't come along. But look, dude, I think I'm gonna call it.
I mean, even with like violence, like with violence too, man. They're just. It's weird how they're just like playing shows again. Just like after like
I'm sorry?
Violence.
Violence. Yeah, you know what? That's a weird one though, because Perry Strickland left the band last month, and nobody's talking about it. Just Perry's out of the band. Perry left the band, and now Demo today on his live, some guy said, "Can't wait to see you down here in Queensland or wherever in Australia." It was Australia. They're playing like 5 dates down there, and Phil goes, "You won't see me." And then he came back and he said, he's like, has glasses on like that, and he goes, "Yeah, not gonna happen." And that was it. So something else is going on. Yeah, but yet he's going down to the Whiskey this weekend or next, to do a show at the Whiskey with Violence. So something's going on with Violence in terms of maybe they're, I don't know, maybe they're. It seems to me from the little bit, and it's very little, just hypothesizing, but it seems like something might be going on with Sean, that he may be kind of calling the shots, maybe from a management standpoint.
Yeah.
But if that was the case, you would try to. I don't know. I don't know what he. Well, like Demo's like, yeah, they should have already announced this already, and so. Does that mean he's leaving the band? Well, probably maybe not, because he's going down to LA for them to do those shows down there, right?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of confused with what's going on. So when I talked to him, we were talking via him live on there, and then I said, look, I'll get you my information. You can get back to me about whether you want to do it or not. Mm-hmm. And I haven't heard anything. So maybe he looked at my shit and was like, "Yeah, fuck this guy." It could happen,
Yeah.
It's bound to happen one of these days.
I mean, he seems like he's a cool guy, so I don't know. I mean, but these guys, man, they have all these issues with and I get it. Like, you're in this to make money, right? Especially if you're in a band and you're touring, you gotta there has to be certain things and certain contracts and stuff like that. So
Yeah. I don't know. It just the way Demo answered, it just seemed like something bizarre is going on. Like that maybe there's a power play for the band. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And I mean, I don't know who else would.
I mean, Sean's the band. You can't have violence without Sean. It's not going to work. So
Yeah, that's true. He's a very unique sound. I'm not gonna lie, I don't love that sound of his voice, but I do respect the riffs, and they've
I
got
mean,
some great riffs. What's that?
those fucking dude, those riffs on those first two albums are fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
They rip.
And which I get, but like without his vocals, it's not violence. It's just another thrash band. So
Maybe that's what's holding things up, man.
and I get it. Like, I mean,
Weird.
it's very unique. But like I said, and like I was telling Eli on the last stream, like that was a band. When you saw those guys live, especially like back in the day, that was a fucking experience. Because
Ooh, Crematory.
no violence.
Oh, Violence. Yeah.
We barely talked about Crematory. We were,
Okay. Talking
You know
about
me.
Bay Area stuff.
you know me, I get off subject. So
Oh yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. You're not nearly as bad as me. Just wait till you're as old as me.
So we were talking about that because he was talking about like, dude, well, how come people don't talk about oppressing the masses that much? Like, it's a fucking great album. And I'm like, I have no idea. Like, because,
Is that your favorite one?
no, the first one was my favorite,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I love that record though. Don't get me wrong. I love the second one, but no one talks about it. It's always about like the first
Is
record,
that
which
the one? That's not the one that didn't get released, right? Or is that the one?
you're talking about,
The one with the people on the front of it, like the figures?
yeah, that has like a skull. I can't remember the name of that record. It was their third record.
Yeah,
I had
third.
that record actually. I got it when it was released. It's not very good, but it's mostly because it's a demo and it got released as a demo. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know that like if you get them on there, you could probably talk about it, but I have no idea what happened on that record. So
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know either. It had something to do with I can't remember whether it was Megaforce or Metal. No, it wasn't Megaforce because that was John and Marshall. So I doubt they would have fucking dicked him over. It had something to do with one of the big label they signed to, which I want to say was
Mechanic. It was Mechanic.
Mechanics. That's it. Yeah, Mechanics. What's the name of the song or the album?
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, shit.
World in a World was the song I was talking about, but
Okay.
yeah, I was telling him I was at the Nothing to Gain is the name of the record.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah.
Could have swore it was
Yeah.
something else. That's weird.
And it was released in 93. See, it has this weird you can't probably see that, but it has this weird like skull earth thing.
Oh yeah. Yep. That was
And
the
it's-
one that didn't get released.
Right. I mean, it got released somehow, but Japan, it was a Japan only CD.
Really?
Yeah, and I don't know, I don't see the label on here, so
Huh.
Pony Canyon is the name of the label.
Oh, Pony Canyon. They're out of believe that's a Japanese label. I
Yeah, it
think.
says Japan.
Yeah.
That's a version I have. I have that same version.
Huh. How about that? Yeah, there was something about there was something about a lyric on there or something. Was that it? No, that was on the first album. Never mind. There was something. It may have been. I can't remember, but it was. What's the first one? Something Eternal Nightmare.
Yeah, Eternal Nightmare.
Eternal Nightmare.
Yeah, so I don't know what the deal is with that record, but it's super like horribly produced. Sounds like a demo.
Yeah.
I think it was a demo, and then it got released as a full length, and They had problems with the.
Do you have violence demos? Do you have violence demos?
Yeah, I got the violence demo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
You had them at a show?
It's right here.
Oh, look at that. Did you get that at a show?
No, I think I got this at the Record Vault.
No shit.
Record Vault was like the only like Bay Area like metal
Okay.
record. A Merciful Fate, Metallica, all sorts of bands went there and signed stuff before
Oh,
shows.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty a big place,
That's
but
killer.
they sold demos there all the time. So if you went in there like anytime, they would have a whole section of demos you could just buy. So
All cassettes and what?
right, and it wouldn't necessarily be just Bay Area bands. You could buy like European stuff there too.
Oh, no
They would
shit.
they would have everything. And then, and then after that, it was Wild Rags Records. I don't know if you know Wild Rags, but
Yeah, I do. Yes.
in LA, and I knew Richard that owned Wild Rags. I mean, I was just a kid, but he had dude, boxes and boxes like
demos.
Like storage bins, like those
Yeah.
he had storage bins of demos. He would be like, "Hey, dude, just go through these," and it would just be demo after demo, and he just
No shit.
$5 each, and you just
What year's this? Early.
That
2000s?
was no, dude. That was early 90s.
Oh, early 90s. Right.
Yeah, and he would just have boxes of demos.
And I was gonna say, and now you're sitting on those gold mines, right? What was the name of the store again?
Wild Rags Records.
Oh, we call it Wild Rags Records. Okay.
Yeah, and he obviously had a label. He put out, Impetigo, all those things.
Yeah. That's fucking killer, man. I mean,
Yeah, he was a super cool guy. I guess, he ripped off a lot of bands, but he was always cool to people. So.
Do you have you done your what's it called? Do you have all your shit up on Discogs?
Not all of it. I have maybe
shit.
I have maybe 20%, 25% of my collection.
That's a lot of fucking work, isn't it?
Yeah. But I'm up to whatever, $30,000 in fucking shit.
Oh, really?
According to Discogs.
Yeah, right.
Might even be 40 grand. I don't know, dude. It was I was like, what? That's high end, obviously.
Dude, I think I'm gonna call it. I'm trying to keep my eyes open. I'm drifting.
No, you're good, dude. I can see you're tired.
I'm tired. I'm trying to I start drifting, then I'm like, oh, okay, I'll talk a little bit more. I just looked at it's fucking 5:02.
Yeah, it's way different for you than me. So
yeah, so brother, we gotta, we're gonna, all things being equal, my health hanging in there, we gotta do our. Where are we at? Are we on 3 or 4? 4.
We're on 4, I think, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna try this weekend. Well, maybe tomorrow. Actually, I'm gonna try to put together a cool thumbnail with us on it. So I'll probably need a headshot from you or something, or if you want to just send a something. Or, yeah, hey, yeah, you do something or hey, like Fonzie or something like that.
Hey, jump the shark.
Yeah, we gotta do that. So I'm gonna try because I did learn how to do thumbnails the other day. It's still a lot of work. I'm like, Rick's like, oh, dude, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, slow down, man. I can't fucking think that fast. And but I was able to actually
jump the shark episode.
Yeah, I was able to execute a couple of layers and do a basic thing. So that would be cool if I could put together a thumb with us on it. As you gotta come up with a name. I have the name. Shit. What the fuck do I even call that? No, not hidden gems. Forgot. Oh, shit. What is it called? Motherfucker. It's so good I can't remember it. Hang on, let me see. I think I call it Forgotten Gems of the 80s, Metal Gems of the 80s and 90s.
Something like that.
Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, you fucking bitch. Son of a bitch. Get in there, get in there, get in there. Okay, here we go. All right. Oh, I got to show you something funny. Maybe you probably already saw it, but where is it? Where the fuck did it go? Oh, come on now, man.
You watch that XFL game today?
Oh, here it is. Forgotten metal gems of the 80s and 90s.
Okay.
So I'm going to come up with some theme of that. But what were you saying? Did I watch what?
That XFL game today, the first XFL game now?
No, I didn't even know about it.
Yeah, it's back now, man.
It is?
Yeah, it's the
Oh.
first game.
Was this was this the thing Trump was involved in years ago?
No, it's fucking
Way
Vince
back.
McMahon from the WWF.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, that was his league. And he sold it to Dwayne The Rock Johnson for fucking $15 million. Yeah.
So is it like, what's the story? Is it indoors or what is it?
No, it's regular football.
Oh, it
and
is.
yeah, the only thing is they have like a little bit of different rules. Like when you kick like the putt, the guy has to catch the ball before you can run and stuff like that. Way less penalties.
Oh.
Yeah,
Where did they play the first game? Where was it?
It was Vegas. They Las Vegas. I can't remember the name of their team, but Vipers.
In the
Vegas
dome?
Vipers. Huh?
Was it in the dome?
No. I don't know where it was. I was trying to figure it out. I couldn't, but it was Vegas Vipers. And Rod Woodson's the fucking coach of the Vegas Vipers.
Oh shit. Chris, you still up. What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Dug out in that Horn CD. It's on Wild Rag. There you go, man. That's cool.
What's the Abhorrence CD? Abhorrence? From where?
USFL, that's it. USFL. What's that?
I was thinking, what was that? The Abhorrence CD from Wild Rags. I know Abhorrence from Finland.
Finland, yeah.
But I don't know if they had a CD on Wild Rags. But maybe a different band.
That's cool.
Yeah, but anyways, I watched part of it. It was pretty cool. It was pretty good.
Was it all right? But I mean, aren't these just rejects from the NFL or guys that couldn't play? He says from Brazil.
I think they're like actually like college players that didn't actually get on NFL teams.
Oh, okay.
So it's a lot of younger college players. It's not like older players.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they got to take the guys that
like guys that are probably on I don't know, like they're just
contracts or 30-day contracts or something.
Like people that get cut or like you know what I mean? It's not, but it was pretty. I mean, it was decent. I like the way they play as far as like the pace of the game and without all the fucking calls. Like the Super Bowl was a fucking horrible game.
Oh. Yeah, that dude, that halftime show was brutal. Holy shit.
God damn, that was bad.
I mean, I get it. It's it's geared towards younger people, and let's be honest, it was geared towards a certain race for sure. There's no question about that.
Oh, yeah.
Which is fine because the NFL is super woke, and that's fine. And I don't. When it comes to all that stuff, I consider myself a left-leaning centrist. I kind of like to be in the middle. I used to be more Republican when I was younger and didn't have a better awareness of what the hell was going on in the world. But I ain't thrilled with any Democrat either. I mean, I see these nitwits like fucking Marjorie Greene and Matt Gaetz and all these fucking psychos, man. I mean, they're sycophants, and they're doing all this shit for the cameras. They want this stuff. They want to be front page news, right? But yeah, man, it's just very, very frustrating to realize that there really isn't anybody gives two flying fucks about us.
Of course, man. I've been saying that forever. I'm like, why do you care so much about a political party, man? They're just fucking rich fucks that don't give a shit about you. Why do you?
And they're actually, when it comes to to protecting. They're going to protect their own always.
Yep.
Yeah, everyone keeps saying, "Oh yeah, Trump's going to be indicted. Trump's going to be indicted." I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, do I think he deserves to be? Personally, yes. It's just my personal opinion. Yes, he does. But are they going to do it? Nah, they're going to find a way to.
Yeah, they'll find a way to. He'll get out of it somehow.
Well, yeah, just go away, Don. Don't run for president, okay? We won't charge you. We won't, just don't run for president. Now, but he's so arrogant. His ego's so huge.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to accept that. You know what I mean? But
the Republicans don't want him. They're like, dude, get the fuck out of here.
A lot of them don't, man. And oh God, just people are so dumb. People in the world are just so dumb, man. They don't get it.
I mean, that's how they're taught. It's
well, it is. It is like my old man. He is very cattle shoot, man. He still wants it to be like 1952. Pre civil rights. Women didn't have any rights for the most part, and the rights they did have, the husband was kind of in charge of those things. They were to be seen and not heard, and have dinner ready when I get home, and that kind of stuff like that. That's my old man for the most part. And if he sees people on TV that he doesn't like that's black, boom, right away he's going for the terrible words, and it's just like so. You're right. You're a product of your environment most of the time.
Yeah.
It's like I don't think I'm like that at all, except for I do have. I mean, I do think that we need to have police forces, and I don't. We can't. Some of the super left wing stuff, is the crazy stuff, is like, just be sensible, But then again, on the right side, that oh my God, they're going to turn us into a communist country. I hate to break it to you. We've been a communist country in a lot of ways since the 30s. I mean, there's a lot of fucking public programs out there that are governmental public programs out there that have saved a lot of people's asses. And that's pretty socialist, man. Oh my God, the socialists are coming to get us. It's just fucking insane. And they'll lie on both sides of the aisle, but man, Trump's lies are they're getting comical now. I mean,
they're hilarious.
Dude, they're getting comical, man. I mean, and the reason I say that is like they unsealed some of the findings from the investigation in Georgia, but the stuff that they kept sealed is redacted, and all the names are hidden because they didn't want to. What they didn't want to do was have that stuff published, and then have Trump, who's, let's just assume he's one of the those indicted. They don't want him to have any shot at an appeal by saying you released this stuff, thereby infringing on his civil rights, right? Right to due process, all that kind of stuff like that. You tainted the jury by putting that kind of stuff. So the prosecutor's like, yeah, we want to keep X number of holding cards for these people. And he comes on his True Social thing. It's like, not a mention of Donald Trump. And it's like, dude, they didn't mention you because you're probably going to get indicted. That's why. They didn't want to put you out there and have you say, oh, yeah, I couldn't get a fair trial because you put it in the press. That's his whole trip, though. He is speaking to a very small margin of people that are locked into whatever the fuck he says is true. Whatever he says goes. They don't question anything. And that's frightening. I don't want a guy like that running the country. Again,
Right.
But, all right, brother, I'm going to head out. I'm going to try and get some sleep. Great seeing you, man, and we'll catch up. Seriously, I'm going to work on this Name That Tune game. I'm going to figure something out. That'd be fun, man.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Peace out.
All right. Take care, man.
Later.
Late.